Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jaco and Unleashing Intuition Secrets. Got a little emergency broadcast here with Juan. It's going to give us some insights on Iran. Juan, thanks for joining us.
Hey, beautiful to talk with you, Michael. And um, just because of both of our histories and then your audience specifically, there's so much going on right now. Of course, the Venezuela stuff and other things, and then now Iran. And I've been on that for so long. I had a very early history a little bit with Iran, so I feel a connection there that I thought maybe it might be worth taking a few minutes before everybody gets in there and gives them 50 other things going on to kind of give a feel for what's happening there right now.
Very good. Very good.
Um, the short version is about 2 weeks ago, the people of Iran, started really coming on strong against the regime,
Hmm.
and that's not happening in a vacuum. Uh, let's just be realistic about what the rest of the story is. Um, uh, there have been Starlink communications devices that were brought into Iran over the last couple of months. And then they've moved the satellites to where they're in a better position to cover Iran here, just recently added some. There's not, and I just got a phone with somebody that's tied, very, very, very closely to Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi. He's the son of the Shah of Iran. At a technical level, he would be king of Iran had his father lived. Um, he doesn't have a desire to come back as king. Um, but he is concerned for the country. In fact, I've attended, over the years, uh, meetings with Iranian citizens here in the U.S. Out in D.C. Events that have been put out there, since the '80s, and uh, we get we hear about the situation in Iran, the problems, the crises, what the government's doing, and like that. And so I've been, kind of keeping my thumb on it. Of course, we've had uh, the Crown Prince here in the U.S. In Virginia, and in a kind of a protected situation, but he's out in public pretty regularly. And in fact, he's probably going to be meeting. This isn't publicly known, so I won't give the precise data, but he's going to be meeting with someone from Israel, who's a very high-ranking person, probably as soon as tomorrow. And then there is a meeting at Mar-a-Lago where he's speaking um, on Tuesday. So he'll be there for events. It's interesting on the timing, right? How accidental or planned is that timing? Um, and so he'll get a chance to have breakfast, meet with Trump, speak at this event if Trump wants to meet privately, which he'll almost certainly want to. And um, look at the options. Now, the Crown Prince this morning early said that he was looking to return to Iran to be present to help with putting things back online, but that he is not coming back to take any official position. Um, that would come only after a vote of the people, and they don't know, what the people would want, whether they want him to come back as a royalty type situation or an elected situation, which is far more likely. And he just wants the best for Iran, and if they want to vote somebody else in, he'll go into the sunset. But he has been rallying the Iranian population, the diaspora outside of Iran, um, during all of this time since his father fell, and being a rallying point to show what was going on within the regime, the horrors, the problems, and as a government in exile, if you will. So this is a pretty important moment. This is, it's been equated to the fall of the Berlin Wall for an earlier generation. I think that's a pretty accurate um, comparison of because the people in Iran, I've mentioned this to your audience and others, frequently, the fastest growing Christian population in the world has been in Iran for many years now. And pushing back against the IRGC, the mullahs and these Islamic leaders that have hijacked control of Iran. And, they're not having elections. It's not, they're just being dictated over. And to give you an idea, just to understand how um, this regime has worked, um, they had an attempt back during Obama to,
Yeah.
the Ayatollah just said, he didn't like one of the people that the Iranian people had wanted in an election. So he just announced that he's putting somebody else into power. It really ticked people off. The Iranians went to the streets and protested. They just wanted somebody in charge under the supreme leader who was more moderate, who
Right.
wasn't as extreme. They weren't saying that they didn't want, or that they weren't trying to get regime change at that time. They were just trying to get somebody that was a little less extreme. And the um, the supreme leader came back, and the Iranian security forces came back. And you have to understand that in order to be in the security force, you've got to be Islamic. You've got to be, uh, you know, even the military controlling the streets. There's no, you know, even-handedness. This was regime, and so those people that were resisting and pushing back, they just got disappeared. Just give you an idea of what's going on in Iran. One of the things that really pushed people over the edge was they're in the middle of a drought. And so one of the big dams, I mean, think of what happened out at Lake Mead in Nevada. All the cars and the mob hits and all that start showing up when the water went down.
Yep.
There's a very, important dam about 25 miles out of Tehran and provides power and all that. Well, the water level has been dropping and dropping and dropping because of poor management practices and other things, but also, supposedly a drought and all that. So this dam went way down. Well, all of a sudden, bodies start showing up. Uh, and they end up finding 183 bodies so far.
Wow.
uh, all of them dissidents that they beat them up, they've tortured them, they've maimed them in so many ways. They don't want the family to see the body, so they just go dump it out at the dam. And that's the ones they've found so far. And pretty tough stuff. The other thing is, for example, at the meeting this year, earlier this last year, 2025, that Rez Pahlavi, hosts in D.C. They had a couple of the dissidents who were survivors that came and talked to those present, a couple thousand people, and explained what it was like currently in Iran. Well, in these two people's cases, they had um, been resisting the way that local policing forces were treating people in the neighborhoods and of just being very harsh on them. And the context, by the way, I should mention this first. So when things really started to gain momentum was in the first Trump administration. And the mullahs were trying to be extremely hard nosed. They understood that Trump was speaking against them. They didn't want the people to get going at all. So there was a very famous case where a young woman, uh, uh, one of the security people didn't like the way that her hijab showed just a little bit of skin on one of the wrists. And so they arrested her. And then they tortured her horribly while she was in custody, beat her, and unfortunately, she uh, went into got a brain damage and ultimately died. And this was just a innocent girl that she just showed too much skin. Okay, they didn't like that, so she's dead. That really was the tipping point in the most recent history because at that point, the common theme that started evolving within the community in Iran was you can't work with these people. All the way along, they've tried to come up with some, how do we work together? How do we live together? They wanted a more modern, Iran, just to give you the picture, Iran was the fifth largest economy in the world back in the 70s.
Wow.
Fifth largest army, standing army in the world back in the 70s, and very modern. Even today, the people in Iran are the most educated population, really, in the Mid East as a whole. A lot of the people, 65 million. There's 90 million people there. 65 million are under the age of 50 years old, and have, in many cases, not just one degree, but two. So, a very sophisticated type of a mentality. They're not like anybody else in the Mideast. Really, even people will say the Israelis like that. Yeah, even there, this is a very different population. So, um, and that was like the straw that broke the camel's back. And the population started to turn hard, along with the fact that there was this um, move of God, if you want to put it that way, this move towards Christianity. And this is the land of Esther in the Bible. This is the land where Daniel is buried. Uh, from the Medes and the Persians when they overthrew Babylon. So Daniel's grave is one of the famous landmarks that people go to, and he was revered as a prophet in multiple religions. And so they have a lot of history there. We have a Christian move there, and it had been growing furiously over the last several years. When this happened, some of those communities, church communities, began talking privately with the policing forces and the military, and basically drawing a line in the sand, saying that we will tolerate, we'll work together. We're not going to just be fodder. We're not just going to turn the other cheek. We've tried that, and we're not going to be attacked in this way. We will protect our families. We have that right. And there was a bit of friction, but it was taken very seriously. And there was a couple incidences, and it started to back off. Um, what had been happening now for the last several years was there was a practice that was becoming more and more common. And that was if somebody just had the slightest little thing where they were perceived as not falling in line with the regime, they would take them, and they had these pellet pistols, and they would shoot them in the eye, and you'd lose an eye. And so this year here in DC, we had a couple of the people who were, tagged as dissidents who had lost an eye where they'd been shot in the eye, but to blind them and to mark them so that they could be picked out on the street anywhere. and this had become far more common. And so the Iranian people had begun really arming up, um, learning how to make literally Molotov cocktails, and by the dozens and hundreds even, and what materials to pull together to do that. And so this has been building and coming up for quite a while. Obviously, some assistance from the West, where they're getting the satellite phones that can work with the Musk system, that were all through Iran. Not tens of thousands, but probably a couple of thousand so far, not nearly enough. Um, and as the pushback began to go in earnest a couple of weeks ago, of course, they cut off the internet, and you couldn't get internet anywhere. You can't do any phone communications. But as fate would have it, the only people that actually do have communications are the dissidents who are communicating right now using those Starlink phones, and then also being able to get some videos out to the West to show what's actually happening. And so every night, the people have been out in force, uh, doing all sorts of damage to the regime's central nodes where they work. So one of the things was, in the past, the regime had cameras everywhere and facial recognition. And if somebody met with somebody, said something, they had voice stuff that they were literally listening to people on the streets with. Uh, if they didn't like it, they'd just follow them home on the cameras and then go pick them up, middle of the night and disappear them. So one of the very first things that happened when this whole unrest began a couple of weeks ago is there were groups of young men who had pinpointed all the cameras they wanted to take out in various places, and literally were climbing the poles, going up against the buildings everywhere, and destroying the cameras, removing them, painting them over, whatever they had to do to make it so that the cameras couldn't be used to track them. And then, they were attacking vehicles, for example, putting Molotov cocktails under these black surveillance rigs that they all knew were IRGC people and security people, and several of them where they literally blew them up and let the guys burn alive inside the vehicles. They also began selecting vehicles where they knew who the people were, some of the worst of them that had done the harsh deeds like shooting out people's eyes. And they chased them down, shot them in their cars right where they're at. Several car chases happening where that, it's gone both ways because protesters by the tens, dozens. And so President Trump had warned that if they were going to start attacking the people, that we would have to step in. And you've seen now during this exact same period that we've had C-17s and C-5As moving large volumes of equipment, first stop in England and then off to other areas here in Europe, staging, and the Mideast staging to be able to do something if needed to stabilize the area there in Iran. And so we're pretty well poised. The only question would be, is it going to be necessary? It's like when Trump did what we did with Maduro, and then he said, we had a second attack ready, but it doesn't look like we need it right now. Will we have to come in and intercede in order to get the IRGC out of Iran? And it looks like that may be not necessary, because, and part of the reason for having this conversation right now, Michael, is that a number of the leaders are now acknowledged to have flown to Moscow, Qatar, and other countries in the area, and are fleeing around. And other than the supreme leader who went out to a remote desert location in eastern Iran, which would give him access even into Afghanistan, and he's in an underground bunker out there. Probably he'll stay there until we come and pick him up, or somebody comes out and picks him up, because he won't be able to. They thought that they were in an unknown location, and some of the protesters were actually able to get into one of the secure facilities and get access to the data, and found where he had been moved, his communications with his own security forces. So this is moving very, very quickly with the leadership now on the run. The collapse probably is almost a fait accompli at this exact moment. For most people, one of the conversations I just had a few minutes ago, the concern would be that somehow the leadership would be able to hold the line long enough that they'd come back into power, and then they would just wipe everybody out. But the numbers within the Iranian population that have shown up on the streets and have decided it's do or die, we will not back down, are so great that it would seem unlikely, especially with the Western support from Trump and like that, and even the hidden operations that brought it to a head right now. To think that this happens solely within Iran, and especially this timing, all on its own, nah, I think they got a nudge and a push to coordinate. Because remember, Venezuela's collapse ties into Iran very, very, very precisely. Um, and uh, I've mentioned to your audience, look at the one that nobody's talking about yet, uh, South Africa. Iran and South Africa were working together, including up into the Congo. When you take out Iran from the equation in this disruptive, terroristic theater that we've been experiencing for the last 50 years, look at the Mideast. Iran and South Africa. Oh, did I lose you there?
Nope, you're good.
Okay, yeah, I heard a repeat. Um, Iran and South Africa were coordinating their actions. And I'll get to something in a minute that's pretty critical. Remind me, I have to come back to South Africa in a second on something. And of course, into Central Africa, Congo, Uganda, Somalia, Niger, and Nigeria. Iran's out there causing all sorts of problems. But just in the Mideast, uh, Iran was the one that was supplying the missiles into Syria that were then going into Lebanon and into Gaza. They were the ones that were, really had a half a dozen countries in the Mideast that were essentially proxies of Iran, threatening to Israel continuously and keeping the pressure on. And uh, if you take Iran, the mullahs out of the equation, and you cut that money supply, you don't just affect the Mideast. You affect really about 15 major countries around the world. That's how strategic Iran falling right now is. Do you think that's happening in a vacuum? The timing is tied intricately to Venezuela. Okay. And that relationship on the banking. And by the way, where were they running their money through? See, they were getting all sorts of money from oil that was being covertly traded around the world, and the energy from it. Both Iran and Venezuela and some of the other groups that were tied into it. Where was that money being laundered through to get it into legitimate banking circles? Right where I'm at. So there's all sorts of mischief afoot, and we're playing a much bigger game than most people have realized. This is not, this is, people, when's something going to happen? When's an arrest going to happen? You know what? This has been being prepped behind the scenes in this administration. When people thought nothing was happening, it was happening. It just wasn't visible, laying the foundation for this, massive number of changes that are going to happen around the world this year. So that was kind of a long spiel, but I just thought I'd get some of those things on there, you know, so people at least had a beginning point.
No, there's a lot of things that led up to, the Arab Spring. Kind of Iran was a little bit late to the game on that. And they thought that Obama was going to back them, but he didn't. And that's why they got massacred.
Hmm.
So
Hmm.
there's always the modus operandi where the Iranian regime will come in and start to massacre their people. So if they do that, then I think President Trump and probably Israel will get involved. Now we saw the Hamas and Hezbollah basically annihilated by Israel. They were the two groups that were basically coming in, and
Yep. Yep.
so it's,
Well,
it's
and
a bigger picture like you're talking about that's been going on for a while now.
yeah, think about it. Uh, the Shah, for most people in this audience, you're just not old enough or weren't involved enough to know this history. But the Shah was a very conservative friend to the West, um, and stabilizing force in the Mideast. Um, and what happened was under Carter,
Yeah.
even Johnson before Nixon, Johnson called the Shah and thanked him profusely for all the work that he was doing, not just in the Mideast, but around the world, uh, with money from their oil and access to oil and refineries like that from Iran. He was, very conservative friend of the West. Um, and they painted him as a bad guy because of Savak, their intelligence agency, trying to put down um, rebel forces, if you will. Well, the rebel forces were all being pushed by Russia, Cuba, um, other communist groups against the West. And Savak was essentially CIA trained, and they had there's real questions looking back now as to exactly what the objectives were, with those people that were training there from CIA, because they were all tied. And I remember this even back in the day. They were all tied to this club of globalists. Remember, Jimmy Carter, every single member of his cabinet was a member of the Council of Foreign Relations, which at that time, in that era, in the mid 70s, was very well understood to be a Rockefeller operation. Um, it started with them. I mean, but everybody there had a particular worldview. And so when Carter came into power, all of the people that were part of his um, cabinet and down through all the advisors were all these World Economic, or I mean, Council of Foreign Relations people, and they were tied into this globalist mentality. Uh, Zabriskie and others, that wanted to move towards a one world government, if you will, and coordinate all the governments around the world. And so they're advising Carter in the background. And just for this audience, think of what was really going on with Jimmy Carter. He has uh, Bush Sr. in there as head of the CIA. He'd been in China as our, economic advisor to China because we didn't have an ambassador. Comes back, and then we needed a businessman because of the tail end of the church committee hearings, where we find out the CIA is up to all sorts of horrible mischief and regime change all over the world. And so Bush comes in there at CIA to kind of get things back on track. And what's he do? He puts before Carter two things to put in place with an executive order, which is the Senior Executive Service and then the Inspector General's office. And those two things controlled who stays in power between elected administrations. You can go on their Wikipedia site and see they're the keystone. That's their emblem for senior executive service. And then the Inspector General's office directing the flow of money to or away from anything they didn't want to have happen. By the way, all the mischief going on over at Justice Department even now. Look at what's going on with the SES people that will probably be revealed at some point in time, and how they control the flow of money over to uh, the the Justice Department. So then, in that mind, in that idea, Carter, when he came into office, he's listening to the people behind the scenes. Carter famously talks about the fact that we're not going to pay for sources, information into the Mideast. We had all these mullahs and stuff on the payroll into the mosques and all that. We're no longer going to do it. We're just going to monitor our enemies with satellites, because we can listen to conversations. We can watch their movements with cameras. They're so good now. We don't need any more of that stuff. Uh, Carter shut down the military in many ways. Um, we went below 300 working ships in our Navy. And of the ships that were working, they were in such bad disrepair, and the crews weren't even getting gas to go out and train, that our Navy was, third world country Navy, really, unprepared to fight. When
Yeah.
Reagan came in, he put all the money back into the Navy, had ships built, brought stuff out of mothballs, not just the New Jersey and the Missouri, but other stuff also, just to get us back up to speed because we had fallen so low. Carter uh, literally pulled the guts out of our intelligence operations, um, starting with Iran. And so what happened next was almost predictable. Uh, and then the fall of the Shah. And by the way, just a little backstory that virtually nobody knows this. How did the Shah, and it goes to what's going on with the Musk uh, satellite phones, which he didn't give them for free. He's getting a buck. They were gone out and purchased separately, and he just happens to have the system that works. But this is an interesting correlation to the fall of Iran in '79 and what's going on right now, because communications is so critical. Uh, in that era, in the mid '70s, cassette tapes had come on strong. Before that, it was 8 tracks of and of reel to reel, and so up until about the mid '70s, it was all 8 tracks, and then the cassette came on, which was a smaller tape, and there was companies that made multi-record things. You could put a tape in to a recorder and duplicate, 6, 12, 18 tapes all at once. The cheap versions, you could record, 5 cassette tapes off of one tape in these very compact recorders. So Khomeini, who was the, fearless leader, he's in a protected location in France. And so the Ayatollah Khomeini would do these long presentations and fatwas and everything else, and but he wouldn't broadcast them. Nobody would hear it. In a Carter mentality, we'd hear him on the phone. We would hear it on the radios or something. We'd hear the communication somewhere. Uh, and so that's how we were going to stop any subversion anywhere in the world, right? Especially in the Mideast. But what happened was they got all of these tape recorders. So the Ayatollah would make a tape. It would go to Iran. They'd have thousands of these cassette tapes that were blank, they'd re-record them and then hand them out at the mosque like trading cards. And it didn't show up on anybody's data system. They were communicating privately. They got everybody all worked up, and supposedly nobody saw this coming. Um, uh, at the time, one of the interesting things was uh, it was a USAID funded thing for communications to make the copies of the tapes for those recorders that found their way to Iran somehow. So you wonder whose side somebody was on that was doing that. But it got a underground movement going on inside Iran that supposedly nobody saw at the time, and over months and months, handing out these tapes to everybody in the mosque. They all got tuned up, they were ready to go. And then when the riot started, the protest started, uh, he was unable to go back because the people rose up, and then the Ayatollah could come in and fill in the vacuum, and the Shah fell, and the takeover of Iran began. Communications being this key component. These Starlink capabilities have been key in a lot of what's happened with this administration, and the ability to assist people outside of other land-based communications or cell phone type communications, internet communications, to have a direct satellite uplink into a system that can't be monitored directly by those security forces. It bypasses all of it. And that's what just happened with Iran with these Starlink connections, organizing large numbers of people where they could communicate with each other, know what was happening, where the security forces were, where they needed to take out a car or a van or a person, and literally just going out and picking them off, starting with the worst offenders, the ones that, for example, are shooting out the eyes of people, torturing people, etc. And so now, at this moment, the key leadership over the last day has now been leaving the country. The ones that are down the list that don't qualify to have a private jet fly them out, a private boat, a neighboring country isn't willing to bring them in because they have something to offer. They're just stuck there. And the Iranian people are going to pick their bones clean because they are just so done with what's gone on up to this point in time. They're going to go out and get their pound of flesh. So that tell you anything you didn't already know, or help you out a bit there?
Yeah, that's fantastic. Yeah, I think it's a bigger operation like you're talking about, along with Venezuela. So both of these countries basically being free from the globalistas, and that's a key point, and that's going to start to move, I think, around the world. When I was overseas, working in all the different Benghazi and Libya, and Afghanistan, Iraq, it was, and Beirut, every time we had problems, especially in Iraq in the early stages, we knew it was Iranians that were causing the problems. So
Hmm.
this will clean out a lot of that. The Middle East, I think, is going to be peaceful and good trade going between nations. This is a monumental movement that's happening right now.
Well, for example, I was just talking with one of my guys. There's still some unfinished business. Years ago, um, uh, there was an explosion, killed several Jews in um, Argentina, one of their facilities. And so we knew all the way along that it was Iran that did it, Iranian operatives, but there just wasn't stomach to go in and deal with them. And this probably now is going to lead to something being done about that. As many years ago as it was, we knew who the players were, and I think you're going to see something happen there. And again, as I mentioned just a minute ago, uh, the Crown Prince going and meeting with this very high level Jewish leader, potentially as soon as tomorrow, in Florida, and then his speaking thing on Tuesday, a week from now. It's happening at a moment when there's already pre-scheduled access where you're in close proximity with people around Trump and with Trump himself. So it's not as much of an accident, maybe, as it will be projected as being, um, to the world for the most part. And I think within this audience, what I'm saying is you kind of want to be able to read between the lines. Um, uh, what President Trump's key people are doing from a military standpoint is we are proactively going out and um, removing threats across the world that have been allowed to fester and continue, secret handshake clubs, etc. And we're going right to the root ball of where they're at, rather than fighting them out at, the edges. We're going right to the heart of what's going on. You can go try to take the Iranian component out of the Congo, or you can just go take out the mullahs in Iran. Same thing with Ramaphosa in South Africa. You can try to fight the Iranian influence in South Africa, or you can just go back to Iran, take out the source of it. Even into Iraq, with all the work that we did in Iraq and Iran fought a huge, huge, huge war that went on and on and on through the 80s. Okay. Um, with that in mind, and I mean, Iran is still controlling and influencing a significant portion of Iraq even today. They don't have enough power in Iran to take care of the Iranian people, literally the lights on, with their dam, running out of water and all the electricity issues and like that, and the gas powered stuff. They were still giving electricity to portions of Iraq to buy favor. And the way that the mullahs, the um, uh, clerics, dealt with this was that they were um, extending the revolution to these other places as a buffer to them centrally to carry it on to other places. So that's the way they viewed places like the Congo and South Africa, Venezuela, um, the stuff in, they're starving their own people to death, and yet they're sending missiles to Lebanon. 300,000 missiles were shipped into Lebanon over a decade. 100,000 were in Gaza when this whole incident started, which is questionable on how it started. I get that completely. Believe me, I'm not, you know, blind to the mysteries about the lead up to October 7th. But there was 100,000 missiles in there that Iran got in there. The stuff was going through Syria, the mischief into Syria. These leaders in Iran are probably responsible cumulatively, all the various places that they've been dealing with this stuff in the last 47 years, arguably responsible for somewhere between 25 and 50 million deaths.
Wow.
Okay. So no love lost here to take them out. That's
Yep.
for sure.
So probably going to see something change in South Africa. You want me to remind you about that? But I also,
Well, yeah, let me just add, well, go ahead, and I'll answer that. I'm sorry.
yeah, Cuba, I think is maybe on the next on the list. We'll
I
see.
would say, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
And
Pretty
Trump, I talked with your audience. I talked with many audiences, even before what just happened with Venezuela, about the fact that Cuba. I mean, you can go back to the interviews we've done a couple of years ago. I've talked about the fact that Cuba was running Venezuela.
good.
You
Yeah.
know, they were, you couldn't get a driver's license in Venezuela without approval by a Cuban. They were running it by proxy. And it was Russia that was doing that in the earlier years, and more recently China controlling all that, and
And even
really,
Iran. Yeah.
yeah, exactly. So now look at the ships. Now I'm going to go a little edgy here, but let's have a conversation.
Cool.
Look at the ships that have been picked up with the oil,
Yep.
but uh, there was a ship up in the North Atlantic that, when you look at the ship, it was picked up because it was, changing flags at sea. Okay, supposedly, black market oil that wasn't supposed to be going anywhere. But look at the ship. That sucker's sitting so high out of the water, you almost could have flown it with aircraft jets, right? I mean, that thing's the water line is so far down on the side of the boat. There's no oil in that thing. It's dry as a bone. Yet Russia came in and famously was also shadowing it with one of its subs, which surfaced while our U.S. Helicopter stopped and interdicted the vessel. If it didn't have oil on it, it was a problem child that was headed for Russia, or in that direction anyway. What might have been going on there? So let me give you an alternate view of that. Was Russia shadowing it with one of their subs to protect it? Trump made a call. There's some scuttlebutt out there that Trump had a specific call with Putin concerning the ship. If their sub was following it, what were they following it for? To protect it? What are they going to shoot our aircraft out of the sky or something? No. What was on that ship? I'll leave that hanging for a second. And let me just say this. These types of regimes, these types of groups, and I'm not talking Iran, I'm talking globalista. Who's really under attack right now with what President Trump is doing? It's the globalista. It's all of their monetary systems. It's all of their terrorist systems to manage and control the world. That's what's under attack. They're losing all of their control nodes to put pressure on the rest of the world with their terroristic stuff, to push the world. If you do anything that we don't want you to do, we can make you pay. We can make you pay here or there. You're always under threat. What was the threat that was out there before Trump with the election? They were searching, beating the brush every which way they could, looking for something with the drones up and down the East Coast. Remember that? And then there was other places they were looking too. Trump himself said that they're looking for some nuclear stuff. Okay, he said it before the election. Remember that?
Yeah.
There is, I think, credible, but still speculation, credible though, that one of the devices or more that we were looking for was in Argentina,
Oh.
and it had been ferried there from Iran. And that was what was on that particular vessel, and that got interdicted. If it wasn't there, then they're still looking for it. Now the question was where was it actually going to? See, these devices that we're looking for are small enough. You could drop it at sea there, and somebody else can pick it up a day later or something. Put it in a small boat, whatever. It didn't have to be a big boat that is easily seen and tracked by radar, some of our listening devices, etc. It may be because there's an understanding that Trump called Putin. The reason the Russian sub was there wasn't because they were there to protect that ship. They were making sure that nothing got handed off of that ship before we came and interdicted it. And the reason is because if there's material that was Russian in origin, there would be a signature, isotope signature, that would identify it as being Russian. And they don't want to, get credited for some type of event. And the context for this is the people that we're going after from a globalist standpoint have controlled the world's population with events like 9/11. There is a need at this point in time to do something so extreme, so dramatic, that it would slow down uh, what's happening with Venezuela, Iran, Cuba, and other places that could come up. How are you going to try to slow down this momentum that is now coming into play right now? Some kind of a catastrophic event, attack, terrorism, whatever you want to call it, is what these people are capable of. And so, you could say, well, I don't want to push those buttons. We should just stop. No, those threats are still out there. Uh, so you better find a way to get them before they get to their end destination. And by the way, I wouldn't necessarily be looking for that next event here on U.S. soil. Just like Ukraine, what they want to do is they want to cover the trail, the money trail of all the events that have taken place to get us here. The money through Ukraine, the money through Iran, the money being laundered right here where I'm at. Massive amounts of money to keep these terroristic operations going strong. If you can't stop it, you need to cover the trail from it because, you know, uh, maybe you don't want to be able to get it from here to here, see where it was, cut off that information. You could easily see some type of a massive terrorist event in maybe a European location. Blame it on Russia. Get NATO full force with all of their agreements into attacking Russia because of what was there. Putin doesn't want that. Um, so there's chess at multiple levels. Is that what's going to happen? We have no idea. Uh, but I think it's not, um, crazy, wild, out of this world to be concerned. That's part of the reason why I said what I said a few minutes ago in leading up to this. There's things going on behind the scenes that from a normal media standpoint, by the way, are you seeing much coverage of this on CNN, BBC, any of this? A little teeny bit. They're not going to tell you what I just told you about the intricacies behind the scenes and the coordination to make this happen. Um, but there's way more to it. And the threat in the retaliation back isn't from even just an individual country. It's from this crowd that we're at war with, this globalista trying to take over the world. Does that click with you, Mike?
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Really good.
So prayer required. We're far from through this. Iran fits in that whole thing. I would expect. The other thing is Cuba is so it's so embedded. It's so close to our shores like that. I do expect something there, but it might not be Cuba next. If you were thinking about who's weak in this whole thing and it's really in trouble and needs to decide to get out of the way, I think it's South Africa
Mm.
and a couple of the billionaires there. They're not as safe as they think they are, and they've been ripping off the Congo and other locations for the cobalt like that. Uh, the Ramaphosa regime had been working very closely with Iran, very closely into Venezuela. They're very susceptible to a problem. They might go before Cuba does. And we haven't seen the indictment handed down, but if you remember, Maduro had a $50 million bounty on him, and Ramaphosa was referred for criminal investigation over the Justice Department on the same basis uh, many months ago. And so they could hand that down at any moment. They could hand it down after, though it's secret, they go grab him, and he knows it. And the crowd around him knows it. So they're looking at what's going on with Maduro, and they've been given offers. If they're smart, they'll rethink their situation because Maduro is the biggest dumbass so far of 2026. He could have walked away, gone to the tropical island, enjoyed his millions, done what Marcos did, and orders food for lunch and dinner, and see his friends and watch football in the afternoon. He'll be sitting in a cell the rest of his life. He will never get out. All those people think that he's going to somehow get rescued because it was an illegal capture and all sorts of things. Look, where's this ultimately going? In reality, in all of these places, it's going to go back to elections. Um, the whole Maduro thing, the more that they scream that he was a legitimate president and we can't go in and grab a legitimate president of the people of a country that's somehow an act of war. No, he was there illegitimately through election fraud, was never once elected legitimately as the president of Venezuela. And we've got the data to prove it. We got the guys that did it. At the end of the day, in all these places, Iran, Cuba, South Africa, where did they test the vote machine system after it was moved from Venezuela in 2018 and installed in Serbia in 2019? Where did they test it in preparation for America's 2020 election? In South Africa.
Oh, wow. Hmm.
They tested the system that was put in place, the server system in Serbia. They tested it on the South African election to
Wow.
verify that it had everything down. Ramaphosa is there through fraud. The
Wow.
guys that did this said we did it in 71 countries plus the United States. Half the population of the world is uh, under the thumb of people who are put in power through election fraud.
Hmm.
So the more that these people scream that we have done something to, uh, get into other people's business, if you will, no, they got in our business, and now this is the pushback. And the more they squeam and scream and wiggle, the more that we're going to bring out the election stuff
Yeah.
and bring it front and center right to the top of the list. And that is the context where Trump will then have to declare a national election emergency. And we're going to change the way that we have to do the election in 2026. Trump knows that if we go to 2026 the way it is right now, he's dead.
Yeah.
His family's dead. Everything's dead. The country won't survive it. We can't survive using machines in the next election. Trump knows that. Take it to the bank. I am totally right. You have. Yeah, let me just add this, Michael. Um, Look at the situation in Iran, and it finally has reached a breaking point where the people say, if you listen to what they're saying, the conversations they're having, the stuff that's coming out of Iran, they're saying it now is uh, freedom or death. They will fight. They won't back down this time. They had to back down in 2008 when they realized that these people are so evil. They beat this young girl to death, okay, because a little bit of skin showed on her sleeve.
Hmm.
Seriously? Uh, that's how repressive, how evil this group is. Um, uh, they won't live under that anymore. And it's part of this underground movement that there's a church of people in Iran that has doubled and doubled and doubled and doubled again over the last decade or so. That is now the power that's, you won't hear that on CNN. You won't hear about the Christian community that has grown massively under this repression by the mullahs. And so this Islamic crowd that has been running the country, that's why it's become just, so repressive, because they realize they're losing control of the population. Um, in that light, that's happening all over the world. And we're about to see something worldwide that's just hard to even contemplate of, but it's happened right before us. So anyway, uh,
So the fraud that's in Minneapolis is about to be exposed in California, New York, probably Illinois as well, and maybe tied back to some of these organizations. If that gets revealed, wow, boy, that'll collapse them.
oh yeah, I'm just moving over to plug in my phone so I don't lose you there, bro. Um, so yeah, I think that this is far more connected, even here in the U.S., than most people have really even contemplated. That um,
Mhm.
uh, this move that's happening right now is tied directly to Trump and the decision not to um, just deal out at the fringes of these movements, go right at the heart of the satanic monster. Uh, with what he's done with Venezuela, cut off their energy supply to China. Same thing with Iran, cutting off the oil energy supply to China. The hidden routes for moving cash uh, through the banking system and into and through the banking system, including the money that was going through Ukraine and back to the banking system. Um, it's all going to be, attacked savagely so that our enemies can't do the terrorism, can't fund the terrorism, and can't elect themselves into positions of authority that give them some shadow of legitimacy. And so, from Trump's side, honest elections and honest money, and fights on. So, anyway, I hope that helps.
Yeah,
I
definitely. Thank you.
I don't want to beat a dead horse. That gives everybody a little bit of a start on it anyway.
Very
I
good.
would be praying for the Iranian people. Um, you know, um, one of my people sent me a video. They had tried to work with the people at a police station to not attack the people,
Mm,
and that they were going to work a deal and let the police officers leave the station and leave town essentially. And they were trying to negotiate, certainly heated voices here and there. Um, and while one of the gals is talking, guy walks right up behind her head and blows her brains out. And it was just horrible. You couldn't look away fast enough.
mm,
Um, it's both sides have a do or die kind of mentality. And as one of the people I was talking with said, well, the guy that did that, because of all the things he's been doing,
mm.
that's why he did it, because he was, trying to hold the line, scare everybody away, and he had the gun. He didn't last very long. They hunted him down in the car and shot him dead. So, fights on.
Yeah.
Um, the Iranian people outnumber all those security forces. The momentum is with them. And Trump has said, we won't let, if you open up on your own population, we're not going to allow that. And so we've moved uh, personnel and equipment into position. And the hope is that we won't have to actually do anything directly. Um, Unnecessarily, but if we do have to help stabilize it for a period of time, well, we're going to do that. Why? Because we're going at the belly of the beast, the heart of the beast. Iran has been exporting horrors to the rest of the world uh, for decades, with millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of people dead as a result of their activity. Shutting down that regime is one of the great gifts to the world, just as shutting down what was going on in Venezuela. Venezuela is a gift to the Venezuelan people. This will be a gift to the Iranian people and the gift to the world. It's the way
Yep.
it is.
Very good. All right, sir.
All
The
right.
Jennifermack.com.
Yeah. Yeah. And by the way, I don't know if I mentioned it to you. I think I did. We just released about a week ago. We're doing a pre-sale on our coin, The Call. Do you remember we did the movie, The Call, The Makings of a Perfect Day? and released it on January 7th of 2021. Of course, immediately after the events of January 6th. Very popular movie. We had in the early portion there about 5.5 million views. We gave it away and download and share for free. And we've had probably a significant number of views since then. We hadn't really followed it that close, but that's 5 years ago, just a couple of days ago that we released the movie. So in honor of that, we did a coin, the called The Makings of a Perfect Day, and for the 5 year anniversary. And that's over on Jen's site at the Jennifer Mack. And then we've also got it over at allpatriots dot gumroad.com, and for larger orders or whatever multiples, a little bit of a discount. With silver doing what it's doing, and that is a uh, 999 pure silver coin. It's pretty valuable. We've anybody that bought any of the earlier coins from prior years has done very well. So I called the low on silver when I put out the 2023 coin
Yeah.
before it started its march up and wasn't going back anymore. And so we've been pretty on the cash, and um, I think again this is going to be both a very popular coin and also I don't think the prices will be any lower than they are right now because silver's continuing to march up. And part of the reason I did the silver
Myself, man.
is to
I think
help,
every one of the
you
coins
know.
you release, I got 10 of them. So,
Well,
it's a great
you're
one.
doing pretty good, bro.
I am.
So
I'm doing exceptionally well. Thank you. And
yeah.
I think it's a good time to buy them, guys, because there's a lot of coin dealers who are saying they can't get coins anymore, and that's happening around the world. And the price of silver around the world is way higher than it is in the United States, where we know it's been manipulated. That's about ready to come undone, and then your coins are going to be like very, very valuable going forward.
Well, and we don't do a lot of them, so there will be kind of a collector's thing, the Megador coins and all the other stuff. So I think they'll be very popular, but um, within a theme. I mean, still, for if you're just buying to not speculate, you're just trying to have a safe place to hold some stuff. I think bag silver, which is a U.S. coin, um, by weight, not for collector value, but just by weight, is probably the best buy. You pay a premium for it, but then it's money tradable as money. If you're doing it more, uh, it's a touchstone for the future for the kids and all that. Some of the coins people have. Um, you've certainly done well with what you've bought. Everybody's made money on the coins so far, but also out in the future, these are going to be remembering history, and there's kind of a continuing theme on the coins that we have there, and so it's just fun. So
Yep, well done. Well done. Well, thanks so much for coming on, Juan. Helping, it's going to help a lot of people see a bigger picture of what's going on. Iran is going to be monumental going forward, I think, and one of our partners because we've helped them. So,
oh yeah, we're going to help the Iranian people. We're going to help the Venezuelan people, and in fact, I got invited to a meeting with the Crown Prince here a few minutes ago. Probably won't happen for a couple of weeks, and who knows it'll be on the West Coast, but things could change even over that period of time. But this is a very positive thing. These people have lived in one of those nightmares you can't get up from.
yeah,
And I remember I'm just thinking out loud for half a second. I had an acquaintance who had I think it was his brother, who was working in Iran, um, helping with, they had a contract with, I think, our F-14s there. And he had been dating a young Iranian girl, and they were pretty sweet on each other. And when this whole thing happened and the Shah fell, um, she was known to have been dating an American and blah, blah, blah. And so they went out and tracked her down during the time period when we had the hostages there in Iran, and uh, hung her, from a light pole on the street
Oh,
near their house. And then if anybody was to come out to try and take her body down, they'd be just flogged and beaten. So you had to leave it. And it was so traumatizing because, imagine you're, there's somebody you love, you plan on maybe getting married, and to know that because they just knew you and you'd spent time together, that they were, that's the mentality of some of these people that have been running these locations, and just like beating the girl to death into a coma that resulted in her death because she had a little skin showing. The Iranian, that's not the Iranian people. That is a cult running Iran and then exporting their terror around the world. And if you even speak up, get your eye shot out with a pellet gun, they need to be taken out permanently. And that's exactly what's about to happen. There's a comeuppance occurring, and some prayer. That's one last thing. Anybody who's been traumatized like this, having the grace not to become so jaded that you're non-functional. That's a real challenge. So you need help, you know, divine grace to get past that and just get to the right next actions. That you have a whole nation of people that have been living in this terror grip, and how they recover from it and restabilize and move on. That's going to be need a move from God to help you get through that. So we'll pray for him.
definitely. All right, sir. Thanks so much for
Okay.
coming in.
Hey, appreciate the opportunity to get on there with you, Michael, and say hi to your wife and thank you to her. And then
Absolutely.
as we have more events, because this is going to speed up, the tempo is going to speed up here. And my one concern, I pray that we don't have some type of a major event that maybe we interdicted just in time to save it from happening. But the threat is real, that these people are going after these globalist monsters. Will try to pull something off to divert the world's attention and justify, their next action, wherever in the world it may be. Most likely facing off with Russia, because that's the place that they've decided they're going to fight their World War IV. We won World War III. It bothers me. People say World War III. No, it's World War IV. We won World War III. The Soviet Union doesn't exist. So, anyway, bro,
All
I'm
right.
here. Anything else comes up? There's a question or something. Let's talk. I'll let you know if I hear anything special.
All right. Outstanding. Thank you.
Night, folks.
I thought it'd be cute to have a panel between us because nobody's ever had us on and questioned us like you could. And I don't think there is anybody else who could question us like you do. And everybody's been wanting it. And Tracy said, "Oh my God, we should do it." So I offered it to him, and now he's over saying that he's over on Nino, and somebody just sent me a link, and they're saying we're there.
Ah,
Yep. So
all
he's
right.
doing a Nino thing right now.
We're live. Here we go. Hello, everybody. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets, here once again with Sheila Holm. And we're going to be talking about Cuba today. So President Trump has said that Cuba will be next, and we're going to talk a little bit in depth about that. We got some videos to share with you. Thanks for joining us again, Sheila.
It's good to be with you. These are exciting times. We've been waiting for this. We've been asking, expose, reveal. And now, guys, we're going to focus on our neighbors. They had us on the other side of the world our whole life. Nothing getting taken care of on this side. But now, a century later, we're going to get it taken care of.
Very good. Yeah, so I think that over time, we're going to look back at this and we're going to see this is the way it had to happen. I think President Trump basically goes in and he does a strike like he did in Venezuela, and then he pulls back and sees how everything pans out. If everybody does the right thing like he plans, or like the good guys are planning. Same thing with just recently Iran basically threatening the regime. we're going to take you down if you don't. But I guess we're going to do a lot of executions. So they supposedly they backed off. We have a aircraft carrier that's steaming in there, should be there in a few days. He just said, I think today, that regime needs to be replaced, and so that's coming. But I think, like you, Cuba is really front and center.
It is what's next. And we couldn't do any of this. We couldn't do Venezuela. We couldn't do Colombia. We couldn't do Mexico. All of this has been a problem since the Spanish American War. And that's why the man in the arena, Theodore Roosevelt, that's why if we can go into that, because nothing has improved over the last century with our own neighbors. We've been spending all of our time, they've been sending us to wars all over the world on the other side of the other hemisphere, and there we are over there doing all of that, and our own hemisphere has been in trouble the whole time. And that's what is going to be fun to get into tonight because it'll help gain an understanding of why Greenland, why Canada, why Mexico, why Cuba, why Venezuela, why Colombia. It's all the heart of where we have to be right now. We have to unite together.
Yeah, and it is not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles, or where the doer of deeds could have done them better. And there's a video that's basically goes through this very, very nice. But yeah, the man in the arena. This is Theodore Roosevelt. He was at the Cuba. He was in Cuba. He was San Juan Hill.
Mm-hmm. So, do we have a moment to bring up that video, the man in the arena, to give an understanding of what it's like to sit right in the arena and be the one that everyone's trying to destroy when you're trying to help everyone?
Yeah, let's see. I think it's this one right here.
Yes.
The critic who counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles, or where the doer of deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the man who was actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, who comes short again and again. Because there is no effort without error and shortcoming. But who does actually strive to do the deeds? Who knows great enthusiasms, the great devotions? Who spends himself in a worthy cause? Who, at the best, knows in the end the triumph of high achievement? And who, at the worst, if he fails, at least fails while daring greatly, so that his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who neither know victory nor defeat.
That's beautiful. Dan Scavino, he's very good, at pointing some stuff out that's very relevant. It's kind of like an undercurrent, but he points stuff out and it's magnificent.
Mm-hmm. Well, and in mentioning Cuba, if we flip back exactly a century ago, we were in the Spanish-American War.
Yep.
And it was all resolved with the Treaty de Hidalgo. We gave $15 million to get the current border that we have with Mexico. That's never secured. That's never considered to be secured. But do we really know what Woodrow Wilson did a couple decades later? He ends up becoming president. Then he brings in Lamar. This is in my first book, For the Sake of America, and it's in the new book. He brings in Lamar, who's an attorney in Augusta, and they grew up in Augusta and they were childhood friends. And I've mentioned, and the pictures are in book one of the For the Sake of America, there's only two houses in a whole block, and they're brick houses and they're next to each other. And the one on the left, as you're looking at it, and I'm pretty sure it's on 7th in Augusta, the one on the left is where Woodrow Wilson was raised, and Attorney Lamar was raised in the one on the right that's now the meeting area for the historical house of Woodrow Wilson. So both houses are taken up by the Historical Society at this time. So what happened is they were childhood friends, and then Taft, who was he was in the other party, was quote required to come down to Augusta, play golf with Lamar one day, and make a deal with Lamar, who was too sick to be an attorney in Augusta, could not function as an attorney in Augusta, but to appoint him as a Supreme Court justice. Why? The very next year, they were bringing in Woodrow Wilson to be president. And Woodrow Wilson took Lamar and went down to Mexico and renegotiated. What the heck did he do? Where are we at on that? I don't know, but 15 million back in 1898 timeframe when the San Juan Hill, this whole thing is Spanish-American War, Venezuela, Colombia, Panama. I mean, all of this was going on then. And so here we are with the change where we have that land. And I can honestly tell you, for the past 3, 4 decades in California, the people from Mexico have been coming up into Los Angeles every weekend and protesting. They've been raising their Mexican flag upright at the top of their antennas or attachments to their vehicles with the American flag underneath upside down. And they've been allowed to do it. Nobody's been stopping them. Nobody's been saying anything. And when asked, because they started La Raza radio, La Raza is the revolution. They've always felt it's their land. And when I asked them why they were doing this, they said, we want our land back. Does that sound familiar? We want our land back.
Hmm.
It's our Panama Canal. It'll always be our Panama Canal. The people want their canal back. Do you see how this pattern is identical? So to think that the president is saying Cuba, he's saying Mexico, he's saying Colombia, he's saying Venezuela, like he wants to take them over, he doesn't. He's trying to settle and help heal what has been a lie for a century. That's what's going on. And so the president talks about Cuba, and where is Gitmo in Cuba? Where's the Navy base, Guantanamo? Where's the Navy base, Guantanamo? Right next to San Juan Hill. If we had not been victorious at San Juan Hill, so Teddy Roosevelt was putting all of his horses and these guys on trains in America, how the heck did he get on barges and everything to go down to Cuba? But they had enough men with the Rough Riders and the 17th Cavalry of New York, and these guys all collected and went down to Cuba and fought it out.
Yeah.
That was the Spanish-American War. Alamo was a Spanish-American War. They found out that the Rough Riders were being trained at Fort Sam Houston in San Antonio. So where did they go? They went to the Alamo. Where's the Alamo? San Antonio. This battle was going on from 1896, 7. It got hot and heavy, and San Juan, I think, was captured and victorious in 1898, but they weren't capturing it for America. They were bringing them the truth. This is where we're really at. And you don't own any part of America, and you don't own any part of Cuba doesn't own Mexico. Mexico doesn't own America. Nobody owns anybody else's land. And do you know to this day, if you look up that base in Guantanamo, do you know that the reports from the media are still that America has stolen land from Cuba to put in a base? We have paid lease on that property since 1903.
Wow.
Nothing has ever changed. That agreement has never changed. It was written as an ongoing renewal of a lease. We've never tried to buy it. We don't say we own it. It's not our land. This is not how America has operated, even with the evil people in charge. And so that land is ours, that base is ours, but these are our neighbors, Canada, Greenland, all of these. And this is a heart around Panama Canal. Can you imagine if we hadn't resecured the Panama Canal to start clearing that up and then clear up these areas? Because the ones taking advantage of these countries are the ones coming in through that canal and destroying these countries, taking them down so that they're so poor that people have nothing. In all of these, Mexico, they have nothing. Cuba has nothing. Venezuela has nothing. Colombia has nothing. And I remember it was in the latter part of the 1990s, when the rose industry in San Diego, California was being destroyed. I'm like, how can they destroy the flower industry in America? They were coming in from Colombia with long stem roses at Walmart for cheaper than our guys could sell the long stem roses in any store. So people were buying the cheaper long stem roses. What came in with those roses? Because just this week, they captured a huge 18-wheeler that had Colombian bricks of cocaine. That's the only way these countries could make their money, because they were controlled by other countries. but we weren't taking care of them. We were fighting wars on the other side of the world in the other hemisphere. The If you look at what President Trump's doing, he's restructuring and capturing the truth and helping heal every one of these nations,
Yeah.
from Greenland to Canada to, because they've all been taken over. We've been taken over. And so when you realize everybody's pattern is the same, we've had a gift in that the pilgrims gave us the covenant with the Lord and kept America as a faith-based country as much as we could, but we didn't have liberty and we didn't have freedom. And now we realize nobody's had liberty and freedom because we've all been taken over. The same pattern through all of these countries. That's what the 45 points are about. And that's why at the bottom of the book, it says not just to save souls, save America, but save the world. It's the same pattern with every country. But the people in Europe know what they're doing. And that's why we go and we tear up their countries in war, and then we rebuild them. And we haven't rebuilt anything in America. Cuba hasn't been able to rebuild anything. Venezuela, Colombia, they haven't been able to rebuild anything. Mexico can't rebuild anything. If you see how they're living in their houses and etc., San Diegans were warned, and the military was told long, I don't know, 10, 12 years ago, don't. Don't go across that border. Don't be over there. We're not going to come and get you. That's how bad it was. And we weren't doing anything to resolve it. So God bless President Trump. He's willing to be that man who'll stand for each of us so we can heal in these areas. Can you imagine if we were at peace with Mexico and that they had enough money and they didn't have to deal in drugs and have these cartel gangs? And Venezuela, that's where these gangs came from. Colombia, that's where the gangs came from. We brought in the guys from after Vietnam. What did we have in California? We didn't know how to deal with the Asian gangs. Our police were like, who are these guys and how are they operating? So it's not just cultures coming into our country and destroying us. These gangs have their own techniques. They have their own processing. And when you're in the law enforcement process, you can't even handle it. And the only way the elite will handle and protect the law enforcement is if they cooperate with the elite to bring in these gangs. I mean, I'm trying to help us see from a 40,000-foot view, we got a mess. And President Trump is willing to put his name on it and clean up the whole mess. And so Cuba, the Rough Riders, do you know that it was so victorious at San Juan Hill, which protected Guantanamo, which is where our base is to this day for the Navy? That Guantanamo area being saved was so popular. That's how Theodore Roosevelt, the minute he came back on the land in America, they immediately voted him in as the governor of New York. He went right from that to being the president of America. And he said, America is just, it's not the government, it's you and me. You and me, we're the government. There's not some government and then the people. We're all it. We work together to get this nation where it needs to be. And he kept saying that and fighting for that. And he was trying to warn the people because he knew that if you go out in the arena and you become that guy, you're the one's going to get beat up all the time. And
Yeah.
that's how we became a silent majority in this country.
This is great, and this is the kind of reporting that we need. We need to get back to because during that time frame, William Randolph Hearst, who's been given a bad name, I believe, was actually reporting what was going on, and it was getting twisted, still twisted to this day. So he supported, going down there and cleaning up the mess of Spanish, taking over. Now it's just basically degenerated back to what happened with the Spanish, controlling and manipulating the Cubans. So yeah, I think it's great that we're going to go in there and a rescue mission and save them from this evil group that's taken over. Same thing in Mexico. Same thing in Colombia. Same thing, like you're saying. This is brilliant. It's a brilliant plan, but trying to get this message across from this evil press is very difficult.
Well, I put out this last week. It was more than a little over a week ago now, the anniversary of Lake and Riley. And that they've sent the picture out. So I completely retweeted it and put a note on, and I said, say her name in capital letters. As soon as I did that, someone gave me the picture of the woman who used her vehicle to attack an ICE agent in Minnesota, in Minneapolis. And so because they came out with her picture, I put that out and said, how is it that the news is going to say, well, she didn't drive over him. She didn't drive over his body. She didn't drive over him. She didn't drive over his body. And they just kept repeating it and repeating it and repeating it. So from putting it out, one of my followers went out and found her rap sheet and brought the rap sheet up on Twitter. And so I retweeted that. I don't know if you can find that tonight, but I retweeted that. And they never say who these people are. And then because I retweeted that, someone else had information. So I had to retweet that. They found a group that she's in that is out there teaching people in America. We're funding it through some program. They're getting money. We're funding how they can protest against, attack, and ram their vehicles. They're told what to do. And then there was a video that just came out late last night where the guy wouldn't stop his engine, backed in and rammed a vehicle with the back end of his car, and then raced forward and rammed the front of his car into another vehicle in front of him. They're taught to do these exact things, and we're paying for it with our tax money through some organizational structure. I mean, it's just, but the upset of the people, they don't understand what's going on. They don't understand the battle. They don't understand what it's going to take for us to gain our country because they think it's a great country and you people don't understand. And it is a great country, but we are not free. We've never been free. We've never been independent at all. And that's what we're trying to gain. And it's a big process to gain it. But to gain it and still have the people in Mexico feel we stole their land. And now Cuba's still saying we stole their land and all we've done is lease some property for Guantanamo Base. That's all we've done. And they say we stole the Guantanamo Base property. We didn't steal anything. But see, if they keep lying and repeating the lies, then you start thinking, and that's why they say death to America, is because there are people using American money to do this, but it's not the people who are fighting to save countries in this world and to bring us to peace, like the president, and get the job done.
Yeah, it's a sad situation. So yeah, and your Nation Restored, really good stuff. I like the one with looks like Patton, and it's got is that
That's
it's
the old Donald Trump, isn't it?
it's a
What
yeah
they did,
it's Trump, yeah, looking like Patton. Oh, that's
because there's
fantastic.
still a question: is he the son of Patton? And everybody wonders why. Well, the girlfriend, the young girlfriend of Patton, they said was having a baby, but she was ill from the war, and I don't know if she lived much longer. I don't know the details, the dates, or anything. So it was just fun today to put the one out of Patton because he's in the snow, which they said is going to be. We're going to have ice, like ice age, the next few days across the country.
Yeah,
And this one just came out today.
this is great. I think he's a son of Patton. I know what you're talking about. And you know, there's a lot of stuff to point to that, like you're talking about. So there, and because he's got like, I guess he got like Patton's dog, the same type of dog, and he named it. I don't know if he named it Patton or something, but there's a lot of similarities between him and you know, General Patton, and he talked about him all the time. He's like you know, so it's very, very interesting. So yeah, so here he is. He's trying to do, you know, what he did or tried to bring to light. Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. So massive storm coming across the country. Left our prayers, everybody. Let's make it less of a storm. Sending out the prayer and the you know, make it not so bad. All right, just dream on that and pray on that, and we'll make it a lot less. All right, so California is not the place you want to be. So, like the Beverly Hillbillies, they loaded up their trucks. So everybody's loading up their trucks and moving out of Cali, right? So not such a great place to be these days. All right, so there's lots of problems in Cali. Now, the latest, like we've seen in Minneapolis, is incredible fraud. So the fraud that we're seeing in Minneapolis is going to be very small compared to California. I think everyone probably knows that at this point. So I followed this representative in California, Kevin Kiley, and he's got this one post: today's Judiciary Committee hearing Nick Shirley agreed that fraud in California may be even worse than what he uncovered in Minneapolis. So I would say that that's an absolute. So let's kind of go over and look at that real quick. So here is his page, Representative Kiley. So in here's Nick Shirley giving testimony, and there's Kevin Kiley, asking him questions. But it's absolutely a problem, and it's going to continue to be a problem. Now, for 15 years, whole milk has been banned for 20 million school children in California. The president just signed a bill I helped pass to end this crazy policy and bring whole milk back to our schools. What the heck? It's like, and bring back raw milk too, if you can. So they don't like that. You talk about raw milk, they'll take you down on YouTube. Here's another one with Jack Smith. It says Jack Smith was reversed and rebuked by multiple Democrat appointed judges and even the Department of Justice itself for overstepping his authority and circumventing constitutional rights. Yet he wouldn't say he made a single mistake in the whole investigation. All right. So this is one of the things that these criminals in the Democrat Party and the liberal media and so forth, they're going to continue to war against us and put their judges and their congressmen and their women and their lawyers and so forth to continually push back on us when we're trying to get justice and get rid of criminals and so forth in our cities. So in Minneapolis, I saw it looked like AI to me, but there's some video that's rolling out there that looks like it's 10,000 people demonstrating and minus 30-degree cold. I don't think so. All right. I think that's a absolute AI thing that's going on out there. So we'll see, in the future, a lot of this get exposed. Now, we're going to have a guest on here in a second, Vim Miller. He's going to talk about, speaking of California, he's going to be talking about Chad Bianco. This guy is maybe has some problems in his background. So we're going to talk a little bit about that. Of course, Lewis Herms is the guy we want to make it all the way. And you're going to, just like everything else, they're going to throw interference constantly at the people that would probably serve us the best. Now, here's Lewis Herms. Now, we've done shows for years. He's an amazing guy. Bold solutions to restore California's freedom and prosperity. High taxes and cost of living equals waste, fraud, and abuse. Like we're seeing right now in Minneapolis and in Maine. I guess they went up to Maine. They found some problems there too, over in Ohio. Of course, California is going to be the mother of all fraud, waste, and abuse states, I guarantee you. So there's lots of issues out there: abortion or right to life, utility cost, wildfires. We know that these guys have been setting a lot of these wildfires with energy weapons, infrastructure and transportation. Seniors and veterans are ignored. Education, California is towards the bottom in education, yet they spend probably the most on their school children. AI, artificial intelligence takeover, crime, homelessness. They're defrauding with homelessness as well. Lots of billions and billions of dollars have gone missing. They're supposed to go on to the homeless. Economic inequality and poverty, housing affordability. It's one of the most expensive places on the planet to buy homes. So lots of problems. Police and fire, once celebrated as noble professions, they're basically coming after the police and the fire people. God, it's crazy. Our children being exposed to poison, and they're being poisoned. Election fraud, of course, every time there's any kind of election that happens in California, within a second, it's already been decided. It's like, oh, yep, this person won. Or, Joe Biden won. Right. I mean, 1 second after California, opened it up so they could, show the voting. Same thing with You know, a lot of I think just about for the last probably 2, 3 decades, you've had, you know, governors in California that were selected, not elected. Then, of course, really this should be at the top. Child trafficking is our silent plague, and that's one of the problems that's really rampant in California as well. And really, there's only one person that's going after that aggressively, and that's Louis Herms. So, lots of great stuff. And let's bring in Vim. Vim, how you doing?
How you doing, sir? How are you?
Very good, very good. Thanks for coming on. So,
Yeah, thanks for having me on, man. I've been following you for quite a bit. Definitely pre-election, you're producing some great content. So, thanks for having me on your show.
excellent. Yeah. So we hear that you've got some very interesting information on Chad Bianco.
Yeah. I mean, one thing I wanted to correct, you were saying I have some problems. I think the biggest problems that somebody has right now is Chad Bianco, because frankly, he accused me of being the third assassin and for third Trump assassin. And for people that have been following me, you could actually find videos on this topic where he pretty much made up the whole thing, said I'd entered a Trump rally with guns, which was categorically false. It wasn't even possible on that day. That's what people I don't think understand is the degree of his lying in order for him to get on television. He's a bit of a media hoe, and he's done this sort of thing to a lot of people. After he falsely accused me, he accused another 22-year-old college student for some, blanket threat she had made. And this is a person that doesn't own guns and is just a college student, female, 22 years old. And based upon that, he got the Riverside board to essentially fund his security for his campaign. He has 11 armed guards that follow him around everywhere he goes, Backtracking to the, fake assassination hoax. I mean, a lot of people remember that date because for, a couple of days, this was pretty much worldwide news. And I think what some people don't necessarily know, but this information is available on my platforms for you to see it yourself and hear the recordings yourself. It was all lies. It was all lies. I was 1.2 miles from the rally, and I drove up to a parking lot. And before even attempting to enter, I rolled up to a deputy, told him I had a couple of firearms, even offered for them to hold on to the firearms, right? Subsequent to that, Chad Bianco the next day, after the FBI and Secret Service say that Trump was in no danger, they don't even want to interview me. They don't even want to. While I was in custody, they came in and kind of looked at me, and I think they had already done their research. This was only like 3 hours into this ordeal on October 12th. They decide, there's nothing here. They didn't even question me about it, which is not what you do for an assassin suspect, even if the person is suspect. I'm not talking about if it, there was obviously no legitimacy to it. Well, Chad Bianco has gone around for the last 12 months propagating this false information. And again, for people, I'm very active in terms of releasing receipts, and I have all of them. And for people that want to check it out, this guy's going around still saying this guy tried to enter a Trump rally, digging a deeper hole for himself in terms of the defamation, because it shows that this wasn't like a one-day event, that this is something he's using in his campaign, very much like how he lies and he said he's praying with BLM when there's tons of videos out there that show him kneeling for BLM, saying 100% he's working with BLM. And today he says that, hey, they're a terrorist organization, and if I ever did this, I'd have to quit my job. I mean, there's videos of him kneeling, saying, I am kneeling for BLM, 100% working with them. So, I released the thing yesterday, which is Bianco in a straitjacket, questioning the mental health of this individual who thinks that by yelling at people, the facts, the receipts are going to change, And so, I'm out there really to warn people about this guy. I agree with you that Lewis is a fantastic candidate. And the reasons I love Lewis so much is because he's actually an investigative journalist, right? He knows how to dig the receipts on corrupt individuals. And my point of view is that in modern day and age, you can't go into office being willing to kneel for these corrupt politicians. If you're going in there thinking I'm going to compromise with these leftists, with these communist Marxists, and there's negotiation room there, well, guess what? You're in one way or another going to sell out the state or the country. That's a fact, you know. What I like about Lewis is he's the type of person that will find the dirt, which, by the way, he's done a lot of that in terms of Chad Bianco as well, where there's receipts of him. You know, I'll give you some examples where, let's say, a door costs $3,000. His billing it at $50,000. If a room costs $100,000, he's billing it at $800,000. And guess who pockets all the change, right? Or at least some of the change. And so when I heard Lewis in his debate against Bianco, where there was a bit of fuckery on that one too, because I noticed Lewis's mic for some reason was in mono while Bianco sounded like the singer of Korn on stage, and it was obvious that somebody was doing some, you know, trickery back behind the scenes to mute Lewis's voice. Well, those are all hallmarks of somebody that the establishment fears, which is the kind of person I think we need. I think we need the kind of person that's able to find the dirt on people. Like, imagine Nick Shirley, what he's done with Waltz in Minnesota. And now imagine you have a politician in terms of Louis Herms that goes in there, has his, you know, what I call the media assassins, a term that I coined after I got called the third assassin, which is pretty much what we've been doing for about 8 years now, is exposing these types of individuals. Well, imagine you have somebody in there that's able to hand an envelope and say, hey, you know, corrupt leftist person who's a Marxist, here are the receipts on how you've been ripping off the people. So you have an option here. You know, you have an option. Either we could go Nick Shirley on you and make sure you'll never see another day in office, or we're going to get rid of these Marxist bills. We're going to return parental rights. You know, we're going to return common sense regulations, get rid of the over regulations that's driving small businesses out of business in California. So I'm equally excited about, you know, Louis Herms as much as I am not excited about Chad Bianco. And I'm just here to tell information to people so they could make a wise choice, because this is one of the most important elections in California history. We already saw New York go down the drain to communist Marxists, and that could very well happen to California. And then our country's sandwiched between these two massively powerful states with bad leaders in office. So that's what I'm here to talk about.
That's fantastic. Yeah, I remember this incident, Vim.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, man, they screwed that guy over big time. I'm so glad you're stepping out and pushing back. Now I see you filed a lawsuit.
Yeah.
Tell us about that.
Yeah, so we filed a lawsuit really early on because what happened subsequent to this third assassin, the lies, is that they sent Las Vegas Metropolitan police officers to my parents' home thinking that that's where I was, with false information. And by the way, on you see good cops in there that are like, look, this is ridiculous, we should just leave. And then you see the bad cops in there that are clearly there to, you know, sell a false narrative, will go into my parents' home without a warrant. They're trying to, you know, essentially enter without a warrant. Luckily, my parents didn't let them. And we also had a gentleman by the name of Steve Sanson, who's been fighting corruption for like 30 years. He's one of the OGs. That's a friend of mine that was called in to stop what was going on. He had to make calls to the governor and sheriff of Clark County, which is Las Vegas, to prevent this incursion. But it was very clear that their intention there, and you know how this stuff happens, man, where it's like, you know, oh, we saw him reach for something, and it's like a water bottle, and the next day they're making you out to be Lee Harvey Oswald. So once we realized that was the game, and also I ran as an America First Republican in 2022 with a lady by the name of Sigal Chada, who's a lawyer. They stepped in with concerns of, you know, this being like the worst of worst cop corruption, and filed a lawsuit overnight, pretty much as a signal that, you know, this is coming to a stop. And that's when the violent intentions, I think, stopped. But Chad Bianco's defamation has continued until today, which, you know, when you have the taxpayers paying for these lawsuits, and I'll give you an example. He's already lost $100 million worth of lawsuits. He's got another 19 on tap, 12 of them being about. He's had the highest number of jail deaths in California history.
Wow.
I sent you videos of his deputies, you know, beating the crap out of people, using SWAT gear to walk in, like 12 guys in SWAT gear to take down one guy in a jail cell. You know what I mean? It's unbelievable level of violence and bad behavior that's coming out of the department. But, you know, when you listen to Chad Bianco, he talks about, you know, things like, hey, I wish it was the 60s still, so we could take people behind the woodshed and beat the shit out of them. Like, literally his words, you know? So, and then, you know, he says stuff like, I'm the sheriff, I could do whatever I want, you know? And what do you mean you could do whatever I want? I mean, even Joseph Stalin and Hitler didn't talk like that, you know? No, you can't do whatever you want, you know? So you kind of see his personality, his power-hungry nature, just willing to, you know, destroy people's lives for his own personal gain. And, you know, yeah, he's hiding behind the R right now, but, you know, that's just tyrant behavior. That's like a dictator. Another thing he said is that he wants to make the word homelessness illegal and throw people in jail for it. So, I mean, you know, it's, you know, he's the gift that keeps on giving. Every time he opens his mouth, we get to see what he's really all about.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. Do you want to share some of those videos?
Yeah, should I do it on mine? I had sent it to your producer too, but I could definitely load it on mine as well. And yeah, here, one sec. Screen share. You know what? Give me one sec here. Yeah, but for people, you know, that are interested in this topic, you know, I have a lot of stuff posted on we run this network, Mindy Robinson and I, called America Happens. If you guys go to our Rumble channel, there's a lot of videos there. There's a lot of videos on my X account, which is at Not Van Miller, just like written there, or AmericaHappens.com. And one sec here, I'm going to share this screen. But, you know, for the viewers out there, I mean, I really, you know, right now we have Steve Hilton and Chad Bianco leading in this very important race. And I hope people actually take the time to get to know Lewis, because he's got all the right ideas. And this is a different landscape in terms of politics. You know, we need somebody that goes in there, because negotiating with these people and trying to bend the knee, you know, it's all of these knee benders that think that they're going to negotiate with people that have bad ideas that come from a Marxist point of view. And I don't think that is going to do it anymore, because that is just like the slow road to tyranny. And you get somebody like Newsom, you know, in office, and it becomes the fast road to tyranny. So one sec here. Screen share. Got it here. All right. Is that working now?
That's it.
All right. So this is a compilation video I put together that kind of has a selection of different Chad Bianco antics. So I'll just play this and kind of stop along the way to talk about it.
I am the highest elected official in this county. I can do anything that I want. There is only one sheriff's uniform, and that's mine.
Sorry, you have a different opinion than me, and I'm sorry yours is wrong.
Yes. So voters want a candidate that's staying their ground when defending their values and their beliefs. Again, a lot of tough talk, but actions are what matter. So Sheriff Bianco, in June 2020, you were in a face-off with the anti-American, anti-police enemy BLM, and you took a knee. Look, hey, hate me all you want. It just fuels me. Just keep it coming. A few hours later, the looting started. Okay? So why should the voters trust you to hold the line next time And what would the rest of you do differently when facing the same enemy?
It's interesting that you're coming here with your attitude, but your entire question is too balanced. There were 10,000 people in downtown Riverside. There were 1,200 cops. 950 were my deputies. 300 were other law enforcement officers outside of that. No, I never took a knee to BLM. So here's the thing. So for all of you Republicans out there, for all of you with a brain and who can critical think, right now, I am arguably the most respected law enforcement leader in the country. Right now, I am the most respected law enforcement leader in this state. Right now, I am the most respected law enforcement leader in my county, hands down. That never could be possible with what you just said happened, me kneeling to BLM. Absolutely not. Here's the answer. My God is far bigger than BLM. My God is far bigger than this room, your silly question, or the lie that the looting started after. My job that night, after we prayed for the safety of my deputies,
Don't assault me. I didn't ask you a question.
we're going to add time for him interrupting me. We're going to add time for him interrupting me. Here's the thing. After I told them personally that we were shutting them down because it was turning riotous, we gave them 20 minutes to leave. They asked if they could pray for my deputies. I said, absolutely. And they did. 30 minutes later, we physically, with the most force ever used against a domestic terrorist organization, we removed them from Riverside with zero looting, with zero damage, and with zero injuries to my deputies. And to this day, those organizations put out across their social media, do not go to Riverside County because we can't help you with Sheriff Chad Bianco. It is a lie perpetrated by some
Listen to somebody commanding the crowd, saying, "Give them space to take the knee." Look at the officer. They're even recording this moment.
The unfortunate part of this is everybody. This is a huge divide. There's no working here, voices being heard. It's just a big, huge divide. And the leaders of this have to work with us to make a difference. And if this is what starts it, then this is what starts it.
We're working with them right now by taking a knee.
100%. 100%.
We're working with them right now by taking a knee.
100%. 100%.
What is your message to the community?
The message to the community is this does nothing. This does nothing. Your voices mean everything. Actions do not. Actions are contrary to what our voices say sometimes.
Which started October 13, 2024, when Sheriff... All right, I'm going to stop her real quick. Do you mind if we just talk about what we saw before we get into this next one?
Heck yeah, boy, he's just killed himself.
Dude, like, here's the thing. I mean, you just saw him lie about everything. He said he didn't take a knee, but he took a knee, and he thinks he's going to raise his voice and yell at people, which is... like, it's just that there's no diplomacy in that. It kind of feels very psychotic. The amount he compliments himself, I mean, I joke, man. I've never seen a man suck his own dick like this ever in my life. He's like, I'm the greatest. I'm the
top.
Huh?
It's over the top. Yeah.
I'm the greatest.
And even bringing in God is like, and God, and it's like, whoa. And
Dude,
now we see all the lies. It's like, whoa, this guy's like, he's got some horns on him.
Dude, like, he in churches, that's what kills me, is that he pretends he's a Christian by going around to churches for the last 3 years, by the way, brother, last 3 years, saying the same lie, saying he's a Christian. And I'm just like, dude, how does that even, like, how do you even have the balls to do that when you're such a great liar? Like, you're lying in front of God out of all people, you know? So anyway, like, it's that's his personality, though. That's the kind of person we're dealing with. I have no idea why anybody in the California Republican Party would think that this guy's a good idea. One of the things I've noticed is, you know, for people that are aware of the Schiff-Garvey race, where Schiff handily beat him very, I mean, he destroyed Garvey. What happened with that race is that Katie Porter was leading, and in the jungle primary of California, the Schiff camp was very worried. They were saying that, look, if it's me against Katie Porter, everybody knows Katie Porter could be quite a nasty person. And they thought, look, if it's Katie Porter versus Schiff, it is gonna cost us $100 million, right? So what these clever leftists did, and this is again something that I fault the Republicans, because the Democrats are playing chess, which I don't even think the Republicans in California know how to play checkers, right? So they go out there and they say, let's give $10 million to Garvey. Make sure, and this is pre-primary, so somebody getting $10 million is an awful lot of money. That's usually not the way it works. Usually the money comes in after the primary is already won, right? But they give this dude $10 million. He beats Katie Porter. He's second to Schiff. And then guess what? The general election happens, and Schiff destroys Garvey, because Garvey was a terrible candidate, which is exactly what's going on here. Because if you notice, the mainstream media, whereas with a Republican that they don't like, example being Trump, they'll just go overboard in trying to get rid of that person, right? But what's happening is they're kind of being quiet right now because it's pre-primary. And any one of these candidates we've talked about, especially Herms, right now, I guess Hilton's neck and neck with Bianco, but Herms or Hilton is a much bigger challenge for the Democrats. So these guys are playing a lot of chess on us, while you heard the audience there too, man, where they're like, he's talking about all these lies. It's obvious he's lying. You got the people that are diehard supporters of him, which, by the way, they bust in from Riverside, because that's his kind of, they brought in a lot of former cops and current cops that are on his payroll. So that was why those people were like, woo, Bianco, whatever. But that's not the real world. That's like a room that they fabricated for his own gain. This piece is basically about the third assassin. It's about 3 minutes long, and shows a little bit more of Bianco's behavior, if you want me to play this one.
Oh yeah, definitely. And just to give you some insights on the way the Californian Republican Party is. A lot of us supported Cordy Williams, who's like the megaphone Marine. I don't know if you remember him or familiar with him, but
you're talking about the chiropractor.
Yeah.
Dude, he's somebody. We've been friends for a real long time, dude. I love Cordy.
Nice. That guy was crushing it.
Yeah.
So the GOP gave all the money to a guy that never wins. Crazy.
Dude, you're the biggest scumbags, man. This is why I'm kind of done with this Republican Democrat paradigm, when we have a Republican Party in California that's been invaded by a bunch of Marxists. And by the way, another big thing, man, that is my biggest issue with them, right? You have so many amazing candidates. If you're preparing for a fight, you get all these candidates on a stage and you have them duke it out for 16 months leading up to the primary. But what they've done is there hasn't been one debate. There's been question and answer sessions where candidates like Chad Bianco are given questions ahead of time. And by the way, that question was given to him ahead of time. He knew that question was coming. And even then, he loses his shit and gets aggressive with voters. And that never looks good. It never looks good for somebody to lose their temper that way, right? So there's been no debate. So now we have a situation where somebody great like Louis Herms, but which, by the way, Louis is a hell of a debater. He comes with receipts, but he's not even been given a chance by the Republican Party. They just decided Chad Bianco is our guy. In fact, what the Riverside Republican Party did is they were having a question and answer session that they invited a bunch of candidates to, right? And we did some interviews. Two candidates that talked about this is Daniel Mercury and David Serpa. And they said about how they're really excited. They thought finally they're going to be on stage with Chad Bianco, be given a decent chance. Well, they find out through the grapevine that they've already decided Chad Bianco is winning. Okay. And this is where it gets even crazier. So these guys are like, you know what? F this. They're trying to set us over a trap. They're trying to humiliate us. Man, Chad Bianco doesn't even show up to the question and answer session, and they still gave him the win.
Wow. Jeez.
Yeah,
he's being selected. That's bullshit. Yeah. So we need to close this. Good job, man. Let's roll it.
Yeah, here we go. which started October 13, 2024, when Sheriff Chad Bianco falsely accused me of being the third Trump assassin. He did this without a shred of evidence, and he knew he was lying through and through. He knew that the stories he was saying were impossible to happen on that day.
I am glad that we're not talking about this after we shot him. If you're asking me right now, I probably did have deputies that prevented the third assassination attempt. He was a lunatic. It's people trying to do harm, and thank God we prevented it. And we know that we prevented something bad from happening, and it's irrelevant what that bad was going to be. I truly do believe that we prevented.
So I'm a Trump caucus captain, but I want to be totally transparent. I'm from Nevada, and I do have my firearms in the back. Do you guys want to hang on to it? I mean, I don't mind you guys holding on to it either.
They'll decide what they're going to do.
Okay.
Just pull up in the outfit.
All right, thank you.
Where are you trying to go?
Oh, the gentleman, that sheriff told me to pull in here because I told him I have 2 firearms in the back, and I'm just letting you guys know.
Bianco had his press conference on October 13th, 2024. The FBI and Secret Service had already stated that there was no threat to Trump and declined to even interview Van Miller.
This event and the ongoing lies of Chad Bianco caused me to investigate the corruption in California. And what I found is that Chad Bianco is far from a novelty. He wouldn't get away with such crimes if there wasn't an entire ecosystem there to protect him. And protect him they did. Well, after that, Chad Bianco spent the last 16 months using his power to suppress my speech, to weaponize his governor campaign against me, to put out more falsities, to put a target on my back. I've been targeted, harassed, assaulted, lost contact with my children, had my parents attacked, and a litany of other repugnant behavior due to Sheriff Chad Bianco. But Sheriff Chad Bianco, nonetheless, today is one of the leading Republican candidates. He claims that he is a MAGA Republican. He claims that as a constitutional sheriff, while using suppression of speech, while banning me from events, while insisting that armed security guards are hired to remove me should I ever go to any of his events, even as a spectator. Sheriff Chad Bianco, that is plaguing California and plaguing our entire nation. Corruption and criminals in powerful positions in our government has become the rule and not the exception. So if you have any questions about that third assassin piece I showed you, and that last piece you saw is him talking about beating the shit out of illegal immigrants, which he openly said, I couldn't believe it actually came out of his mouth.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, this guy's over the top bad dude. So I'm glad you're exposing this. This is but where do you think this is going to go? Is this going to get any traction? Is it getting any traction?
Well, you know, we're being heavily censored. I've been down to like probably 1% of my social media reach. Luckily, there's other people now incentivized whose reach hasn't been damaged to actually get me on podcasts. And yeah, I've been at this for 16 months in terms of exposing him. In fact, the reason why Steve Hilton is neck and neck with him is because 2 weeks after the third assassin hoax, I started going after him, and I started going after him regionally. We've put out something like 300 media pieces. There's a long podcast called Porno Cops about how he employs an OnlyFans creator in his department amongst a lot of these bribery scandals. I mean, that episode, Porno Cops, which I believe is my Blood Money podcast, and that's what that sign is back there. It actually shows a lot of, things like ripping the people off and overcharging for, $3,000 door for $50,000 or a bathroom that's $100,000 that he charges $800,000 for. So in every aspect of being a so-called leader, he is integrally corrupt. What is really interesting about the story, Michael, is that the reason I was even in California, and this is the great twist that I don't have that teed up on this particular piece, but I was the guy that actually discovered the 150 semi trucks and trailers that were transporting illegal ballots all through California, New Mexico, Colorado, and California being a big one, right? So on October 8th, I went to California, went to the James O'Keefe premiere of Line in the Sand. And the crazy thing is that my friend Nicole was taking pictures that at that event, at the after party. Well, she takes a picture of me turns 90 degrees and takes a picture of Chad. We're literally standing back to back. We didn't even know we're in the same room. So that night, I go and I drive 3 hours north to a place called Lubec, California, which for people that want to see that video, you know, like I said, everything has receipts. It's called the Motherlode of California Ballot Fraud. Just if you search Motherlode and California, it'll pop up on X, or it's right on our front page at americahappens.com. Well, you know, while I was investigating this through 2 whistleblower truck drivers, we discovered that from Tacoma, Washington, ballots were being loaded up on 150 semi trucks and trailers and being distributed all through California. The thing that really freaked out these drivers was that normally when they're tasked with this kind of a job, they just, you know, pick up their trucks and then go and do their job, right? In this case, they were realizing that the ballots are crossing state lines. They had actually seen these fraudulent ballots, and they were chaperoned and told that the only truck stops they could stop at were the 2 truck stops in California, one towards the north, one towards the south in Lubec, California. That's why I went to Lubec, to actually take pictures of the trucks, document their DOT numbers. And I handed this to people that are associated with Trump. And if you remember, on December 14, 2025, Trump came out and said, we've discovered truckloads of ballot fraud in California. Or he said something like, we have truckloads of ballot fraud in California, evidence of ballot fraud. And from what I've been told through his very close associates is that he is referring in part to my investigation, the files that I handed to lawyers and friends of his, and I'm talking about bills of lading and names of people, the names of the principals of the company, who incidentally 2 of the principals of the company happened to be both convicted felons who never did a day in jail. You know, one of them was convicted of 3 counts of aggravated rape and only paid a $200,000 fine. The other owner of the company was convicted of financial fraud and again did no time. So when I started sharing this with individuals like Patrick Byrne and other individuals that are involved in exposing our election fraud, they said, wow, that has the hallmarks of individuals that are essentially on the take with the government and just, you know, doing all this bad stuff to prevent themselves from going to jail. So that was the precursor to all this. That was the reason I even had firearms, which, by the way, one was a Glock 19, the other one was a shotgun. So these are not assassination weapons. I don't think there's been an assassination with a shotgun or a handgun since like probably World War I. And you see, like, a competent sheriff would look at all this. I mean, if I had a high-powered rifle and a notebook like a crazy person, I get it. But it's like, to think that you could lie to this degree and get away with it, and once you're caught lying, to keep lying, knowing that all you're doing is you're adding dollar signs to the eventual amount that I'm going to end up winning for the defamation and slander, because this was like, you know, the worst case of defamation and slander, including him lying and saying that I made verbal statements. I'm here to kill President, fill in the blanks. Well, I mean, it's just, I don't know. That's why I don't hesitate when I put him in these like AI images with straight jackets and that sort of thing, because I think that's the kind of individual we're dealing with here in terms of Chad Bianco.
Yeah, I totally agree. This guy's over the top in defamation. So you're how much you suing him for?
It's for $100 million, and they're doing every delay tactic because, again, you know, it's like he hired. So I have a mom and pop firm, a guy that's quite a fighter. His name is Ethan Behrman, and I always say that his name's very appropriate because he's like a bear of a man. He goes after this sort of corruption. That's why I chose him when there was a lot of lawyers wanting to take on this case. But, you know, they hired a law firm. They got 6 lawyers getting paid somewhere between, $750 to $1,500 an hour. They probably already wasted $250,000 worth of taxpayers' money. And, what does he care?
That's another question. That was the other question. I mean, that's the problem when you're going after corruption like this.
Mm-hmm.
Taxpayers pay for these criminals. It's crazy. This guy's a criminal.
This guy's a criminal, yeah. That's why I say, like, when the first thing I posted, if people look at the pinned video And they're like, dude, you can't call him the criminal. He's going to come after you. I'm like, listen, man, I've been doing this stuff for 8 years. I mean, Chad Bianco is not the first person I've exposed. Through our brand Media Assassins in America Happens, I'm proud to say I've taken down 4 judges off the bench. I've taken a bunch of, and people could just check out mediaassassins.com and Google search those individuals. They lost their positions. I got lawyers that lost their bar license because I also studied law, so I don't have fear when it comes to things like this, because if you're defamation, it's not defamation if it's true, right? And if they come after you and say, oh, whatever, I'm going to sue you for defamation because you said I'm a criminal. Like if Chad Bianco ever did that, well, guess what? We'll go into court. I could handle that case myself. It's not too hard. Then we get into the depositions and discoveries phase. In the depositions and discoveries, I start pulling people into court, and now it becomes a matter of law. The minute I get a deposition from somebody that's like, yeah, he did some criminal stuff, and I got receipts, which I got tons of receipts of, now I'm anti-slapping them. Now I'm taking their money, and on top of that, I'm taking legal fees and pretty much proving in the court of law that that person is a criminal, just like I've been saying from day one about Chad Bianco. And then what happens in court? Then the judge takes notice and they're like, whoa, this guy just caught a criminal. And now it has to go to the Department of Justice. So it's the kiss of death for them to come after truth. And my experience in law and being able to file lawsuits and go after these people gives me a great sense of confidence that, as long as you're telling the truth, man, there's nothing they could really do to you. And if they try, it'll be at their own detriment. I'll just, make a lot more money.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
And I we're seeing in Minneapolis, there's tremendous fraud. And you're already starting to expose it with him. So,
yeah.
So he's on like shaky ground right now, and he's trying to push back, and he's lying everywhere. Jeez, man, he's going to not have anybody supporting him. So I like that RFK was Junior was hanging out with you, taking a picture. That's cool.
Yeah, I met a lot of these people. I mean, I've been in the game for a while. I've had a lot of suppression because you go after judges and that sort of thing, and they make phone calls. Like my ex account, you notice the chart there is like spiking, and then all of a sudden Bianco does his election call, and then it basically flatlines, right? Well, we even found out what that's all about. Luckily, Stu Peters 3 days ago released a code that shows you all the labels that are placed on your account that cause suppression. And people finally realized that X is actually suppressing people over a whole bunch of things. Well, that code I actually had 3 months ago. Okay. We ran the audit. We got the evidence that the primary reason why my X account, they're saying 75%, but I actually think it's worse. But the primary reason why my X account has been suppressed is because of Chad Bianco and his campaign. So he's using leftist tactics, basically saying, hey, I'm a Republican, but using leftist tactics of censorship and suppression, using his powers as sheriff to shut voices that disagree or that have receipts about his crimes. You know what I mean? So again, this is like the fact that they crowned this guy like Kamala, they did with Kamala and what they did against Bernie and Hillary, I'm certainly not a fan of any of those. I'm not a fan of Bernie, but it's messed up what they did to him. That wasn't a democratic process. And here we have the California Republican Party trying to do the exact same thing. And I think they've created a big mess. I wish Louis Herms was given the chance to debate all these candidates properly. And I think he would have been the front runner if that was the case. But in case they crown somebody that, frankly, in California, he has zero chance of winning.
Wow. So, yeah, you're I'm looking at all your different accounts here. Looks like you're doing pretty good on many of them.
Trying. I mean, I would have been in a much better spot without all this suppression. I actually lost about 4,000 followers in a couple of months span. I mean, I got those charts too, and it was right after he called. He basically declared for his election. All of a sudden, it plummeted because you know how it is. It's like if you're not suppressed, you just kind of keep growing and growing. So I'm at like 15,000 on X right now. I think I would have been at 50,000 or more if I didn't spend the last 12 months, being heavily suppressed by this guy.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. There's some more video here. There's only like a minute or two left, but this
Yeah,
is
let's
kind
watch
of some of the. So remember, he said, "I wish I could take people behind the woodshed and beat the shit out of him." Right.
Yeah.
So now imagine that's what he's telling the public. So you can imagine that internally he's probably saying a lot worse. And that's his attitude. This is the kind of police department he runs, where violence and that kind of behavior is okay, and that is what this next section is about. So that's all that right there. I'll stop sharing the screen, but I want to show let me close this. I want to show a selection of so you guys could see the different aspects. There's a lot more. I know Lewis has receipts which we still haven't released. I've had them for a while too, in terms of what I was saying about overbilling builds, and that's an interesting story there too, because there was a cop that was actually a former contractor, so he knows what stuff costs, right? Yeah. And when he saw these bathrooms that are being built at 800,000, but they only cost 100,000, and doors that are 3,000 that they're building at 50,000, he started to flag them, right? What does Chad Bianco do? Well, he gets rid of that guy. He ships him to another department, and he puts in somebody that has no idea about anything doing with builds. And now all of this fraud starts getting through. And that's kind of thing that Chad Bianco has done over and over again. We know stories about election fraud where the best experts were brought in by patriots who have been doing it for a really long time, served to Chad Bianco and said, hey, this guy could really figure out what's happening with, for example, the trucking of illegal ballots, what I discovered, right? And Chad Bianco decides not to work with that person. He decides to hire somebody that everybody's been saying doesn't know what the hell they're doing, right? Mm-hmm. So this is Chad Bianco. This is unfortunately Chad Bianco and his, dirty police department.
Yeah, this is Mr. Magoo, who says go to Chad Bianco's wiki and hit references and go down to numbers 15, 16, 17. Read those, and you will see there's at Riverside County Jail. Yeah. He's a sheriff and a coroner. That's convenient, right?
Yeah, man. Yeah. I mean, that's another thing in California history. You guys saw a few jail videos there, and you could imagine if that's the way they behave. Unfortunately, you have a lot of Republicans in California that really don't care, people in powerful positions, and really not moving fearlessly. Because I don't think he realized I was going to hit him as hard as I hit him. And like I said, I've been at it for 16 months, and Steve Hilton has been the benefactor. I wish Louis Herms had declared earlier, but Steve Hilton, because he's the other chosen guy by the mainstream media.
Fox News, he's got all that back.
Yeah. And Fox News, by the way, the reason Fox News doesn't report about Chad Bianco, which tells you a lot about Fox News, is because something like $100 million of ad buys were given by the California Republican Party to Fox News. So, Fox News is not Fox News. Fox News is basically Fox propaganda, because when you're covering up news, which is what they've done with this story, by the way, Laura Ingraham invited me to talk about the third assassin hoax. And then 4 hours later, I get a phone call saying that, she doesn't want to do it because the legal department scared her, because the legal department most likely said, hey, the California Republican Party wants this guy to be, the main candidate for a Republican governor. And we just gave you $100 million, guys, and that creates a conflict of interest. So that's also what's going on there. I mean, when you're kind of in my shoes, and Lewis is exactly like this too. That's why I get along with Lewis so well. And the receipts, how things work. People come after me often that are like, well, if he's that bad, why isn't the DA saying anything? Or why don't we hear about it on Fox News? Well, you know what? 99.9% of the time, the answer is money and corruption. Money and corruption. That's the reason why. And we have receipts to that too. We got people that gave testimonials about this $100 million that was given to Fox News to buy ad time to push Chad Bianco and to a lesser degree Steve Hilton, because I think they're all hoping on Chad Bianco. And the reason for Chad Bianco, by the way, is that he's a great fundraising mechanism. You don't need to win the election. You don't even need to be a viable candidate. If you got like Riverside County, where there's so many people that are on the payroll of the Riverside Sheriff's Department, right? And so they're out there, spreading propaganda about how great Chad is. And now you're getting all these donors because you think, the sheriff's going to save California, ignoring the fact that he has an 8% crime solving record, so he can't even do his current job correctly. Then, you sell a lot of t-shirts, you get a lot of donors, and really that's what it is. We got our California Republican Party that doesn't care about winning. They care about fundraising and enriching themselves and being on the payroll that is the people's money,
God, man.
Yeah.
This sucks. And Riverside, that's a very conservative, very, I'd say GOP area, probably the strongest in California. And then you got a guy like that in there. Wow, that's a bad look.
Yeah.
How is he getting elected in there? How are the people electing him in there? Maybe they don't know. Maybe they didn't watch the video. So, God.
Yeah. This is what it is. You got a Van Miller out there who's being suppressed. You got other individuals. There's a lot of them. There's like the Mathis family, and Bianco covered it up. There's lawsuits pertaining to that. There's actually a court hearing next week regarding that in the Los Angeles Superior Court. When you got it, this is why I think he's so arrogant, because he's got all the right contacts, including the DA in his pocket that would be tasked with normally investigating a local criminal like this, including Fox News. Obviously, the left side of the media, they don't really talk about him that much. He's like kind of a non-entity right now. But when you got the media plugged, you got the law enforcement plugged, you got I think he's got something like 4,000 staff under his $1.1 billion budget. And by the way, there's all kinds of favors. Like he buys his executive staff $4,000 guns from the payroll of the department, right? So rather than buying them $500 Glocks, he's getting the fanciest handguns, Wow. Sheriff Stan, who was the prior sheriff, was having his executive staff drive around in $30,000 cars. Well, Chad Bianco comes into power and he's buying $100,000 cars, right? So you have a lot of people that are living large on the taxpayers' funds. And by the way, the minute Chad Bianco came in, the budget ballooned by something like $400-something million. It went from $700 million to $1.1 billion. A lot of this is, him using the public trust like an ATM and doing favors like this, cutting deals with.
Is that the local government that funds that, or does that come from,
California? It comes from the California budget, which is
even Newsom is funding them. I can't believe it.
See, this is what people don't understand when it comes to the real deal bad stuff. And Rob Bonta, by the way, who's also a Democrat, they play a little bit of WWE in front of us, where they're like, oh, Bianco's bad, and Rob Bonta keeps saying things like he's got a civil rights investigation against Chad Bianco. But they pretend that they are against each other. But when it comes to the real dirty stuff, this is what happens, So Newsom has made anywhere between, the estimates are $10 and $50 million enrichment while he's been in office. When you look at Rob Bonta, he's done a whole bunch of real estate scams, putting money in trust, right? And we're talking in the, tens of millions of dollars of personal enrichment, right? So they might come out there and be like, ooh, Chad's a meanie for, whatever, beating up people, right? But when it comes to the real stuff that they're enriching themselves, and I'm talking about these things that Louis Herms has receipts on in terms of, paying $700,000 more for a bathroom, where, everybody knows a bathroom shouldn't cost more than, or a contractor knows a bathroom shouldn't cost more than $100,000. So that money's going somewhere. It's being hidden in trust. You have these individuals buying houses left and right, and putting them in trust, right? So what happens if, Newsom really decides, I'm going to reveal the real stuff. I'm going to reveal the millions that are being lost. I'm going to reveal how he's wasting all these money on lawsuits. Well, Chad Bianco will do the same to him, because They all know each other's dirt. He's like a sheriff, so that's not hard to find out that Newsom has enriched himself and stolen a lot of money from the public trust. It's not hard to find out that Rob Bunt has done the same, and that's when the real dirt comes out. That's when the kind of dirt comes out that lands all three of them in jail. So while they play WWE in front of us, behind the scenes, that's the stuff that they hide, knowing that they're hiding it, knowing that they have a devil's compromise there, where, you know, whatever, we'll be like pretend enemies out in public, but really behind the scenes, we're all getting rich off the people's money.
Wow. Now, you also have another website, vimmiller.com, and you're a film, TV producer, documentary maker, investigative journalist. Boy, they picked the wrong guy. It's almost like God picked you to go be in that spot so that you could, expose this guy and all the criminality that's going on there in Riverside.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. That's the one thing I think about all the time, because 50,000 people showed up at that rally. And by the way, a lot of people have come forward and said, look, man, I had guns too in my trunk. I just wasn't stupid enough to tell them, you know what I mean? So, I have this, I don't know, man. It's like I have this stupid honesty thing where I just think honesty is the best policy, and probably it will be the best policy once this thing plays out. It's not like this whole thing hasn't been difficult and stuff, but I think out of all 50,000 people, honestly, pick the one guy that could actually sink his campaign. And obviously I can't do it myself. I need people's help out there, especially since I'm censored. But in terms of my skill sets, I've been at it since like the late 90s, man. I started off as a music video director. I did music videos for some prominent artists, got nominated for like MTV awards and BET awards, all Source magazine awards. I worked with DMX, Master P, John Mayer. I did a video for Jerry Seinfeld. I directed about 100 music videos, a lot of them that were on MTV at the time, a lot of buzzworthy clips. I met Kanye West when he first started as an artist, as a consultant, because they said, oh, this Vem guy and you, Kanye, you both think different, like you're wanting different kind of videos, because I would specialize in conceptual videos that were different than some of the videos other people were doing. So, I met, this was back in 2001 when I first started professionally as a music video director. Worked with DMX, Master P. There's pictures out there with me hanging out with these guys. Moved to New York for about 4 years during that era. Pretty much knew all the record labels, all the Def Jam artists, all the Interscope artists. Grew up with a lot of rock bands. That's how I got my start. I was actually friends with the guys from System of a Down. We're all Armenian. And I knew those guys back when they weren't even called System of a Down. They also, it's funny because now I listen to their like albums and stuff, and the lyrics are kind of like, I'm like, wow, that's where I learned all this stuff, was hanging out with Serge and Darren, and hearing Serge write his lyrics early on. And it's all about this kind of corruption. I mean, this stuff that has become in the public consciousness in the last, 4 to 8 years with the deep state and how stuff really works. I mean, these were System of a Down lyrics back in the 90s, So I have kind of a very, just a varied past in the entertainment business. And then in 2008, I got sick of doing music videos. I was specializing in hip hop videos, working with a lot of quote unquote gangsters and that sort of thing, and still, doing a lot of rock videos and pop videos too. But in 2008, I transitioned to making television shows, where I specialized in creating and selling shows that were documentary or reality, which I did till 2018. Helped to run the Vice Media Development Department when they first launched their Viceland network. And then saw really what turned me off of that business, because I actually really enjoyed the TV business and creating and selling TV shows, being an executive producer. But what really turned me off was that around 2016, all the woke propaganda came in, right? And a lot of people that were in my shoes in Hollywood also had this experience where it felt like, first we're creating TV shows and doing stories and that sort of thing. And then it became about propaganda, right? Selling the LGBTQ thing. I didn't enjoy that world, because you're dealing with a lot of shisty stores and that sort of thing that for,
Mhm.
I learned a lot about how they lie to people. Like if you buy, like, for example, a product that says they got 1,000 milligrams of something, chances are if you test it, there's only 150 milligrams, because the distributors that are always wanting to make a bigger buck usually go with the companies that have the products at the lowest possible distribution wholesale price, and they flat out lie about their labels, and this includes all aspects. Like there's a cookie out there that says, oh, there's only like 10 milligrams of sugar. Well, I know the manufacturer, and there's like 60 milligrams of sugar, and they flat out lie on their labeling. Obviously, what they submit first for testing is the 10 milligram version. But then by the time it hits the market, it's like 60 milligrams. So that was a big.
I have a buddy that basically was doing really, really well, multi-million dollar. He had supplements and so forth, and he was approached by this one group that wanted him to do a supplement, and he was like, "No, I'm not going to do that stuff," because he knew it was compromised, bad stuff. And so, make long story short, is basically the CIA wanted him to push this product that was going to be very bad for people. And then they came after him, destroyed him, destroyed his company, crazy stuff. Yeah.
It's crazy. I mean, it's crazy, dude. With the CIA, you mentioned the CIA, and I actually think that that's part of the backing of Chad Bianco and why he's been propped up.
Really?
I mean, I just think he has deep ties somewhere because of the way he's able to censor stuff. It's not just the sheriffs. Like the fact that he was able to do this assassin hoax, which, by the way, if you and I lied to the FBI, that's 5 to 8 years for submitting false information. But these guys never get like any punishment, right? Most likely the best we're going to do is make sure this guy's out of the race so he could go retire and make a shit ton of money in his retirement, right? And I asked myself, why are these guys not held accountable? And like the truck stop or the truckloads of ballot fraud in the 2 individuals I talked about, it's because these people are propped up, which makes me question, why is the CIA propping up these talentless individuals that are toxic to the country, toxic to the state of California, and creating this precedent of basically these losers that you don't want to aspire to be a Chad Bianco. You want to aspire to be somebody better. But it's like a bad lesson learned when the public looks at a Chad Bianco and says, okay, this guy's a complete piece of crap, but he's making $650,000 a year. And his last 2 years, he's going to make $725,000. And a lot of people look at that and think, oh, evil's the best way for me to be rich and live a comfortable life. And that is a terrible lesson to teach the public. And that's really what's going on. I mean, because a lot of bad guys are in powerful positions, while the guys that try to stay honest and try to do the right thing and true patriots are quashed, and I'm an example of that. I don't look at myself as a victim because whatever there's always a creative way. Hey, you're gonna censor my media. I'm gonna get on the Michael Jacko show and a whole bunch of other shows, and I'm gonna overcome that, right? But a lot of people don't have that ability to roll with the punches and to be kind of clever in the midst of such corruption. So yeah, I just question what that has done to our country, and including our presidents, by the way, like I try to not look at it as a, red and blue thing. I look at Obama and George W. Bush as they're both pieces of crap, in my opinion, and it's like, what is the lesson that George W. Bush taught us? Really, what is the lesson that he taught us? That he could most likely been part of 9/11, been part of the housing crisis, almost driven this country to bankruptcy, and then retire, comfortable life at Crawford Ranch and no accountability. Like, what does that teach the youth about doing things in the righteous way,
Yeah. So, you're exposing a lot of stuff. This is good, Vim. I'm very excited about what you're doing here, and hopefully this gets a lot of views. And I know you're probably going to go on a lot of other shows, so we'll hopefully other people look at this and say, yeah, let's get this guy on. I'd love to have it back on, discuss, where you see things going in the future.
Yeah.
And you got to keep talking because this is a bad dude.
Mm-hmm. And there's a lot of bad dudes, by the way. There's a lot more bad dudes. Obviously, this guy's been my focus.
Behind him, yeah.
behind him, and like today I just released a video about a judge that specializes in stealing old people's estate, about the guardianship scandals. So we're constantly, Chad Bianco is one of like 100 different targets that I have on my list. Chad Bianco just happens to be the front runner as far as being a target of mine because he's running for California governor. A lot of people are drinking his Kool-Aid. A lot of people don't know this information because it is so heavily suppressed. So right now he's, enemy number one on my list, and I have to make sure that this guy doesn't attain any more power and cause any more damage. But in terms of bad guys, I mean, I got a list of 100 of them that need to be called out because the system's not calling them out. And that's why when you go on the Media Assassins website, it says when there is no law. And if you actually watch the 30-second sizzle reel, it's all about how, when there is no law, when the DAs and the AGs and everybody else is that dirty that they don't hold these people accountable, well, the only way to expose them is to put their stuff on blast, like Nick Shirley does, like James O'Keefe does, like you do, like all of us independent podcasters and investigative journalists do, because they left us no choice. They left us no choice by allowing these people to run wild. Like today, there's enough evidence that Chad Bianco should be in handcuffs. You know what I mean? And the fact that that's not happening is because the ecosystem is so corrupt. Chad Bianco is enabled by the ecosystem around him. And that goes, by the way, for every scumbag politician, judge, lawyer out there. They have the ecosystem protecting them. So, what do? You got to expose them.
Yeah, you're doing a good job. Yeah, maybe we should have back on and expose some of these other jackasses.
I would love to. My big thing now is this family law world, because they're straight up destroying families. Men especially are victims of family law. I know you want to wrap it up, but just really quickly, like I know a guy named Adam Vina where his child was taken from him because he wouldn't go along with the transgender plan of his wife or his ex-wife. There's a lot of individuals like that. And, you got a whole generation of kids being raised by not having their dad in their family, which, by the way, is the perfect execution of the Marxist plan. Because if you don't have that good male influence on your life, what happens is you kind of live a compromised life in terms of your confidence, your mental state, which is right out of Communist Manifesto. I mean, this is what they want, and the enemy ultimately is the communist, Marxist, atheists, right? And I don't say atheists across the board, because atheist humanists are they're humanists, like they don't want to harm people. But then there's like the atheists of the like the Chinese Communist Party, whose agenda is really to destroy all religion, all faith, including, and I tell this to people like, hey, if you're a yoga instructor, just look at what they did with the Falun Gong practitioners in China, killing them,
organ harvest on them. Yeah.
Yeah, and so if you think that they're not going to come after you, yoga chick from Venice Beach, you know what I'm saying? So yoga chick at Venice Beach is as much of a target as the Orthodox priest, as the Orthodox Jew, as a practicing Muslim, you name it. If you believe in anything, they want to destroy that, because they wanted you to kind of have your ceiling be government. Government says X, Y, and Z. Forget about, what thoughts God is putting in your head about the corruption of this thing. Everything is about stealing your faith so government could control you. And we get this 1984 type world. And, it's like, we got to call it out, man. We got to call it out and stop that, because we could be sandwiched between two communist states in our country, and then what do we do? You know what I mean? With what happened in New York and what's been happening with a lot of the leftists.
Yep. Man, good points. Good points. Everything. Fabulous. So glad we decided to have you on, man. You're a gold mine with information. Thanks so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I'm really glad to be on your show, man. I've been a huge fan, and thank you for giving me the time to ramble away here.
I love it. Yeah, you ramble good.
Thanks, man.
So AmericaHappens.com, and what other places can people reach at?
America Happens, VemMiller.com. My ex, which is @NotVemMiller, because I still don't have my Vem Miller account back from Twitter 1.0, which is a curious thing, because I was
Jeez.
No, we're supposed to have a general amnesty, but I think I've done too much freedom of speeching and, pissed off somebody out there,
Well,
And
even Elon, he's got his one of his people that he's been with, women. He's got like lots of them that he's had children with, and
Yeah.
one of them wants to turn their child into transgender, and he's like, no, I'm going to get that child. So it's crazy. So you would think that he would be like, for you and everybody else like us. I was lucky to get back in. They took me down along with Trump and everybody else. So I'm surprised you're not back in there.
I mean, that's why I got the Not Ben Miller account. And right now, with what was exposed by Stu Peters a couple of days ago about all the throttling and the tricks they're playing, I mean, really what they're doing is the same thing as Twitter 1.0. I really miss the pre-2016 Twitter under Jack Dorsey, where my story about a corrupt judge that's stealing people's estates would have had a chance. And now what it feels like, I mean, I read the whole how the algorithm works. Basically what it is, it's like an algorithm built for an echo chamber. That's why when Jake Lang gets attacked by leftists, every account is talking about Jake Lang. Well, that's not really what's happening. You're seeing all those be promoted, while that video that I released the same day about the corrupt judge gets like 30 views, and on an account, by the way, that I should be more in the thousands compared to the ratio of what I have. So clearly this algorithm's not working. I don't know what's going on with Elon. I've definitely been very vocal about it. And by the way, on that tip, for people on X, you could actually file an arbitration suit that ChatGPT teaches you how to do. It's very easy. You're like, hey, this is what's going on. I'm throttled. I ran the code. And then you file an arbitration suit. The reason why this is such an important thing to do for people is because every time you file an arbitration suit with X, they cost them $5,000. If you have 10,000 people, and it's hard to get Elon's attention, but if you have 10,000 people filing arbitration suits, that's $50 million. Okay, so that'll get Elon's attention very quickly.
Wow. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
I see you do like you're with Mindy Robinson. She's got a lot of followers too, right?
Yeah, Mindy's great. She did the Route 91 documentary that I think it's had something like 100 million downloads on just what I calculated, because she let it out there for free. Made it where, hey guys, you could post this on your accounts. At one point when we're trying to, we created a business plan about what we were doing, and I actually tabulated, how many downloads there was based upon the 100 different accounts that are sharing her documentary. I mean, it was way up there. It was past like 80 million, probably at 100 million now. And she's been the premier person. There's been others, by the way, that I later found out that were very instrumental in exposing what happened with the Route 91 shooting, the Las Vegas mass shooting. But yeah, her documentary definitely is, one of the biggest ones out there. And, now we're actually starting a health company because I think she felt like she's banging her head against the wall. She started this a lot earlier than I did. And I think she's just like, well, I need to do something else to balance it out with all this political stuff. Because sometimes it sounds like, you're like yelling at a, mirror and stuff and not getting much change happening. So we're going to launch our little health website too very soon.
Nice.
And yeah.
Very good. Yeah. Once you get it launched, we'll have it back on and promote it. That'll be good.
Awesome, man. Awesome.
I'm going to help you guys out, because you're getting crushed. And, the only way we can win is if we get this information out, and you got to have the resources to keep it up. So that's good.
Yeah. I do documentaries too, by the way, on the side. I get privately commissioned to make documentaries, which is always helpful. Doing a family law documentary right now about the corrupt ecosystem of that. So really excited about that project.
Yeah, good. All right, Vem. Thanks so much.
Thanks, brother.
An honor to have you on. You're like sticking it out there, man.
Honored to be on your show too, man. I really appreciate you giving me the time.
Absolutely. Yeah, we'll do it again.
All right, brother. Thank you.
The situation in the United States now with the fake President Trump reminds me of a friend who has a sister who is a drug addict. And she borrowed money from all her relatives and friends and everybody until the well went dry, and they wouldn't lend her anymore. And now she says that she won the lottery and she's going to pay back everyone with interest. The problem is she didn't win the lottery. It's delusional. The same thing is happening with the fake President Trump. This has been going on for a while now. He says he's got $18 trillion in investment promises from around the world. It's just not true. It's not happening. Nobody's investing anything. Then he says he's got $18 trillion in revenue from tariffs, when in fact his revenue is $238 billion, which is not even enough to cover a month's deficit, trade deficit, or budget deficit for that matter. And now we're seeing some similar delusional behavior as far as Greenland is concerned. He thinks that somehow by grabbing Greenland, which is part of a NATO allied state, that it's going to solve all his monetary problems because they've got all these rare earths. Again, the problem is, even if they do, it'll take 7 to 8 years to develop, and he's got bills coming due on January 31st, so it's not going to be on time. The same with Venezuela. He says, oh, we got all this Venezuelan oil. Yeah, all right, they've been stealing oil tankers, but guess what? U.S. has also had oil tankers stolen from them in the Middle East, so that's not working. And the big attempt to grab Iran's oil, the gold, has failed. The real reason for this failed color revolution in Iran was, as I wrote in my weekly report, to grab the Persian gold hoard, which is apparently huge. It's more than the official reserves of the entire world. And remember, the official reserves are only gold that was recognized by the Western financial system and has their stamp on it. It's not the real amount of gold in the world. In any case, the rest of the world is not accepting any more IOUs from the United States. They want payment in physical silver or physical gold. And the fact that they failed to grab the gold in Iran means they're desperate. I don't see any way out of it except one, which is to accept the Dragon family offer of $100 trillion. This would be used to finance the Jubilee, to cancel all debt, public and private, in the West, to finance a huge rebuild of U.S. infrastructure, for example, a high-speed train network connecting the whole country, all sorts of things. And also, we would promise that we would cancel all debt, public and private, and everybody would become the owner of their current residence. And landlords would be compensated with the equivalent in rent. And as it's been pointed out, people who actually own their own houses and paid for them will be given an extra reward in the form of ownership of corporations that will be confiscated from the satanic oligarchs who stole it through central bank fraud. So all that is going to happen, but in the meantime, we still have this delusional megalomaniac who thinks he's Donald Trump. He's trying to invoke the Insurrection Act, and here you can watch the head of the Israeli Homeland Security. Remember, Homeland Security's headquarters is in Israel, and we have Christine Noem in this clip. You can watch her talk about the Insurrection Act.
Do you have any plans to pull out of Minnesota?
No plans to pull out of Minnesota.
How would you describe what you were seeing on the ground there? Would you describe it as an insurrection, and do you believe the president should invoke the Insurrection Act?
I describe it as violent and a violation of the law in many places. I discussed with the president this morning several things that we are dealing with under the department and different operations. We did discuss the Insurrection Act. He certainly has the constitutional authority to utilize that. My hope is that this leadership team in Minnesota will start to work with us to get criminals off the streets.
What this means is they want to use the military to shoot American civilians in order to impose a dictatorship ruled by their fake Trump. That's what it means. And unfortunately, there's people also working against legitimate law enforcement to try to create a crisis to justify this military takeover. I do believe we need a military takeover, but not one controlled by the satanic Zionists. And you can spot them because they're the ones who are covering up all the Jeffrey Epstein files because they're in them. So, anybody like Pam Bondi or anybody in the current regime that you're seeing on your screens does not belong in public office. Okay. Now, another thing that's going on is just like when the Romanian regime fell with Ceausescu, he kept ramping up repression and ramping it up until him and his whole family ended in front of a firing squad. And we're seeing similar repression in the United States. And for example, I'm pretty sure that the creator of Dilbert, Scott Adams, who just died, we know that was it Jonathan Greenblatt, CEO of the ADL, is going after people like Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens. And as a result, I've been told that a death warrant has been placed on him, trying to suppress the truth. So another person who I've heard a death warrant has been put on is Lindsey Graham, because he's been calling for the assassination of Vladimir Putin, the sitting head of state. So this is not issued by us. This is issued by someone else. I'm not at liberty to discuss who they are, but they told me that such warrants had been issued. So, the battle is going on, but we are winning. And the control grid is failing. For example, we have the Iranian Foreign Ministry explaining to Fox News that the killing in Iran was carried out by Mossad. What's interesting is that it got through onto the U.S. screens because this whole recipe for color revolution involves causing, first of all, economic turmoil so that people get unhappy. Then they pay protesters and target the anger towards the regime. And then they have people shooting both the police and the protesters to try to get them to fight each other. And they tried this, and instead, what happened was the Mossad snipers were taken out, and the Iranian armed forces were able to protect their country and their people. And of course, you won't see that on your Western screens because, unfortunately, these criminals still control the mega corporations, and that's what needs to be taken away from them. We need to remove their control of Google, Microsoft, all the big high-tech companies. They need to be removed from that control. And also, the United States military really, really does need to get back to the real world and live within its means, because right now it is a gigantic parasite. For example, take a look at this clip of a so-called rocket company that got $4 million from the U.S. military. That's the sort of thing that happens when you have a magic money machine, but ultimately it's parasitical. It sucks from the strength of the country you're supposed to be supporting, and that's no way to run a military. If the military was run by sane people, one of the first things they would do is get rid of all those aircraft carriers because, as the Chinese have pointed out, the Russians can sink them all within half an hour if they want to. They've got the missiles to do that. So militarily, they're expensive white elephants, and they need to be removed. And the money saved should be put on, building hypersonic missiles. This is the sort of thing that needs to be done as soon as we get sane leadership. And again, the last time we offered this $100 trillion from the Dragon family, the forensic trail led to Barack Hussein, Thunder of Satan Obama, who blocked this money from being used to help rebuild America. And this time, the money is being blocked by the Rothschild family, who are using the fake Trump who's been around since June of last year. And that's what's blocking it now. So, we have Jean-Michel de Rothschild posing as Brigitte Macron. We have Nathaniel Rothschild. We have the Edmond de Rothschild Bank. We have Barclays Bank. And we have the Vatican Bank. These are the people who are preventing the rebuilding of the West and refusing the generous offer from the Dragon family to help rebuild Western industry and rebuild Western civilization. But it will happen anyway. We're going to have to let things collapse a bit more. It looks like Israel is being abandoned. Ehud Barak has been spotted fleeing the country. Benjamin Netanyahu has left. And I was told by the Iranians that the satanic, racist state of Israel is going to be replaced by the nation state of Judea, which will be a multi-ethnic, multi-religious state, and that the temple will be rebuilt once Judea is established, and the Jewish people will be freed from thousands of years of satanic slavery. This is, to the U.S. military and to the law enforcement agencies. Take a look at this clip about baby formula from Florida.
Today, as part of our Healthy Florida First initiative, we are launching what will be a series of, I believe, major announcements focused on safety and integrity of our food supply. We are beginning with baby formula because it affects the most vulnerable among us, and we have an obligation that we absolutely must get this right. The Florida Department of Health has collected 24 infant formulas from 7 different brands purchased for multiple locations, both online and in stores. Those samples were tested for arsenic, cadmium, lead, and mercury. And what we found in those 24 samples was troubling. Of the 24 infant formulas tested, 16 of those formulas contained at least one, if not more, heavy metals that exceeded federal standards. There is a silver lining, however, that is really important to mention. Some of the formulas did not show elevated levels. That tells us that contamination is not inevitable. There are better choices for parents, but we have to stay on top of this, and we have to drive accountability.
So 16 out of 24 samples contained toxic substances. The same is true of 90% of the cheese. Okay, we have these Satanists who control the fake Trump are literally trying to poison you and your family. Okay, we need to take action. This is legitimate self-defense. They've been caught poisoning us, and this is not something that you could just idly stand by and let happen. Please remove these people. We're all waiting for you to get off your butts and do it. I'm personally doing everything I can. I want everyone else listening here to do the same. We've got to end this. The nightmare has to end, and humanity has to be liberated from this satanic nightmare. Okay, that's what I have to say for ourselves today. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. Are you saying the ICE agent who shot the woman in Minneapolis is a Israeli Defense Force officer? Your quote from last week, is that what you meant?
Well, I've been provided with evidence that a lot of the ICE agents are actually Israeli Defense Force soldiers, and that most of them have been trained by the Israelis. The same people who are killing people in Gaza. But as far as that particular agent is concerned, I have no idea. He may well be an American citizen illegally, and he should be in jail. Next question.
Hi, Ben. We'd like to get your thoughts on the current mayor of Minnesota.
You know what? I'm going to skip on that one because I don't have enough knowledge to give you an informed comment, but I will try to do some research on that and talk about it in my next weekly report. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Weekly, you tell that the Chabad death cult is going to be removed, but could you list the names of the individuals running this cult and where their operations are conducted from, if you are aware?
I believe that you could actually look it up online. They're openly listed, and the names are available. But what you have to understand is that Chabad are the army, the brain control army. But the real leadership is the Octagon Group, the Rothschild family, the people at who control the World Economic Forum. But Chabad centers, they for years they say, oh, we're just a harmless Jewish group. We mean good, but the reality, as can be seen in their own writings, is that they have been working to kill 90% of humanity. But again, it's all public information. Just look up Chabad, and you'll find a list of all their locations. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Apparently, there's a video by Stuart Lowe being interviewed by Nino Rodriguez, states they are wishing to make 3 superstates, Russia, China, and the U.S. They are very much pushing the synagogue of Satan to be in charge as they speak about some sort of dome. I have zero desire to be ruled by no-hide laws up here in Canada. What are your thoughts about this?
That's not going to work. This plan will fail. We are definitely headed for a multipolar world. So it'll be like any village where we have certain rules. You don't go into your neighborhood, and we all get together to deal with things that we share in common. But it's not going to be some kind of centralized dictatorship like these people are planning. That 3-group idea is not going to work. And personally, since you're in Canada, I'm pushing for Canada to liberate the United States and restore democracy there and good government. I want Canada to take over the United States. Next question.
Evan, we have our last question for today. Since famous entertainers are usually compromised with unpleasant circumstances to make them servile, is it possible actor Timothy Busfield acted against his handlers and is being exposed as punishment? Any evidence that he may be helping the White Hats?
You have to judge from what he's saying. If he's been talking about pedophiles and stuff, then yeah, he's been targeted. But I don't know the details in this case either. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself this week, and I hope to see you again next week.
Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jaco with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. So, this shoulder. So over my shoulder there is what I believe is a pyramid. All right. So we know that there's lots of these all over the earth. Right. It's not just the Gaza pyramids. There's pyramids all over the world. And a lot of technology that was in the pyramids, like power, controlling the weather, controlling earthquake activity, that's all been suppressed, lost, and for the most part suppressed, right? So that pyramid back there was probably put here at one point or manufactured somehow to control the earthquakes, because this was and is a very high earthquake activity area. And of course we have Lake Tahoe down there. Kind of hard to see it with the sun, but it's back down there, right? So Lake Tahoe's got a fault going through it. 3 of them, 3 faults going through it. Now there is a possibility that there could be in the California-Nevada border a big earthquake, because we're seeing a lot of movement, and as I'm going to show you, Dutch Sense was talking about it, where there's movement that's coming down along the San Andreas Fault that's building up, and it looks like it's going to be released as a pretty significant earthquake, I believe, in California, as do other people. Will it be this time, or is that energy dissipating? Remains to be seen. All right. So let's one of the things that happens with all of the solar electrical energy that's coming at us, which there's been a significant amount of it, Schumann resonance spiking. Normally what you find out is it's not when you F around and find out, but when you do research, do critical thinking and find out, use your intuition, you find out that there's definitely some activity that usually happens after these occasions. All right. So we haven't had a very significant earthquake from all that activity that came in. So, maybe multiple earthquakes that's been happening is dissipating it. I don't think so, but it could be, right? So I'm not going to say absolutely we're going to get a major earthquake, although there's a lot of people that are predicting it. All right. So the energy that's coming in is causing this massive storm also that's going to hit the East Coast, and it's going to be a back-to-back storm system. So this one that's bringing lots of snow, lots of ice, which is a lot worse than snow, because it basically impacts of trees. Trees break over the power lines. The power lines break from the weight of it, and you get electricity out when there's some serious cold weather coming in. So a lot of the globalists want you to believe that global warming is the threat. No, we're in a cooling cycle, because whatever the globalists say, think the opposite. All right. If they point the finger at you and call you a racist, they are. Right. So all of these things that they've been putting out for a long time is false information. And it's very obvious right now, because the amount of snow that's falling throughout Europe, in Russia, and soon in the United States is, record breaking by far. In some areas, since records have been kept, they're being broken by these weather systems. So let's look at what's coming in. This is Weatherman Plus. I always like him. He always does a nice little, at the end, he does a prayer. So I like his information. He's a cutting edge, in my opinion.
On the latest information, look at this. It did another shift, everybody. So over here, starting in northern Texas instead of Oklahoma, around 5 o'clock tomorrow evening, this is where you're going to start getting freezing rain.
So 5 o'clock tomorrow, Friday, is when this starts, all right? Or approximately. Could be a little bit earlier, could be a little bit later, whatever, all right? So when it starts, there is a strong possibility we're going to have a lot of loss of life, right? And in some areas in northern United States, we're going to see 40 to 50 degrees below normal. And you go outside, you're outside for like 10 minutes, and if you got exposed skin, you could get frostbite or die. So there's always more death during the winter than the summer. So again, the globalist BS. They're effing around. They're going to find out from us, because we're pretty much finding out that they've been effing with us for a long, long time. All right. So a lot of these guys are getting ready to go down, and the rest have started. So we'll talk about that as well.
Coming through. Why are you getting some snow over here along Interstate 40 into New Mexico? Be aware of this. Now, as you go through the evening of 7, 8, 9, 10, all the way towards 11 and midnight, even all the way towards 1 o'clock. This is where it's starting to stretch all the way from Lubbock and Midland, all the way across northern DFW into southern Oklahoma, into Arkansas. Now, this is going by for midnight tomorrow into Saturday. This is where it stretches all the way across from Little Rock, Arkansas, into northern Mississippi, starts creeping into northern Alabama and for western Tennessee. The impacts over here are going to last for a couple of days as this tilts and goes on a deep.
So for a couple of days, you're going to get ice, you're going to get snow, deep snow in areas that don't normally get it. Maybe a couple inches, but they're going to get like, foot or more. So it's going to have a major impact across the U.S. So very, very interesting. I think it's because of the energies that are coming in, and there will be another one right after this. And there's evidence that it's going to go even deeper into the south. We're going to have freezing temperatures, maybe all the way down into Cuba. All right. So all of Florida could get freezing temperatures. That's going to be hell on the crops and citrus and so forth. But this is the times we're in right now. Things are going to be, like I've been saying for years, we're going to see significant decreases in temperatures. All right. So now some of you have heard of and maybe even are familiar with Tartaria. So Tartaria, I believe, was civilization around Russia area, whatever, but it spread, and its good deeds spread around the world. Now they talk about there was a winter back in 1816, and you can look it up. They say it was from a volcano, but what if it was from nuclear activity, right? And you're like, Mike, we didn't come out with nukes until blah, blah, blah. Well, the Draco reptilians don't know that, all right? they dumb us down to think that, it's a progressive type thing, but there's been advanced civilizations here on Earth for a very, very, very long time. Some of them have tried to come back. I think that's what Tartaria was. It advanced around the world and it was stopped out. So this nuclear winter was interesting because for decades later, they moved people all, excuse me, all around the world. So I guess it's kind of cool out here on my lungs, but the sun feels good. All right, so it's interesting because you see these train loads of kids that were moved, around America. They were moved around Europe, but they had no, no one, no records, no parents, no anything for decades after this nuclear winter, because it doesn't, conform to a volcanic event. It conforms more to a nuclear event, right? So we're going to learn, I think, going forward, the real history of Earth. Now look at this liquid marble. This is marble with veils. All right, this came out for several decades, maybe 100 years or so. They were carving, supposedly, these veils. That is marble. And so this marble was obviously liquefied and put in that position and shaped like that. All right, we've seen all of the, ancient stonework, like in Machu Picchu and Sacsayhuamán in Peru, and so Sacsayhuamán. I can't pronounce it, never did. I've been there, but I've this is absolutely incredible. You'll see, like, I think there's like one rock that has like 16 different shapes on it, and other rocks that fit perfectly aligned with it. So you see carvings. I've seen carvings where they have someone with, like, it looks like a flamethrower that's like melting the stone or getting it, in a position where they can, like, liquefy it almost and push these rocks into these formations. Pretty amazing. So a lot of this stuff has been lost to us. Also in the 1820s, there were train stations that had electrical wiring, pipes and so forth in them before we had electricity. All right, before we had electric power stations, before Tesla, before who's the other guy, General Electric guy, whatever. So all of these things are pointing to free energy. All right, there were these magnificent structures all over the world, and you see like these antennae like there, and they had copper domes and all of these different things. It was advanced, and then it was covered up, and now we have these stupid wires that are all over the place, and now we have this storm coming through, and all the electricity is going to get knocked out. There's no reason for it. All right, this is a control system that has come in, and like I said, like behind me, that pyramid, at some point, maybe it still does, helps control a lot of different things. Some of those things are electrical, so that we don't get massive storms. Some of them actually created electrical energy. Some of them, like in the pyramids of Giza, and all around Egypt, you can tell that at some point, some of those pyramids were like something blew in those pyramids and pushed all of the rock out, right? The massive blocks that were built to contain if something happened with the electrical energy inside, right? So, this is something that's very frustrating. Once you've done the study, once you've done the research, you start to see that these criminal aliens that came in and started to, control us, and I believe they're basically being taken down now, for the most part. I think most of them have kicked out. A lot of people have been talking about how the Draco reptilians, the actual reptiles themselves, the bad ones, are out, right? and then their offspring, like Newsom and, you name the baddie, that's their offspring, and they're still trying to run a show. They're not doing a very good job of it, are they? And they're going to get, taken up in because we understand that they're criminals, and they're going to pay the price. They've effed around, and they're going to find out. So let's look at Dutch Sense. So Dutch Sense is a guy that looks at star forts, right? And there's a star fort in St. Augustine. So the Spanish occupied it and made it to fort that they used, but that was there long before them. There's another one that's all the way down at the tip of Florida. There's a star fort down there that the Confederates used. They put cannon in there and everything, but these were there long before. Now, were the star forts not really forts, but some kind of device for, the same thing as pyramids, moving energy, because they're in critical areas, ley lines and energy points and so forth. Were they part of this massive global energy system where we didn't have these power lines and everything ran off of it? And we had, not trains and everything, but we had levitating vehicles that, pushed us around. There's descriptions of that from a lot of people throughout time. Even here with American Indians, the Mayans and so forth, they had cities that looked exactly like the cities of Europe. When the Europeans came here, of course, they destroyed them. And what have they been doing, over the last, from the 40s, 50s, 60s, and so forth? They had the World Fairs or whatever. They would come in and like, oh, look what we built. And they didn't. It was already here, and they destroyed it after the World Fair. And they've done that with a lot of these train stations that had some kind of energy, because they were all clean. They were all like perfect marble, glass, copper, high copper ceilings and everything. And if it was like some kind of energy source like coal, which should have been what was being used back then, everything should have been blackened. The whole area should have been blackened from coal, right? It's not. So we have lots of evidence that, we've had, extremely advanced civilizations here, even in more recent times. And that Tesla was building Wardenclyffe in New York, which was a big dome that was going to broadcast energy, free energy, tapping into the Earth's energy fields. And who's it? J. Paul Getty basically said, "Hey, I'll fund you." And then he built it, and he's like, "Okay, how are we going to make money off this?" I guess he figured that Tesla was, maybe Tesla told him a fib. Yeah, we're going to make a lot of money off this, and the money that would have been made from the different devices that would have, taken that free energy and utilized it. But Westinghouse was a dumbass, and he's like, screw that. And he got judges against him, and they went to court, and eventually they tore it down. So we do have the information. We do have the possibility of doing free energy right now, right? And imagine once that comes out, what that means. Because most of the cost of everything is from energy. 60 to 70, 80% of everything that when you buy it, is because mostly of energy, moving it, manufacturing it, extracting those minerals from the ground to, make all that, like the aluminum, right? So all of that is mostly energy. So when you have free energy, costs go down. It's going to be pretty impressive once we get that. And that is what the Trump administration is going to do. All right. So let's look at the earthquake activity. Dutch Sense is, he's great, but he's just one of the sources out there that's sharing great information on earthquake activity. All right. He's been doing it for quite some time. Now you see these big earthquakes that are happening on the West Coast, and they follow these energetic lines, these ley lines, and they've been going across. So you see how they went over to Illinois, and they go along these lines. This energy basically dissipates. Down in Texas, we're getting a lot of earthquakes. Some of these earthquakes come in where there are drilling because it weakens the plate in that area. So when energy comes through, it hits that area because it's weakened. So where they're doing fracking and drilling and so forth, a lot of times you're going to see earthquakes happen in those areas. And a lot of those areas where they're drilling are close to these star forts. How about that?
All the way up to the northeast where we're again on the arrow. Out west, same thing, right next to our arrow coming in from the south. And then up here, you'll notice there's not anything right now across Idaho, but there is activity out where the arrows are pointing. Now, I would look in the middle of here for a new break to happen in Idaho. And I would look in here in between these two lines of earthquakes, which is Long Valley Caldera, right where our middle arrow is. It's open. There's nothing there. There's not even a 0 point anything has struck there in the last 2 days. It should be filled in with a significant sized earthquake in the middle here and on the north side in Idaho. So 2 different spots should move next. Let's talk about the earthquakes on the West Coast now. Go quickly look them up. So out here on the West Coast, a significant line of earthquakes, all small, but if you go look it up, you'll see we're following the San Andreas creeping section, also the Hayward Fault, once we get into the Bay Area. But once we get down here to the south, look.
All right, so Dutch Sense, I haven't watched Dutch Sense in a little while. I'm just, tuning into him because I saw it come across my feed. He doesn't always post on YouTube because they take him down because he's been sharing this information for, I think, close to a decade now. They're constantly coming after him, trying to take down his service and, vilify him. And every chance they get, the experts come in and say that he doesn't know what he's talking about, although he predicts this stuff over and over again, like me. All right. So you see this one that's down here that just happened, 4.9. It's close to the area where I said there was going to be one, but I think in this area right here, closer to LA, today and throughout the week, he says, be prepared this week for large activity on the West Coast. All right. So, I've been pointing this out for a little while now. So I would say, have your go bag ready. If you're feeling like it's time to take a little vacation, and the sensation is very strong, it might be time to take a vacation. All right. So definitely, keep that in mind as we go forward. This information is just for, your edification. It's not that this is coming. You need to be fearful. You need to go run around your house screaming. That's dumb, right? Because if you're doing that, you're not in intuition. Intuition is the highest form of consciousness. All right. It's not you guys that go to school for, decades. A lot of you guys are dumb, right? Because you've been taught how to think and you don't get outside that box. And then somebody like me comes along and gives you something that's much bigger. You come after my ass like I'm a dumbass, and you guys are dumbasses. All right. So intuition, as a lot of you guys know, is the highest form of consciousness. I know a lot of guys are very analytical, right? Dumbassery. And you don't know how to tap your intuition because you've been trained not to do that. Women don't get that kind of training. So they're very intuitive and they see a lot of stuff, and that's why 60% of my audience is women. All right. You guys get it. All right. Trying to get you guys on board, but it's coming. It used to be 70% women. Now it's 60, kind of moving towards half and half. So we're making an inroad. So I'm very pleased with you guys out there. All right. So I can tell you when I tapped my intuition, I became like I can't even go 1x to 1,000, 1,000,000x better warrior. All right. Once I tapped my intuition, it made me way better. And so if you guys want to deny that, that's fine, because you're down here and I'm up here, right? And those of us that tap our intuition are looking at you going, wake the F up, right? Right. All right. So we're going to see the stock market maybe continue higher. All right. So over the last couple of days, after it took a big dump from the Japanese bonds taking a big hit, the biggest hit they've ever taken, because they have the biggest debt. Where's most of their debt at? In U.S. Treasuries. Right? So when the Japanese yen or when the Japanese bonds go down, the American stock market goes down. So somebody came in and boosted that up again. It's basically somebody put a Band-Aid on a very bad sore, right? And it's not healing, and eventually it's going to spread. So we have to be aware of that. At some point, the stock market crashes, everything else is crashing, and you only have the stock market pretty much going up. And silver and gold. All right, so let's look at the silver and gold. They both set records today. Most of the precious metals set records today. So check this out. So this is silver. This is the daily. As you guys can see, it hit a new record high today. Let me spread this out. I should be able to get my my little sidebar. It's not showing up. Come on. There we go. Yeah, right when I'm going to share it, it's going to like go hide. All right. So as you guys can see right here, gold was up $102 today. It's coming into a little bit of resistance zone at 49. I think 36 or so is resistance. It might have already started to pull back from that. Once it pumps through that, it's going to go to 5,000. So we're really, really close. You see here, platinum has gone total batshit crazy high, right? Look at that. Now, when you see a long candlestick like that, that's called a God candlestick, because it's like, and it just went up, like it's still going up today. Now, silver is, wow, it's up even more today. I think the high today was like 96.70. Oh, it hit 96.97. So it brought, while I was doing this show, it hit, and it's pulling back a little bit, because that's what silver does. It goes bonkers, and then it pulls back and catches its breath and then sprints again. Right. So almost 97, looking like tomorrow could break $100. I would like Friday to do that, because usually the silver shorts, the banksters and so forth, come in on Friday when there's a little bit less volume and knock hell out of it. So if you see silver, gold, and everything else, all the precious metals go up tomorrow, that's a good sign, because we're winning against the baddies that have been controlling the world for a long time, right? You know, the Draco offspring, right? So Bitcoin looking weak still. I think at this point, we're probably seeing almost 50% increase in silver just in the last 20 days this year, right? This year we got 22 days, and it's up almost 50%, I think, 38 something. Maybe because that was what last time I looked at it. So today it's up. Now tomorrow it might be 50%, and Bitcoin is still flat. It was flat all year. It's still flat and going down. So I think Bitcoin and XRP and XLM and some of these other ones that I have listed here will have their day, but not so much, not for a little bit. And I hope they don't crash, because if they crash, that brings down the stock market, and that'll probably bring down gold and silver and a little bit. And we saw the other day, 3 days ago, where the stock market crashed and silver went up. And then it came in and they knocked hell out of silver again. So what I think happened is silver like took off, and it gapped up. So it had to come down and fill that gap. You know, if you watch me enough, you know that I like to see gaps higher, gaps lower, whatever it is. And I'm like, that gap got to get filled. It doesn't always happen, but when it does, that's good. That's good, you know, things that are happening with whatever that is, whether it's stock, whether it's, you know, crypto, whether it's precious metals. So it came down, it filled that gap, and now today it's been like God candle, right? So big, it filled the gap and then took off. So that's good, very good stuff that's happening. So platinum, like I showed you guys, is just like, look at that God candle. Woo, man. All right. I'm glad I got platinum. I wish I had more. All right. So if you look at SIL, which is let me see if I can make this a little tighter because I'm not getting as much. There we go. All right. So you see whether it says post, that's aftermarket. It's moving up even higher. So this is ETF for the large silver miners. Look at that candle, right? So that's a nice candle. It was higher. Now, what happens in silver will often happen with the miners. Silver will go up heavy during the day and then pull back. Silver miners did that today in anticipation. The miners have been outperforming. And when silver hits 150, then the miners are going to make big bank. And you're going to see the miners, they're already starting to take off, but you're going to see these miners really explode higher, right? So here's junior silver. Look at these. I don't like that. I don't like those gaps higher, but it is what it is. So the God candle today was big. And even post, it's going up because silver's going up. So these babies go 24/7. They're always trading, right? Just like crypto. So the miners are pretty cool. All right. GDX, which is gold, another, you know, God candle. And after hours, it's popping even more. Gold junior miners. This puppy is really, really happy, right? Nice gold candle or nice God candle. And this is a South African miner that does platinum, palladium, and silver and some other precious metals. I like it. It's performing really well for me, SBSW. So it was up large today. So this is really good for humanity because you guys, because you've been listening to me, right? You guys are in a position to create incredible wealth, and you probably created incredible wealth. I know a lot of you have. You've told me, right? I have. So it is going to increase. Don't sell your silver. There's a lot of naysayers out there. They don't know. I've been trading silver since I was a little boy, right? So almost 60 years. So, you know, I watched this up and down, and I knew this time right now is the multi-generational opportunity. And if you're in precious metals, you're going to do really, really well. I think precious metals for silver will go 4x this time. So over 400% in this year, right? So we're already up in this month, almost 50%, maybe more. I don't know. Haven't looked at it. So I think probably next week or the week after, we'll hit 112 to 120, right? And then it's looking like I said, like mid-year, we do 250, but we may do 250 a lot sooner, right? And then the end of the year, I said 500, and that could be even with a pullback in the stock market, right? So a pullback, and then silver and gold, everything gets sold usually in a big pullback, and then it takes off and it just goes wonkers, right? So this is going to be a pretty exciting time going forward. So the rest have begun. I'm gonna share this, and then I got to roll out of here. I got dinner planned for the lovely wife, and had to come in and do this a little bit earlier so that we could take advantage of the early times. So you go in early, you get better deal. Yeah, I'm still doing that. Right?
Last Sunday, approximately 40 far left agitators burst into City's Church in St. Paul, Minnesota during an active worship service. They completely disrupted the service, chanting "ICE out" and "Justice for Nay," and disrupting and terrorizing families with children, screaming racial insults at congregants, and forcing the service to end. The Minnesota
Man, all the church services I've been to over my life since a little kid and still up to the day, I can't imagine that. That is so sad. And so they effed around and they found out, guys.
Wisconsin Baptist Convention called it an unacceptable trauma. Video shows protesters confronting the lead pastor, blocking exits, and creating chaos inside the sanctuary. Why this church? Well, because one of its 8 pastors, David Easterwood, was believed by these agitators to be the acting director of the ICE field office in St. Paul. The irony is that he wasn't even officiating that day. But that didn't seem to matter to the mob. This Levy Armstrong, she organized the protest through her Radical Justice Network and took to Facebook and called on all her followers to storm the church. Within 48 hours, Attorney General Pam Bondi announced arrests. Quote, "At my direction, HSI and FBI agents executed an arrest in Minnesota. Listen loud and clear. We do not tolerate attacks on places of worship." We are now getting word that Nikema Levy Armstrong and others have indeed been arrested and charged with a federal crime under U.S. Code 18, Section 241, the so-called FACE Act, the Freedom of Access to Clinic Entrances Act, which prohibits using force, threats, or physical obstruction to interfere with anyone exercising their First Amendment right to religious freedom. Now, a little fun fact about this Nikema Levy Armstrong. It's going to make your blood boil. Well, or it's going to make you even more excited knowing that she is even now behind bars. I doubt you'll be surprised to learn that she isn't just some street activist. She's been running a lucrative nonprofit empire while claiming to fight poverty.
So it's like a lot of these Democrats, guys, and knuckleheads. They're basically skimming off the system, working the system. We're seeing massive fraud in California and now New York. I said that would happen. It's now being exposed. We're going to see $1 trillion fraud in California, New York, and Illinois, right? And they're going to compete with who did the most fraud. And I think California is going to win, right? So, all right. That's all I got for now. You guys that are in there's over 220 million people that are in the storm path. So stay safe out there. If you don't have a big 4-wheel drive truck with chains, I would stay off those roads, guys. That black ice it doesn't matter what kind of tire you got. If 4-wheel drive, front wheel drive, you hit that black ice, you're going to go bye-bye. Right. And, I've been saying, you should have generators. You should have extra food, water. You should have, if you don't have a fireplace, you should have what's a little gas thing that I have? Kerosene heaters. I got kerosene heaters in case everything goes down. I hope you guys have gotten that, or you have a plan, especially you guys down the south where that ice storm is going to come. You might not have power for a long time. I've been in the south where we got ice storms and we didn't have power for like week, 10 days. And there's going to be some really cold temperatures. And there's going to be another storm that comes through right after this one. All right, stay safe, stay in the love vibration, because that's going to get you the intuition that you need to get through all challenges in life and fight back against the deep state. And, for you guys, it's in my michaelkjaco.com.
go where I have, the gear, and get your hats. I got all kinds of hats. I got all kinds of shirts, and you should at least have this. You should be sporting this one. F around and find out, join the team. All right. Lots of love, stay in love vibration, and I'll see you guys next time. Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jaco with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. I have Larry Ballard with us today. I've watched Larry on Nino's show for quite a long time. He and I think a lot alike. He's bringing out some really interesting information today, and he's going to talk a little bit about his background, so you that my audience haven't heard from him before can understand where he's coming from. Larry, thanks for joining us.
Oh, thank you. It's a pleasure. And I like you, I follow you. And what I saw was why I reached out to you. Juan gave me your number, is because I see some similarities. You're a Navy SEAL. Well, I was never that strong, whatever. But you also do remote viewing. Well, my background, I think I need to tell the people so I can create some credibility, because I come from a very different source than a lot of other people. I had a motorcycle wreck in 1968. I was in a ditch for 4 hours. When I woke up, it was the funniest thing. I had gone off a cliff. My motorcycle arced and was in a pine tree, and the motor was still running 4 hours later. Anyway, I went to heaven, and basically I got an assignment, and God said, I'm going to ordain every job that you ever had. I'm going to ordain every place you ever go geopolitically. Everything is going to be to create your assignment. You're going to go and you're going to read the Bible. You're going to read the Quran. You're going to read a myriad of other things. I've probably read 300 books and I don't know how many thousands of hours of research. And he said, don't be discouraged. I'm going to be there with you all the time. And because this is going to be such a long journey, I'll give you moments where we have an appointed time, 5:15 in the morning. I'll come to you periodically if you're getting off course, and I'll put you back on. And you need to know that you're not really going to go out and explode until we're on the tip of the collapse of the financial reset, because people won't pay attention until then. And so I think what happened is on Christmas, we walked into that time frame. So I want to give the people a little bit of background, and then we'll get into this. So basically, what happened is God said every job. So listen to this. First job, working in construction, building high rises, working with thermite. Why? So I know what happened on 9/11, that those buildings didn't come down from anything other than controlled demolition. And then I worked for Monsanto Chemical Company. So I'd learn what? GMOs early on. Then I worked for Atomic Energy of Canada. So I learned about all the aspects of energy and how energy is used to suppress us. But I'd also learn about this. As Canada, I was stationed out of Ottawa. So I would learn about socialized medicine that would allow me to understand what the Bushes did and later the Obamas did to put us under being in the slavery system of socialized medicine. Then I went over and I worked for the French in Europe. And why was I there? Remember, this was early on. I was to see the formation of the European Union. And then in one of those meetings that I get with God, he said, this is important. You need to know why you're here. He said, I'm going to give you a verse. Go read Revelation chapter 13. And what did it say? It said, there is a time when there shall be 10 kings upon whose heads a crown shall sit but for 1 hour. And then he said, go now that you've got that, go over and go to the UN and look at the documents, and you'll find that they have a goal to set up a 10-nation trading bloc that will become the beast system. And the European Union was the first. Then they tried back under Bush Sr. to set up America as joining Canada, the United States, and Mexico, creating what they were going to call the Euro Union, the American Union, the Euro Union, the Amero. God, I butchered that. Well, anyway, basically what happened is the truth got out, and that was pushed aside. So basically, we're going to talk about the formation of that very beast system and how it's being birthed in China. So that's kind of my history. I went all over the world. I had all those jobs. I was in all those places. And there's one more. I forgot, maybe the most important one. I had a patent, and I was getting some tool and die making done, and it took me to China. And I happened to have been there for several weeks. Look, I got a chance to do something very few people do. Since I was going to have some tool and die making done, I got to see sweatshops. Oh, was that an eye-opener? And so basically, while I was there, I was in Tiananmen Square just a short time before the Tiananmen Square massacre. And I was surrounded by all these Chinese kids pawing at me. What's it like to be an American? What's it like to have freedom? And then, my God, I was on the Great Wall of China when it actually happened. And then I was there for several more weeks. And every place I went, there were military with Tommy guns. And when I was leaving the country, I was scared, just absolutely petrified, because there were 3 military standing in our gate with guns. And I said, are they going to come and yank me or somebody else out and say we can't leave the country? I mean, so anyway, that's my background. God has prepared me my entire life, and he's had me read. I read geology, anthropology, sociology, psychology, you name it, weather, climatology, geology, everything. I had no idea why, but now they're all coming into play. So, and it may sound crazy, but I believe God's in control, and I believe that he's chosen Trump, but he doesn't want Trump to get all the credit. So here's something that maybe if people aren't following, then we get into the real details. There are geological things happening around the world that have never happened before. There's sinkholes happening in Florida. And just the other day, the coast of California, for 400 miles, it raised. Some of it 6 feet, some of it's 12 feet. And there are ships that are sitting in the mud, and the geologists saying, how could that happen without an earthquake? And then if you follow the Ring of Fire, there's what they call blitzes. I guess that's the word. That's probably not the right word, but basically they have a storm of small earthquakes too. And when that happens, it usually signals the building of a major earthquake. So basically they're saying there are indications the Ring of Fire might come up. And then you go to China, and oh my God, the things that are happening in China. Birds, the crows by the thousands are flying north into the cold, and farmers' fields are springing up, and they're not like a geyser. It's a fountain, just continues run, water being pushed up from beneath the surface. And there are cracks with fissures with smoke going. So what's that all about, in my opinion? And there's things happening in the clouds that are amazing. I think this is God saying, yep, I use Donald Trump. Yes, I use the white hats, but I'm the one orchestrating this. And this is right out of your Bible. And this is the Exodus. And so you look to me and you understand this is supernatural. And it's to call the people to bend a knee to God. And we're going to walk into a period where we have the greatest freedom and the greatest religious revival that the world has ever had. And real quick, before we go to geopolitics, do you know over in Iran, as it's collapsing, they're bulldozing down mosque? And that the people are being visited by Christ and having visitations from Christ. Yeah. And in China, it's one of the biggest underground Christian churches there is. And in Africa, that they have a faith, a Christian faith is stronger than anything I've seen here in America. So God is on the move. So now let's talk about the last several weeks. But now let me stop and say, do you have anything you want to say before I keep rambling?
No, it's like amazing. I speak of all this stuff as well. So it's amazing to see it coming from someone else that's tapped in like I am. So I appreciate it. It basically validates what I've been seeing, and it validates it to my audience because I've been talking about it. So I really appreciate it. Thank you, Larry.
Okay, well, I'm going to start with, this is kind of a high level of everything that's been done. So before I do this, we're going to talk. And we're not going to use any slides or anything, but I do 2 kinds of shows. I do shows like this. I do shows where I show slides, because what God also told me is the people need to know the details. The devil's in the details. So I do slide presentations on my own show that are teaching tools. And basically they're usually an hour long. They're very detailed, and they leave you with a full understanding. What most people's, probably the comment I get on my channel more than any is, oh my God, I've studied all this. I never understood it. Now I understand it, because what God told me is he gives me the ability, because of all this information, to take the complex and make it simple, to insert myself in any situation and put a broad umbrella over it. I'm not a specialist in anything, but I'm a generalist that opens people's eyes to the truth. So with that, I want to go back and talk about what's happened geopolitically in the last 6 weeks, and is it significant? So we see that we got Maduro, and there's all kinds of aspects to that. But here's the one that I think is the most important one. I think Trump has said from the beginning, we know that the 2016 election was stolen. We know what Maduro did. We know what other countries around the world did. And now he's got him blabbing, and basically heads are going to start rolling. And unless it was AI, I just tapped into something a few minutes before we went on, and I saw on the podium, I saw an announcement being made from Carolyn and from oh, what's her name? I do have trouble with names. The lady from Hawaii who was a Democrat who turned Republic, Tulsi Gabbard.
Tulsi
And
Gabbard,
they
yeah.
were saying that Obama has been arrested. So unless that was one of the most amazing AIs I've ever seen in my life, I just saw that a few minutes ago. I haven't had a chance to validate it, but it sure looked real. So anyway, so we got that
I
going
hope
on.
so.
And then what we got Iran falling, right? So Venezuela's falling, Iran's falling, and what's happening in Russia? We're now in a phase, we're in a war. We're in World War III, but not the World War III that people think, and not a kinetic war. And I don't think it's going to get to that, but it's a new Cold War. And so we've got these fronts that are happening. We've got a silver squeeze coming on us, and that's mostly what we're going to talk about today, where we have a shortage of silver. The whole definition of what controls silver has changed. The paper, it's now going to be controlled by industrial demand. And then we've got oil. So basically, that's the BRICS nation are using gold and silver to basically drive the US dollar down. But it's not going to have the outcome that they think, because Trump wants to bring the dollar down to avoid a bankruptcy, to lower, because we have a massive amount of money that has to be revalued this year and refinanced. And he wants to get rid of the Fed, go from what? The internal revenue service to the external revenue service, and take us back to the economic system we had when we were founded, which had no Federal Reserve, no income tax, no IRS, no property taxes. It was run on a simple sales tax. And so that's what he's looking to take us back to. If you listen to what he's saying, that's where we're going. That's this reset that's going to take us back. And we're going to have financial security. Think about what that means to you. So things have gone up and up and up. So I'm going to do a show next week specifically for the Generation Z and the millennials who can't afford to buy a house. I forgot to tell you, I spent 12 years in real estate, more time there than any other place in my life. And I eventually had my own small real estate firm until I lost it in 2008. So here's what I see. They're creating a situation where kids go to school and purposely get out in debt, and then they pass a law that says, you know what, you can't even get off under that school debt even if you declare bankruptcy. And then they make sure that the education they give you doesn't prepare you for meaningful income. And so I can't tell you how many restaurants I've been to, and the person waiting on me had a college degree. Yeah. So there are alternatives. There are things that are happening over Europe. We're going back to the old systems. So over in Europe, what are they doing? They're going back to what they did in the first place, apprenticeship programs, where basically the government chips in money, the union chips in money, the states chips in money. They pay them during the apprenticeship program, less than a journeyman, but they pay them. They get out, and these ain't chump change jobs. You might work in a sophisticated factory making nanites, and you know what you might start at? $100,000. So folks, you might start looking at an apprenticeship program, and you'll come out. And when I went to college, it took me years because I had to pay my own way. I'd go in and go out. And I had two friends. One was an electrician, one was a plumber. By the time I got out of college, they had a brand new car, they had a house, they had money in the bank. So even though I made more over my lifetime than them per year, they may have actually made more than me in the long run. So anyway, back to the story. So basically, we got all these nations collapsing, and silver's being used to squeeze us. But what's also coming out of Venezuela? Oil suppression. Basically, he's put the pressure on Iran for oil, and on China for oil, and on Russia, because Russia's got a fairly high production cost for the oil because it's coming from Siberia, and we got permafrost going on, and they're broke, and they're basically, their oil fields are in disrepair. And so what's he trying to do? He's trying to squeeze Russia. And what's he want to do to have this God ordained new system? All the kingdoms of man, we have to get out of the wars. So he's already got us out of 8, and he's using oil as a lever to negotiate us out of the Ukraine-Russian war. And so then you look over and the pressure is everywhere. You look at China, and China is using what? He's using tariffs. And let's go back to history. There's always a foreshadow. God always gives us a foreshadow. So we go to one of the times when we had an absolute bankruptcy. Following the Civil War, we went bankrupt. What did we do? We said we had enough. We've had enough of the control, by the way, who's our real enemy, which isn't China. They're just a puppet. It's Britain. It's the colonial empire that ruled the world that the sun never set on. And what did we do? following the Civil War, we put tariffs up to 50% on England, and that forced us to not be able to buy their goods. So we developed the Transcontinental Railroad, which instead of suppression, we shared. We developed the industrial assembly line, the automobile, the telephone, etc. Shared it all with the world. And on its 100th year anniversary, America declared that America, the youngest nation in the world, was now the wealthiest nation in the world. So that pattern is the exact pattern that Donald J. Trump is following. He ain't making it up as he goes along. He's getting direction from God, just like you and I are. So at any rate, so Russia's over there and they're broke, and Europe's and China is on the squeeze as well. They talk about, are they going to attack Taiwan? I don't think they're financially in a position. And then I want to, before we get into this silver stuff, I want to go one more thing. I want people to understand Donald Trump looks like a tyrant now in one specific regard, but I want to tell you there's some validity to it. So he is saying the Monroe Doctrine is going to be re-implemented. America is going to get control of this hemisphere because we need it for strategic purposes. So it's not a mistake that America owns Alaska. God ordained it a long time ago. That's because that's the closest point between Russia. And it's not a mistake that Greenland is over there and we happen to have an air base there. And so he's saying, we're going to get Greenland one way or the other. He's going to offer them, I think, $720 billion. But you know, they came out and they're making squawks just like they do. So what did you do? The European Union sent a small force of people over to Greenland in the last couple of days. At least they're talking about doing it. So what did he do? He flew some airplanes in and had parachuters jump out because we got an air base up there. And he just put a few more special forces on the ground. I'm just saying, I'm not saying what he's going to do, but he's always putting the pressure on, right? So that's Greenland. We've got to have that as a route to the east as the ice melts, and it's also full of all kinds of natural resources. So what did he do a few months ago? He declared the National Production Act. Why? Because he understood that under all these other, under Obama, under Carter, under Bush's, that we set back and they were controlled by the global financial elite, by the Chinese, and we let Russia and China run all over the world and get control of all kinds of natural resources. So he's saying, no, silver is now a strategic asset, oil is a strategic asset, rare earth is a strategic asset, and we have to have them in order to keep our manufacturing going. We can't be controlled by our enemies because we've allowed them to run amok and run. So part of what's happening in the Western Hemisphere is one of the biggest silver productions in the world is in South America, in Mexico and Peru, and there's basically rare earth there, and there's a lot of rare earth in Greenland. So what's he doing? What allowed the English to control the world? They control all the sea gates. So what he's controlling here, the overall geopolitical structure of what he's doing, controlling Alaska, controlling Greenland, controlling the Panama Canal. I just saw something the other day. There's that Bridge of America. And as you walk across, there's this big structure that's all Chinese and Chinese gargoyles. They're tearing it down.
Yeah,
he's getting control of the Panama Canal. Then what did he do in South America? He went to Argentina a few weeks ago and they said, you know, Mr. Trump, we kind of need some help. We got a bond crisis. So he did a currency swap. They just paid him back. And now he got a friend down at the tip of South America. So we've got all 4 compass points controlled by sea, which is exactly what you need to do to control your hemisphere. And I know that relates to what you do. So let me stop a second. Do you have any comments you want to make on that before we get into the silver squeeze?
Yeah. When you were in China, did you come across any of the Falun Gong people?
No. Basically, when I was there, it was a long time ago.
Yeah.
And it was weeks after they opened it up. You had to go on a tour and you had to be with a guide. The only thing I got to do is I talked to the guide and told him why I was there, and they arranged on the side for me to see a couple of sweatshops. That was the only thing I got to see that was really important. God wanted me to see that. So no, I did not. That really didn't really start to get big until several years later.
Yeah, so I think that because they're really the root of China, I think at some point, because they're heavily suppressed by the communists, I think at some point they're going to be freed and they'll come back and revitalize China.
Well, what I see is China's got one of the biggest underground Christian movements in the world, and guess what's happening in Iran? They're as this revolt is going on. They're tearing down mosque. And people are reporting that they're having visitations from Christ. So I think they've been under Muslim, under Sharia law, and they went out from under it. And I think they're primed to be brought into the Christian community. And if you go to Africa, I'm telling you, they're better Christians than we are. So the whole world is getting woke up, and we're moving into a realm of not religion, but spirituality.
Yes.
And I know you know what I'm talking about there. So you want to make a comment on that before we go on, and then we'll get into the silver.
No, I think that's where I like religions. I've studied all of them pretty much, and I think ultimately it's that connection with source, the spiritual source. However you get to that point, I think that's where going forward, because there's a lot of manipulations in a lot of religions. So I think that's going to basically fall off, and Christianity is very strong right now, like you're talking about. However you get to that source, and Christianity now seems like it's helping people get to that source better than ever before. So I enjoy it. I like it.
We're gutting the Christian. The big churches are getting exposed. And maybe I'll just give you a little bit of my background. God told me you can't go to seminary school, but you got to read the Bible, and you got to really be a student of it, and you got to read the Quran. And here's what happened. I'm going to tell you one of these little miracles, these correction points along the way, right? I lost $1.85 million when my wife inherited $7 million in the midst of the '08 collapse, and decided she'd only worked 2 years of our marriage. She didn't need me anymore. So I had a whole bunch of real estate. I owned 11 properties, 6 were paid, 5 were not. I had to sell them all in the real estate collapse, and it was brutal. And so I'm going through, I moved out of my 4,000 square foot house in the golf course into one of my condos, and I've lost my business, and I'm having a pity party. So I'm at a small church, and I'm at a Wednesday night Bible study, and then comes this parishioner with this blind lady, and she says, would you pray for me? I came to have my prayer for my sight to be restored. He laid hands on her. He went down. She was so anointed. And he said, there were only 6 or 7 of us there. Will you pray for everybody? So she did. She held her hands out, and she says, you lay hands on my hands. I'll lean forward, and I'll give you prophecy. I said, you're last. I get up there, and I put my hands out, and I said, my hands are out. I said, okay. And she said, no, I'm not touching you. She said, God said, I can't touch you. I came here for you. I came here to chastise you. I came here to tell you that God says that unless you get out of the pig pen and stop pitying yourself, we're done. And she said, I came here to offer you, to tutor you. So for the next 3 years until she died, she was my mentor. She was an unbelievable prophet. And she couldn't read, she couldn't see because she was blind. But I would sit there with my Bible for 4 hours a day, and it was almost like she was reading every word. So God said, if you go to seminary school, it'll ruin you. So that was the teaching. And here's what I want to share with the audience. Here's what she taught me. She says, don't go to the Lord and read some scripture. She says, here's what I want you to do. Go sit down in a chair, turn on some soft music, some prayer worship music. I use a fountain because that's the frequency of the earth.
Yeah.
Close your eyes and say, Daddy, God, Daddy, I want to talk to you, and do it at a regular time. Set aside a time every day you go and you talk to God. And you know what? If you keep doing that, he's always faithful. He'll show up. That's where we got into the pattern where when something really important is going to happen and I need to know it, he'll come to me at 5:15 in the morning. It's never failed. I get unctions, I get intuitions, but if I get him tapping me on the shoulder at 5:15, it's always 100%. So anyway, that's just a little side note for people. That's how I do it. Michael might do it different. Do you have something you want to share on how you do it?
No, that's true. I feel like, okay, I need to communicate with you, and then I just go into a meditation, and then visions or thoughts or so forth come to me, and then I share them. So yeah, it's the same pattern. That's beautiful.
Okay, I'm going to speed it up because I don't know how much time Michael's got. So we're going to get on the silver. We're going to get on basically the squeeze. So I'm looking at some slides now because I'm going to try to give you a little bit of detailed information. So it's 2016, and silver production is peaked and falling by 7%. And we had at one time 10 years of excess supply sitting there in reserves. So for the last 5 years, we have been pulling from that reserve because we didn't have enough silver for silver production. And here's the forecast they're giving: 62 by 2030, 62 to as much as 70% shortage in the silver that we need for our manufacturing industry. And here's where good old Trump is going to come in. He's talking about the silver scam, right? And what he's going to be doing. And I've got some shows queued up. We can do one anytime you want. I've got all kinds of shows queued up. God always shows me what's coming before. So I've always got it ready to go. So basically, who is the biggest country in the world in terms of the green technologies? It's facial recognition, 5G, China. It's EVs and batteries, China. It's wind, it's China. It's solar panels, it's China. So now, speaking of those squeezes, if Trump were to come out and tell us the truth about the inefficiencies of those solar panels, if you have a solar panel that is more than 30% efficient, they won't let it on the market. And here's something I bet you don't know. As you transfer that energy from the solar field to wherever it's going to go, in the lines, it loses 60%. So you start out with 30%, it loses 60%. Along come storms and destroy them by the masses. We've wasted all that silver. It goes into the ground and pollutes the ground. And all of those technologies are connected to the grid. So the line that we could ever achieve zero carbon footprint with those technologies, they're not going to happen. So here's what's going to happen. We're going to get in a situation where the National Production Act is sometime going to come into play, and Trump is going to have to make the play against those four technologies, and they consume approximately half of our industrial silver. So if we were to take out China, that would hurt them tremendously, and we would get 50% more silver so that we could use it for all of what? All of the technology that Donald Trump made available to us when in his first term, he forced the Chevron decision, which basically made it possible for us to get access to 5,915 patents, which are clean, relatively cheap technologies. So now my son's in logistics, so I know a little bit about what I'm talking about next from him. So you want to build a car. Let's just take this as an example. I want you to see what happens with energy. Where does it start? In a strip mine. This giant crane that digs 10 tons of coal at a time, 10 tons of ore at a time, drops it into the biggest dump truck you've ever seen. Diesel in both cases, takes it to a smelt run by coal and basically melts it, it smelts it. And then where's it go? If it's a car, it goes to 120 different locations around the world, sent out on trucks, on ships everywhere, all kinds of diesel getting burned. And then they manufacture it in factories. And then they ship it out to where the people buy it. And here's what people don't know, depending on the complexity of the chain. And I chose that because it's one of the more complex. People don't realize that 50% or more of the cost of every consumer product you've ever bought or ever will be is the energy. So if we get truly free energy run by magnets, for example, or run by hydrogen, for example, you're going to look at not only getting out from under federal income tax, 25 or 30%, getting out from property tax, getting out from all the other progressive taxes they have put on us. So now we have money in our pocket, but everything you buy is going to be cheaper because the cost of production between robotics and between free energy is going to get slashed so far you can't believe. So the good news is, folks, we're going to go through some hard times, but we're going to come out and we're going to have financial security like you can't believe, and we're going to be able to have time to commune with God. So questions or comments before we go on, Michael?
No, that's great. I'm enjoying this.
Okay.
Beautiful. Thanks, Larry.
Let's go on. So let's see where I want to go next. So we talked about the Green Deal, and basically I'm all for exposing it and going to the technologies. Now, here's something though. When we went back, I'm going to dip into it now. I've got a whole series of shows on ecology because we're killing the planet. We're absolutely killing it. So I want to bring out just one thing to whet your audience's appetite. So if you looked at ecological crisis, would you agree that plastics are a huge factor? You know, we invented plastic, and at the time it was invented, it was based upon oil and natural gas. Mm-hmm. Well, do you know that there's something that's out there that they suppressed? They actually passed a law to keep us from getting it. And that is that we can get rid of a large portion of the oil, interdependence in oil, and get rid of that forever. We get it. So here's what happens. People don't know that hemp, when Ford brought out his first car, the bodies were made of hemp. You could take a sled measure and hit it and go in and it bounce right back out. Plastic crashes, metal crunches, but hemp just just bounced right back. It's stronger than steel. Now we got graphene coming. New technologies are coming. But hemp, guess what? You know what it has? And we're going to force this. I really believe we're going to force this, but it's going to take time. We're going to have to sunset certain technologies. So we could get rid of most of our plastic tomorrow if we could implement this technology I'm going to tell you about. Hemp can also be used to make plastic, but it's biodegradable.
Yeah.
So you look to the packaging industry, anything in cardboard, you can make it with hemp. Cellophane, clear cellophane, you can make it with hemp. Your milk carton with milk setting in it, clear, you can make it with hemp. The difference is it biodegrades. So there's all kinds of technology out there. And when we talk about carbon being the biggest problem, it's not carbon. Carbon, when the world was full of volcanoes and full of carbon, the earth was never more plentiful. The plants were bigger, the animals were bigger. You know what the real problem is, Michael? God never made a planet that has shortages. So if you want to come back and talk about some of that stuff, we can. I'm just trying to educate your people as quick as I can. So let's go on down. I want to change the tune a little bit. So now we know that we got a silver squeeze, and I want to give you an example. So forever and ever and ever, they've held what? Silver and gold down so they got the fiat system, right? Well, here's your biggest indicator. I could give you all kinds of statistics, but I think a simple little story will do it. So one of the biggest people who pressed it was JP Morgan, the bank. And so they've always, when the Hunt brothers came, how did they end at $50 silver? They basically called in all the shorts. And basically it was a money train paper, and they basically ruined it. They tried to do that a few weeks ago. Well, guess what? It didn't work. You know why? Because it wasn't paper shorts. It was physical demand for manufacturing. And those people said, we don't care about the money. We want the silver. So the whole dynamics of the silver market has changed absolutely. And silver is now, if we're going to have those 5,115 patents are the selected group from there, we're going to have, God is going to do what he did after the Civil War. America innovated the Civil War, the .com, the computer, and now we're and robotics, and now we're going to innovate an industrial revolution like nothing the world has ever seen. And we're going to have what? Double or triple the electrical capacity that we have right now. That means we can't depend on these green, inefficient technologies. We have to release these new technologies. And I believe the ones that are probably going to be the most effective come from rare earth, and it's from the magnets, and they last for 300 years. They're not connected to the grid. They're totally clean. That's what I think is going to emerge as the number one most significant thing. And I've got another point I need to make on this, on the silver. We've now got lithium batteries that have a problem. If you have to charge them slowly, they only have a range of about 300. And as they age, they get spikes and they puncture the casing, and that's why you see the Samsung phones burning. That's why you see the Tesla cars burning. Well, Samsung has figured out a solution. They figured out a battery that can be charged in just a few minutes that is like a 900-mile range. But here's what people need to know. If we truly have a silver shortage, it is horrendously terrible, because it consumes many times more silver than the lithium batteries, and is going to, along with the solar panels, going to become one of the biggest consumers of silver. We have to go after technologies that are not only clean and practical, but don't pollute and don't use up our silver, our most valuable resources. We need it for other things. So any comments or questions before we go on?
No, this is great. Yes, I see silver.
I'm going to take you into something. This is for national leaders. If there's anybody out there who follows Michael, because I know you got a big audience, who's connected to anybody political, please listen to these next two slides. And well, I got them on slides so I can be detailed, and take some notes and take note. So what now? And remember, I talked about the system, the beast system, and how it's going to be implemented, and how they formed the European Union and try to do the same thing with America. Here's what people need to know. We're fighting China. We're basically, the world has to change. The system has to set. And so what's happening is we have to deglobalize, because the world cannot The kingdoms of man must fall, communism and capitalism. So basically, manufacturing has to be taken away from China and distributed around the world. That has to happen. And the dollar has to fall as the sole reserve currency. I believe we'll come back with the strategy Trump has, and will be still the primary reserve currency, but it'll be shared by a basket of other nations. So no one nation can control the world. So as we compete and as we do these various squeezes against these superpowers, here's what you need to understand. China is going to try to suck as many people into their sphere as they can. And I want you to see what you get if you go with the China plan. Here's what they've done. 10 years ago, they mined more Bitcoin than anybody else in the world. And they kicked them out. And what Trump said, we're going to be the crypto capital of the world. Why? You need to understand this. Why didn't they want Bitcoin? It's lucrative. They didn't want it because it's decentralized. They wanted a centralized system. They wanted the yuan that was centralized. Why? Because they're implementing the beast system. It's implemented over in China right now. You talked about the Uyghurs. So they're basically a nation that and puts people in concentration camps, and their people are in absolute suppression. And if you go on and do some that nation, here's what God showed me when I was in China. This was the principal reason I was there. Tiananmen Square almost collapsed China. If you will agree to live under communism, we will agree to give you full employment and bring up the poverty level to the middle class. Well, what's happened now? It's all fallen apart. The banking system is collapsing. The real estate market's collapsing. Unemployment is rampant. They've got youth who are unemployed who are saying, we're the lay down people. We're the ant people. We're not participating in our slavery. And they're coming out in the streets. They're burning down factories because they haven't been paid. So the same kind of things that raised its head in Iran this past week is raising its head in China right now. Wow. Here's why. This is the reason I want the political leaders of the world to listen to this, because they have invoked the beast system early, before God was ready to allow it. So they've gone to a centralized system. So you walk around in China, they're the number one manufacturer of facial recognition. Any place you go, they know where you are. You go on the internet, bots are following you. Anything you say, they track, and that takes you into what they call their social credit score. Way different than ours. Ours says, hey, Michael, you paid 3 bills late, or you went out and got on the computer looking for funding to buy a car, your credit score goes down. Now, that's not how their credit score works. Their credit score says you said something or did something against the interests of the CCP, the Communist Party. So now here's what we're going to do. Anybody who associates with you, their credit score goes down. Any employer who employs you, their credit score goes down. You are prohibited from getting on a high-speed train, from getting on an airplane, from going to another country, from even having a job, from even owning a house. That is the beast system. That is the system that is in play today in China. So any government out there that's thinking about siding with China instead of us, that's what you're walking your constituency into. Now, by contrast, what is Donald Trump setting up? Now, I can't say what's going to happen when Donald Trump leaves. I know God is going to give us a period where we're going to have the greatest harvest of souls the world has ever seen. But the book of Revelation tells us that beast system will be installed at some time. But for right now, Trump has already put in legislation guaranteeing us that we're going to a decentralized system and we'll have no central bank digital system. So what's he given us? He's given us a decentralized system so that basically the banks can't do programmable currency. So over in China, just to understand how that credit system works, they say you were bad, your credit score goes down, and they can absolutely control you. How do they do it? Programmable currency. So they can say you can't buy these certain things, you can't buy things from these certain people, and you can't and they also say, think of it as a credit instead of money, because they don't want you saving money, because they want you in poverty. So if you don't spend the money you get by a certain date, it goes away. Puff the magic dragon, it's gone. And so that's the system that if you people out there embrace China, that's what you're going to be under. The opposite happens here. So basically, we're decentralized. Our system provides privacy because what? It's a blockchain, right? The biggest problem we have that we need to wake up the people with is the election fraud, right? So when we go into this new system and we go on blockchain, guess what happens? Trump's pushing to get election reform, but let's say that doesn't happen right away. It's a transparent system. They won't be able to go in and they won't be able to vote in 3 locations. The system will catch them. The system will catch them. And all the money laundering that's happening, the trillions of dollars that flows around that feeds the democratic system, it won't happen because it'll be exposed. So we're going to a transparent system versus what they're doing over in China. And then what happens? Basically, we get election integrity and we get people in that are not working for the global financial elite. So they no longer, what's it say? He who controls money controls the world. As this banking system comes down and is must, then they can't buy the media, they can't buy the politicians, they can't buy the schools. One of the first things Trump did was get rid of the Department of Education, the Federal Department of Education, because it was a propaganda machine. And basically all the 8 spheres of influence, and I know out there they say 7, I say 8, because I include something that I know will be dear to your heart, and you'll probably, I hope, agree with, is we have to put the 8th in, which is the military-industrial complex that keeps us in perpetual war and further drives us into bankruptcy. So let's see what else I got on here. So it's going to prevent money laundering. Transactions will be digitized, and we'll be able to go into a system that's not based on fiat. So under that system, under the digitized system, basically with XRP as the rails. And I'm going to give you one of these messages from God in a second. Here's what happens when we're on that. It means that a tanker full of oil, a truckload of wheat, anything can be broken down to the finite level so that it can function as currency. Contracts can be done. Money can be transferred in 3 to 6 seconds at a fraction of a penny. The SWIFT system is slow, it's antiquated, it's full of middlemen, it's expensive, and all of that is going away. But there's more to it than that. That system gives us autonomy. That system walks us into God's system because it's a system based on what? He says, the gold and silver are mine, the cattle on 1,000 hills are mine. I didn't create a society of lack. I created a world of plenty. And so now we're going to be able to get in and have access to all of that, and it'll change everything. We'll have a world of abundance and of plenty, and we'll become the stewards that God has always wanted us to be. So choose wisely today. Are you going to choose communism, or are you going to choose God's system that is right before the table and it's being integrated by God? And I want to close. You got any other comments? I'm sorry that I just keep talking and talking and talking.
That's great. So yeah, God system over the Chinese communist system. I think that's pretty easy. Do you see that's maybe I'm getting ahead, but do you see that there's a possibility of that happening, the collapse of that system here in the United States soon?
Oh, I think what God showed me in one of those appointments was that the kingdoms of man must fall, that the kingdom of God must come in. And that's going to sound crazy. So now I'm going to go, I don't care what they say. I say what God tells me. So basically, communism has to fall because of the oppression, right?
Yep.
And because it's also inefficient, because if you don't have skin in the game, you're not motivated. And so therefore they have to steal technology from other countries. But capitalism has to fall because what does God say? You got to serve, you got to pick. Who are you going to serve? Mammon or God? And basically capitalism is based on greed. And what does that lead to? It leads to an economic system that we have today that is based upon planned obsolescence. Because we're consuming too many of their resources, guess what? Here's some simple solutions. We just do the following simple things. We get out from under all that green movement. It's 50% more silver to be used for things that it should be used for. And then what do? We're sitting here and we're in God's kingdom, and we have the opportunity. I just lost my train of thought. Isn't that terrible? So where was I? I'll come back. I'm going to go back to something else. So basically, we're going to walk into a system of plenty. Oh, I know why. So now here's what we're going to do. We're going to go from planned obsolescence to something that we have the capability to do. Remember how we're going to go from oil plastic to plastic that's built on hemp, and we're going to go to water from the atmosphere, where all of the world is just a river floating above our heads. And so we're going to get out from under all these crises. God has got it all orchestrated and it's all ready to happen. We're going to walk into a world of absolute plenty. And so what we're going to do is we're going to change our complete economic system. Capitalism falls, we go to God's system, and it's based on making things that are modular, that are easily repairable, and are built to last forever. So we're going to carbon fiber, stronger than steel, and it's abundant anything on the planet is basically either carbon or silicon. So complete abundance. And we're going to all these new technologies, all these new things, and we're basically going to make products that can last forever. We've got 3D printed houses. We've got hemp. We've got all these new technologies. So what happens when we do that? Not only have we got out from under the waste of the silver, but we've completed a completely new society where we're not wasting, and let's make it over again and over again and over again. That's more and more resources we're wasting. We're going to make it last virtually forever. I mean, you can build a 3D printed house last 300 years. You can build a house using carbon fiber that'll last 300 years. You can have a magnet that lasts 300 years. That means that mankind is going to cut down on the amount of natural resources we use absolutely dramatically. We're using too many of their natural resources. God's system does it, and we all get to live in the process, and we get to walk into the kingdom with the God, and we get to live, and you have time to know your mother and your father and your sister and your brother and your neighbor. And I think there's something else that's happening. So these things that we think are bad are good. Here's what happened. They locked us down, right? And when they locked us down, we went to remote viewing, just like you and I are doing here now. So one of the biggest financial collapses is coming is in the commercial real estate market, because those places are never going to get filled. Those workers are never coming back. Yep. Those houses, those corporate facilities are setting with 40% occupancy. We're going to have a near 100% collapse in the commercial market. So what's happening? Those people move to the country. They move to small cities. They ain't never coming back. So instead of going for, like we have for the last 200 years, from the country to the city, people are going to go from the city to the country, and we're going to work together in groups of people, shared, and we're going to have community, and everything is going in the exact opposite direction, from slavery to freedom. So I want to close by reading one slide, because I always like to close on things that are positive. So I contend that, now this is not from God, this is from me, that America is the only nation in the world that can lead us into this system that I'm talking about. And if you can't check every one of these boxes, you're not going to be the leader of a free world. You might be the leader of a suppressed world, but not a free world. So here we are. Once we get out from under the global elite, what are we going to be? A free society that is innovative, that shares the innovations with the world and leads the world into a situation where we can be we can conserve our natural resources. What else are we going to do? Diverse and abundant natural resources and natural economy. So why is Russia in trouble? Why did the Spanish collapse? Why did the Dutch collapse? Because their economies were based on primarily one thing: diversification. America is one of the most diversified nations in the world. And then let's go on. Leadership in manufacturing and trade. Like I said, we invented the Industrial Revolution, the computer, the AI, and now we're basically, from what I see, ahead in AI with Elon Musk and with the chips and so on and so forth. So we're going to lead the new Industrial Revolution. And the demographics of the American people, demographics are important. So China has one of the oldest demographics in the world, which means what? There's a lot of people that are now poor. And what's that doing? The youth and the older are now in severe financial collapse, and the middle class has collapsed, and that's creating instability. And then another one of the factors that's squeezing in on us is Japan has had the reverse carry trade for years, because their population was the oldest population in the world. And now they're in such financial condition that they're going to have to start raising their interest rates. Well, what's that going to do? They raise the interest rates. People go over there by the hordes, borrow money, come back over to whatever country, and they invest it on margin. And now with them raising their interest rates, they're going to get margin calls. So we're going to get margin calls on silver. We're going to get margin calls on T-bills. We're going to get margin calls on the carry trade. God is changing everything. He's got to bring everything down in order to recreate a system. So basically, we've got a diverse economy, and we've got one of the youngest populations in the world. Not as young as Africa, but means we got workers out there, and we're moving also dramatically. Why do you think Nikola Tesla is so efficient with his cars? Because they're vertically integrated, and he uses AI in order to be absolutely as efficient as possible. And what we're going to do is we're going to go into a situation where eventually we're going to get into have some kind of supplemented income, because we're only going to have to work 20 hours a week, and we're going to have all the rest of that time to spend with our family and to spend with God. And so basically the last of it is two more things. No nation has ever ruled the world for any period of time unless within their geographic sphere of influence they have a single language. India's got 27 different dialects, for example. The language of the world is English, and it's declared by the UN. And the last thing, you gotta protect what you got. And I think with what we saw that happened in Venezuela when people were absolutely flabbergasted with the new technology released, I think that America clearly, not by numbers, but by technology, has the most sophisticated military in the world. Now, you're in a better position to answer that than me, but that is what I consider the good news. Everything that scares you is all orchestrated by God to bring us to the point that we get time with God, we get a whole new system. And just like Donald Trump said, not only is America going to be great, but greater than ever. But that, Michael, back to you.
Yes, greater than ever. Yeah, the military, what I saw, happen with Maduro, I was like, okay, all the stuff that I'd done, all the training that I'd done, all the stuff that we pushed has reached an unbelievable level. I agree. There's no one that can touch us at this point. So,
Do you have any hint of what kind of technology we might have used?
any hints about what kind of technology they used?
Yeah.
So they obviously used technology that could shut down the radar, and they used so that's probably directed energy type weapon. They also used sonic type weapon systems that basically incapacitated them, their brains and so forth. So there's and then the guys are extremely highly trained. I was always unbelievably highly trained, but their weapon
Well, as the
systems.
SEAL, you were the top of the top of the top of the top.
Absolutely, yeah.
What is it, about a 50% washout rate, or is it higher than that?
Oh, much higher. It's 70 to sometimes 90%. So yeah.
Well, you look fit right now, but I can't imagine what you looked like when you were in your prime and you were. Oh my God, I wouldn't have wanted to tangle with you. That's all I can say. I got one other question on this topic. Trump's talking about the Golden Dome, and that's why he wants to get Canada and Mexico in. And oh, by the way, I think that either they're using this for political pressure, or we just might see Canada become part of the United States. Alberta went and did a deal behind Ottawa's back and got that pipeline, and that inspired the rest of the resource-rich West. And now they're passing circulations to get a vote. And if they get a vote and they vote to leave any of those provinces, they can buy the government that controls China. I mean Canada. They can leave and become part of the United States of America. So the Golden Dome that he's talking about, and he's talking about Space Force. Do you have any insights from that, from any of your military intel that you have? What he's basically building there?
Yeah, I think that's going to be worldwide. He's talking for the United States because that's how he'll get it across, because everybody support that here in the United States. But eventually, it's going to be for the whole world, and I think that's going to be, you're under this dome, you're protected. We don't need to go to war. We have the greatest military or industrial, capacity that's ever been seen before. We can share it. We can, have other people. There's no need to have war if everybody has, economic stability and so forth.
Well, you just mentioned something else I want to talk. I mentioned that things have to change dramatically. So we hoard technology right now, but we're not going to hoard technology anymore. So I want to give you an example. One of the most costly technologies to develop is nanites. And so what is happening in some of the universities and other places in the world, you have 10, 15, 20 manufacturers that come in. Now, nanites can be used in a lot of different fields, and they all bring money to the table, and they have this giant pool of money, and they share all the technology. So this company says, well, I want to use it for medical, and I want to use it for military, and I want to use it. And so we're going to have things that we're going to share. And then I'm going to do a whole series of shows on how we get back to being the stewards of the earth, and the things we're going to regreen the deserts, just like the Bible said. I mean, and it's all, and none of it works. Like, let's say America has this great technology to regreen the deserts, to clean the atmosphere. None of it will work unless everybody else does it. So basically, we're going to be forced, in order to save this planet, to put all of our angst aside, to stop all the division that they have, to stop the wars, and to basically cooperate to save the planet and to save humanity. So I see this as the greatest time in the world to be alive.
Yeah.
Michael, it is such a pleasure. I wanted to do a show with you for quite a while. I hope I didn't just walk all over you, but
No.
you're kind enough to just let me talk. So thank you.
Yeah, I mean, you have a lot to share, so I'm glad you got the chance to get it all out there. So thanks a lot for coming in, Larry. And yeah, we'll do a show with Juan, and Juan's got some ideas, and I know you're right up. Hello, everyone. Michael Jaco with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. Very, and I will say very strong chance of a major earthquake this week, right? From the 19th into the weekend, right? So it's very strong possibility that's going to happen. I'm going to go into all the different aspects of this. You guys know that I've been very, very strong on the fact that I believe there's going to be a major earthquake and tsunami and volcanic activity this year. Right. Last year was just the beginning. All right. So this year will be extremely active and probably into the following year as well. But we'll see as this year progresses, what the next year is going to look like. So this give you background on this as far as like my prediction capabilities on this. I've predicted many different earthquakes before they happened, days before they happened. Now, this one, I don't feel that it's like imminent in the next day or two, but I feel that this coming week, possibly from Tuesday onward, is very strong chance. And I'll show you guys how I feel it's going to be very, very strong potential that's going to be in California because of the earthquake activity that's been happening. All right. So when you get big earthquakes on either side of a certain area, and you have a lot of little earthquakes that are like blown up in between, that gives you an indication that something big is coming in that area, pre-quakes. All right, so that puts us around the LA area. So we'll see how this goes. It could happen, obviously, some other location. Stefan Burns is like blowing the whistles and jumping up and down. He's been very good at predicting this. It's Schumann resonance and big coronal hole that's facing Earth right now. Planetary alignments that's once in a lifetime, and then we just had a major explosion off the sun, solar blast, and it's coming our way. It should be here in the next couple of days. So it's very, very strong. And we're going to look at some of what Stefan Burns talked about. But first of all, I want to take you guys out. And, I think that some of this stuff is activated by deep state, right? So if you look up all day long, can you guys see? Let me see if I can get out of the way. There is major, all day long, major chemtrailing. All right. And we have had, although you can still see some snow down there, we've had pretty warm temperatures here. And no rain, nothing, right? No snow. The snowpack is a little below normal, even though we've had massive amounts of rainfall. We don't have the snowpack that we normally do during this time frame. Doesn't mean it's not going to happen. I still feel that it is going to happen. But it seems like there's some kind of, something that's going on, right? So manipulation, there's other things, other factors that are going on. There's when you see like I just did, ex-Nickelodeon actor Kiana Underwood. She died at 33 years old in Brooklyn in a hit and run. So she was going across she was a Nickelodeon actress, Nickelodeon children, right? So she was going across a crosswalk
a black SUV hit her, knocked her down, and then another vehicle came right behind that one, ran over, and that's what killed her. And both vehicles got away, right? Now, you would think in, New York, Brooklyn, whatever, you would have like cameras everywhere, which they do have. They would know instantly the license plates number and maybe even could see the vehicle occupants. They're probably blacked out windows. The license plates were probably changed. Something I have done when I worked in the CIA, we changed license plates all the time. So, of course, criminals do the same thing. Deep State does the same thing. So a sacrifice, right? Was this a sacrifice for, oh my stars. That's right, Kim in Wisconsin. So, oh my stars. All right. So the planetary alignment, the solar star is booming at us. Is that some manipulation that goes on with that? I believe it does. And I believe they can control through HARP and, directed energy weapons and so forth, heat up certain aspects of the fault lines, put HARP energy into the fault lines. All of these things can cause, something that's already brewing to really cook off on another level, heat it up. And so it explodes. It was going to blow, but it's going to blow bigger. And I think that's what we're going to see. Now, I think this could be well up into the 7 range or even into the 8 range. Now, a 7.2 to 7.6 would probably rock the hell out of California. All right. Anything above that is going to be devastating. Now, when I remote view, remote viewing it can be time sensitive. When there is like the first time this happened for me, you guys might remember when I started talking about remote viewing, or my early stages when I was in combat zones in Iraq and Afghanistan, Pakistan, and Yemen, and Bahrain, and all these other places, Libya. So all of these different places I would remote view and see attacks before they happen. Now there was normally I would get like a tension, right? And I would just relax. I'd go into a state of consciousness. God's trying to talk to me. I'm one of his messengers. So he would relay to me what was coming. And so I remember being in Pakistan one time, and I got one of those, oh, danger. So I started relaxing, and I got a time frame, but it wasn't, something was different about it. Something was very different about it. So I knew there was danger, but there was nothing visual that came to me as it normally would. So I was like, what is that? And lo and behold, 2 days later, right across the border from Pakistan and China was a massive earthquake, which killed thousands and thousands of people and caused massive amounts of damage. So I was like, oh, I can do that now. I can detect earthquakes. So that was one of those things, God's like, okay, we're gonna give you some more tasks here because you're doing a really good job. So one of those tasks that I've been relaying is that, and I did it last year before the year started, I said there were going to be major earthquakes and tsunamis and tidal waves, tsunamis, tidal waves, and there was going to be volcanic activity. So we had all that last year. Massive earthquakes. We had tidal waves. All these things happen. And so I've been seeing that California was going to be hit. Now, I thought it was going to be this last summer because I saw it in a warm time frame. See behind me? You look at the map on California right now, and it's like almost like late spring, early summer temperatures, guys, right? So it's the same type of temperature that I saw when I saw a massive earthquake, tsunami. Now, I saw also this earthquake activity was going to cause a chain reaction into the other fault zones in California, and even all the way to here in Lake Tahoe. There's 3 fault zones that run under Lake Tahoe. That's why Lake Tahoe is so deep, right? And I saw many years ago when I lived here, I saw a tsunami in Lake Tahoe, and I was like, how's that possible? Is a tsunami coming all the way from the ocean? I was like, oh man, that's going to be something. As a tsunami comes all the way from the ocean, man, but it was different. It was like it just came straight up the hill. And where I was living, I remember running straight up this hill. It's like this one street called Ski Run. And I remember running up the hill and the tsunami coming up behind me. And I finally reached a point where it didn't go any further. All right. Now other people have contacted me that are psychics as well, and have said they see a tsunami in Lake Tahoe, and they said, you need to talk about it. And I was like, okay. so I'm like the fall guy when, everybody's like, okay, put it out there. And they're like hiding behind me. It's like, go, you do it. So, if this, and there, I looked it up, and they said that this is not unusual for Lake Tahoe to get deep earthquake activity, and it's overdue, and it causes tsunami in Lake Tahoe. So Lake Tahoe actually has tsunamis. Crazy, right? And I'm sure there's probably evidence of that. I haven't looked into it, but very, very interesting when you look at your intuitions and then you start to do the research. It's like, dang, that could possibly be a real thing. Now, the fact that it was many years ago, because you don't know sometimes when this is coming. Now, for me, I live way up in Lake Tahoe now. I'm not down along the coast like I used to be, or close to the coast. So it's much better spot, and so I think I'll be good. And if not, I'm not. But I've had visions of this house shaking and running out, right? And I thought it was because it was going to be from the earthquakes that are going to be coming from California, which probably will. Probably get a little shake before that, and then domino effect. It could, cook off here in Lake Tahoe. And like some of the other psychics that contacted me said that they saw the tsunami. Now, this is where we need to be aware of vibrational energies, right? Of course, some places I've noticed, some places hurricanes get, hurricanes get sucked into some places where the energy, the vibrational consciousness is low, where they have done some, bad things in some areas, or earthquakes and all these kind of different things. The earth responds to that, guys. God consciousness and so forth. It responds to extreme negativity. Now, we know in California there's extreme negativity. Now, one of the things that we've seen is that a lot of people have been leaving California, which could be a good thing moving forward. All right. Like Elon Musk and some of the oil refineries and so forth. They've spent $1 billion just to get out of California. It's so bad here in California. And there were supposed to be a lot of gas stations. Costco was going to build a massive gas station. California is just so legislatively, regulationally out of control that everybody's just leaving. They're not building anything. Jobs are drying up. They're leaving California on a massive scale. This could be a good thing. All right. So refineries. Now, one of the things that I've seen in my visions, in my remote views of California, when this earthquake activity happens, is that there's lots of fires. And I was like, fires? What the heck? Gas lines, but there were major fires. So when I saw water, I saw like flooding and all kind of stuff. So that sounds to me like dams are going to go. It sounds to me like refineries are going to explode and, start fires everywhere. And there's going to be, I saw fire on water. So that makes sense that we would have the refineries that are along the coast a lot of times, getting damaged and then having fires and that fluid and stuff going into the water and stuff. So that's one of the things that I've seen. Like I said, tsunami here. Now, the people, like I said, that have told me about the tsunamis happening here, there's some baddies that are here, right? Larry Ellison, we know that he's a baddie, and he does, he's a satanic type guy. And so these people, these other psychics are saying they're going to be taken out. Their homes and so forth are going to be taken out because of their negativity, right? So, there's been people that have talked about how there are some bad sacrifice type stuff that goes on here in Lake Tahoe. It's like, I'm not part of that. I've never heard of it specifically, but, I've seen it in other circles. Psychics have told me about it. Other psychics have told me about it. I think it is a possibility here, unfortunately, because what they do is they come in where there are good energies and they hijack them and they do their sacrifices, like that one I was just telling you guys about. Let me pull that up so you guys can see that. So bad energies, guys. We know that there's a lot of adrenochrome, adrenochrome making that happens in California, right? Underground facilities. So here it is. This woman, actor Kiana Underwood, dies. Former Nickelodeon actress who rose to prominence as a child performer. Now, when you work for the deep state, when you work for the Luciferian group, you are basically always going to be part of their group. And if they decide that you are going to be sacrificed, all right, in whatever manner, whether it's, like cut you open, cut your heart out, whatever they do sacrifice wise, or if they run you over like they did her, they have that option to do that anytime. All right. Even if you're high up, they'll sacrifice you. All right. And the sacrifice could be like, Bill and Hillary Clinton. Are they going to sacrifice them? Are they going to let them, stand trial and go to jail for not showing up for the congressional committee that told them to come? And they're just like other people. Steve Bannon, who else? I can't think of his name, but there's others that basically, there's two or three others. I think three major figures with Trump during the Trump timeframe that basically it's bullshit. You guys, I'm not doing it. And so they basically throw them in jail. Are they going to do that to Bill and Hillary? Or is the deep state going to let them be sacrificed, sacrifice them to that? And I think they've already been sacrificed. I think they're gone already. So it doesn't matter really. But here we have the incident occurred on Friday morning in the Brownsville neighborhood where Underwood was crossing an intersection. According to the New York Police Department, police said a black Ford Explorer SUV struck Underwood as she entered the roadway. After she fell to the street, a second vehicle, described by police as a black and gray sedan, also struck her before fleeing the scene. It was basically they did it on purpose, obviously. Two vehicles, I mean, neither one of these had a conscience to stop after they hit somebody. No, they hit her on purpose. So it was a sacrifice. So 33 degree Mason bullshit, all that. So there you go. Why did they sacrifice her? Is it for this coming ritual they're going to do where they, have a massive earthquake, all right? Induce a massive earthquake. It is a possibility. So we're going to see. If we see other things that correlate, I mean, this was on, I don't know what date that was. It was today's 18th. I don't know if it happened today or happened yesterday. Whatever date it was, might correlate to some other event. Because normally what they do is they do a male and a female when they have some event, all right? You look at Michael Jackson and Farrah Fawcett died the same day, all right? So you can look back on time and see, these events. I don't think so, all right? I think he's still alive, right? But regardless, they do these events and they do them on certain dates and they do them, in conjunction with other ritual events, So just like who's that one actor just recently that died with his wife and the dog when the dog star was was rising. So all of this crazy stuff, they always do that bullshit, right? It's a sacrifice. And the same thing, a major actor and his wife, spent his whole life probably doing stuff for the deep state. And here they go. They sacrificed him. All right. They were found like days later. It's crazy. All right. Paul Walker is sure praying. Paul Walker is still alive. It's a possibility. I haven't really looked at that one. It's not clear to me. So there's a possibility he's still alive. But San Andreas Fault, we know that there's been a lot of talk about that. We've had some activity on that fault. Nothing super major. We're overdue for a major earthquake along that fault line. So this is what the fault line looks like all the way down in Brawley, California, near the border. Travels up, as you guys can see. It goes by Los Angeles, but don't be fooled. There are many faults in California. San Andreas is just a major one. And then it goes all the way up through San Francisco, through the Bay Area, and then out into off the Oregon coast, where there's another major fault line out there, where we just had a pretty significant earthquake, about a 6.1 or something like that. And that fault, when that gets hit, and it's a slip slide in the waves fault, that's the one I believe is going to cause the major tsunami. Will it happen this time? I don't think so, because of the way the Schumann resonance is responding. According to Stefan Burns, this indicates it's probably going to be on land. All right, so let's look at a little bit more the fault lines. Let's look at all the different fault lines in Cali. There's quite a few of them. If you've ever done this study, of course, I've spent a lot of time in California, but I really started looking at this as I started to see this potential major earthquake that's coming, and I believe it's coming soon. Major fault lines in California, see San Andreas, which is transform type, because it transforms everything, all right, massively. San Jacinto fault, it's a strike slip. Hayward fault, strike slip. Elsinore fault, Imperial fault. But those are some of the major ones. Now you see the time frame here. The Hayward fault, I think, is ready to really hammer away as well. I think that's one of the reasons why I think there's going to be a domino effect. I think the San Andreas goes, and I think the Hayward fault goes, and just pushes, just dominoes throughout California. All right. So last time the Hayward fault's has gone off is 1868, 1906. Of course, I believe that was the San Francisco, big San Francisco quake. So we're overdue. Usually these happen in a little bit less of a time frame. Usually less than 100 years. So we're well over 100 years for both of those. So very, very high potential that we're going to see these basically have a major eruption, right? So our major slip, slide, and transform, whatever they do, right? So now, obviously, I'm not a hurricane dude, earthquake guy. I haven't studied any of that stuff, but I'm very advanced, and I think this is where consciousness is going to go in the future. It's not so much that we're going to be book smart as we're going to be intuitive smart, right? So if you're like me and some other people like Stefan Burns, you're very intuitive. That, I think, is a consciousness. That's the consciousness that's going to be recognized in the future as evidence of advanced consciousness and so forth. So I know that's the way it's going to be. All right. So let's look at Stefan Burns. Stefan Burns, as you're going to see here, he seems to be very excited. All right. All right. So he's got somebody that's doing his, or maybe he even does this, that's doing his graphics. So as you see here, he's pretty excited. All right. He did one maybe 5 or 6, maybe a little bit longer ago, where he talked about some of this stuff. So as you see here, humongous coronal hole. We're going to look at that. That giant solar flare just lit up and it's coming our way. Once in a lifetime planetary alignment of the planets, of course, and crazy human anomalies, which always happen, as he's pointed out, just before a major earthquake. All right, so let's jump in.
Hey everyone, geophysicist Stefan Burns here. Things are going nuts right now, not only here on Earth, but with the sun, and in fact, the entire solar system.
Yeah, I like the way he did that. Not only here on Earth, nuts, going nuts, as we know everything is. To me, everything seems to be pretty planned out. But for a lot of people, it seems really nutsoid. Now, this is pretty much, like I've been saying, this is kind of planned out because consciousness is going to attract this or stop it from happening. So one of the reasons why I know I'm out of California and a good distance away from it, even though I'm up here in a mountain where there's fault zones, is that I think that California is going to get hammered, right? And a good portion of that is because of the extremely low vibratory fields that are there. You have an incredibly corrupt governor there, Gavin Newsom, who I've been working on, as I've talked about, from the angelic realm. And it is quite a shit show in that angelic realm, guys. We're going in and we're hitting some baddies, right? Some dark angels. So there's a lot of problems here in California, and it attracts this type of activity. So the Earth is not very happy. God's not very happy with California. And I think that's why we're going to see major Earth change activity here in California. Now, I remember when I went to New York, that's before the two towers fell, right? I was running the hand-to-hand program for the Navy SEAL team. So me and my instructor team, we went to Maryland to learn some very advanced skills. So we're like, we're going to be taking a plane. We're taking it out of New York. So we're like, we got some time. Let's walk the streets of New York. So we walked the streets of New York. It was interesting. We went to the top of the World Trade Center towers. We're at the top of them. It was quite a view. Stunning, everything. I don't know if we ate up there or something, but it was. I remember the people. The people not very friendly, and I took note of that. And I was like, and I'm a psychic. Even all the way back then, I was like, something's going to change. All right, I felt that these people are going to get awakened. All right, they're going to get a strong awakening event. And sure enough, even before the towers collapsed, a month before the towers collapsed, I felt I was telling everybody I felt something really major was coming. We needed to beef up our security. I was at the Naval Academy at the time. I said we have to beef up our security. I remember talking about it to all of the just before they went on vacation, because this was August time frame. So I think it was like late June before everybody went on vacation. I did a anti-terrorism brief, and the whole, there was like all senior enlisted guys there were doing these briefs, and like they'd have like the other guys would have a handful of people come up, and here's a guy that knows terrorism and stuff like that. So they the whole academy, there was like thousands came to the event, and I was telling them all these different things. I said, I feel very strongly that you guys need to really be aware. And some people laughed, and but the senior, the captains, there was there's tons of captains, Navy captains at the academy. There's a 3-star admiral there. They all took notice. They all felt it too, I believe. When I said it, they came. They were concerned. They asked me a lot of questions, and I told them, "Yeah, this is what I'm seeing." And then I remember, working out of the gym or something. I was going up to the office there at the academy where I worked at, and I was leaving in my car, and I was driving in, leaving something, and I saw a Middle Eastern guy. So, I've been to the Middle East quite a bit before that. And I know Middle Easterners. And he was driving. And this is how I kind of told everybody, you could have them come in. And I said, it would be very easy for them to come in a moving truck. I told them that because I saw the way, they just waved in moving trucks. I watch everything. And here I see this Middle Eastern guy in a moving truck driving out the academy. And I was like, he's probably doing a trial run to see how far he can get in. And so I turned my car around as fast as I could. I tried to follow him, but he was already, if you've ever been to Annapolis, it's not an easy place to get around. So I lost him. And before I could get out the gate and hit the turn where he went, he was gone. So I don't know if he saw that I was onto him or what, and he like hit the gas, but whatever. We got word later after the attack that the Naval Academy was one of the target places that they had planned to hit. So I think that because I spoke out and I told everybody that there was going to be a possibility of an attack at the Naval Academy and this blah, blah, blah. And they beefed up security. So it went from an easy target to a hard target. So maybe they called it off. Maybe that's why we didn't get hit. I don't know. So sometimes you'll never know. So this is the crazy times we're in right now. Of course, we're seeing in Wisconsin and Minneapolis. I think Wisconsin, we're going to trade Wisconsin out for Alberta. Wisconsin's going to go to Canada, and we're going to get Alberta. And I'm kidding. We would never give up Wisconsin. It's mostly conservatives in there anyway. Just the crazies are in the big cities, like I've said. So, but I do think we're going to get Alberta and many more provinces in Canada, and then eventually all of Canada. So, and Greenland and Mexico, but we won't own them. We'll work with them, and we'll create a very good trading environment because we're going to have like incredible things, free energy and flying cars and all kind of great stuff. So everybody's going to want to be trading with us, and everybody's going to be part of us, and we're going to just make that happen. But in the meantime, there are some very negative things that are going to be coming about over the next several years. One of those will be earth change activity because just like I saw after I went back to New York after the Twin Towers came down, I went there to check it out long after because I didn't want to get radiated, right? Because of directed energy weapons there. I didn't even know that directed energy weapons could cause radiation problems, right, at the time. But I felt that I'm not going anywhere near that site. And I had my kids, and I took them there, and I told them about it, and we walked around the areas far away from there. And everybody was nice. Everybody was nice in New York. Very nice, right? Nicer than just about any place you'll ever want to go. And just like that, that time that I was there, and I said, there's probably going to be an event. I feel like there's going to be an event that's going to happen here in New York. I feel there's going to be an event that's going to happen in California, right? So I see this is going to be a massive loss of life event, all right, when it does happen. All right, of course, I hope it doesn't. I pray that it doesn't, and I send my good energy there. And as you guys know, I work on different dimensional realms and fight evil. I'm doing the best that I can for California, but I think there's a very strong possibility that California, because of all the evil that's there, is going to suffer.
We have a convergence of events and things are going insane. I don't know where this is going to lead, but today, just now, we had a 1.95 X-class flare blast off from the sun. We can see it very clearly with our 131 angstrom imagery. As I'm recording this, it is still happening. As you can see, this blasted a massive coronal mass ejection out into space directly towards Earth, and that is going to hit us in about 2 to 3 days and trigger a significant geomagnetic storm, very likely G3 or even G4 levels, perhaps stronger than that. We could get more activity from this sunspot group here for 341. In fact, I think that's likely to occur it's not yet exactly Earth center and direct. It still has about 3 days to go. We have a significant planetary alignment right now. We have Venus, Mars, and Mercury all on the far side of the sun, closely conjunct the sun. Pluto is there as well. And today is the new moon. Happy new moon, everyone, meaning that Earth's moon is positioned in front of the Earth and between the Earth and the sun. Also in this alignment, Jupiter is directly behind us. So almost every single significant point and planet in the sun in our solar system is participating in this alignment, excluding the outermost gas giants. So they are also configured in their own alignment with Saturn and Neptune conjunct with Uranus and Pluto. All 2024, they looked very much like this, but they were much shorter in duration. Those preceded high magnitude 7+ earthquakes. So we could be looking at a huge earthquake in the immediate future, likely land-based, because usually those signals for ocean-based earthquakes are absorbed by the conductive seawater, but they also look like they could be man-made electromagnetic signals. So some sort of weird frequency.
All right. So I pointed this out with the several years ago when there was earthquake in Turkey, which was followed very quickly by another very high level earthquake, just barely below the one that happened. That's extremely, extremely rare. And I felt at the time, and I said at the time, that I felt that that was something that they were doing to try and get Turkey to do certain things at the time. So Turkey did do those things that they wanted them to do. And so I guess they didn't get any more earthquakes, but it was, people were saying, it's probably maybe 1,000 people lost their lives. And I said, nope, that's going to be upwards of 10,000. And sure enough, it was. All right. So now what will be, if it does come, what will be the, the death rate for California? I think it's going to be unbelievably significant. All right. I think there's going to be as well, because a lot of the crazy that they would do that, but I guess they were getting a good deal. I don't know what the hell they were thinking about, but a lot of the electric generation plants that are nuclear are along fault lines. Other generation plants are along fault lines. Some of the plants for oil and gas refining are along fault lines. So there's going to be major destruction, and from possible problems with the nuclear power plants that might get disrupted, or the refineries and the gases that come from that, and the toxic everything that comes from those things. We're going to see major loss of life from that as well, I think, in California when it does happen. So yeah, one fault going off in one location, that's bad enough, but this could be, like I said, domino effect type faults. Now you're seeing right here, Stefan Burns is showing you that there's, we have the coronal hole, that's our coronal mass ejection that's coming at us. We just had a sunspot that basically blew off lots of energy at us, magnetic energy. These are all, those two things alone are pretty significant, but we're also seeing, which is an indicator like he's talking about, the Schumann resonance is blowing up. And every time it does this, within a few days, there's usually a very major significant earthquake. So you have not only the Schumann resonance like spiking, but you have coronal hole that's pointing at us with a lot of energy. And then we just had, as you saw, a coronal mass ejection. And who knows, we could get more of that. So it's not looking so good.
Manipulation that's occurring. I don't know.
So yes, like he's saying, manipulation. Like I said in the beginning, like you saw in the atmosphere here, where there's chemtrailing all day long on a massive level here, and this, where you saw those, are over California. That's not Nevada, where I'm at. That's California side, out over that area. So I think there's going to be, because what they can do is they can create those clouds, and they can bounce their HARP energy off those clouds, and are directing energy weapons. I don't know. So But I've heard how they use HARP to basically through using clouds and so forth that they create that has particles of nanoparticles or whatever the heck it has in them, metals or whatever they have in them. It can induce even more problems when they hit it with HARP. All right, so I think that's what we're seeing. I think that's what we're going to see. So now, what do you do if you're in California? Well, you're going to have to start to, listen to your intuition. You're going to, if, your pets get crazy, if you start having these crazy feelings, and don't let me, influence you, stay calm, stay cool, stay open-minded. But if you start to feel things aren't quite right, this is what I've been feeling. I've had dreams of California, recently. I see myself in dreams and, survival mode. I hope it doesn't, come to my area too, but I pick up on the, frequencies of others that are possibly going to suffer as well. And some of you guys are like that as well. You're basically tapped into different frequencies. You can feel these things. So not only intuitive, but also, energy, you feel these energies before they come. And that's what I'm feeling.
There's a lot out there on that. Some of these, groups have been doing this covertly for 50 plus years now. So it's not out of the book. It's not out of the question. And we know that these rhythms, these electromagnetic frequencies in the Schumann resonance range of 0 to 50 hertz overlap with our brain waves and our basic biologic rhythms. And that's why they're experimenting with that in terms of it.
All right. And so like he's talking about the Schumann resonance, once it's being influenced, it interacts with our bio and, our brain, our neurons and so forth, neurons in your gut. So you get that, that gut feeling that something's off. You get that feeling in your heart, the brain and heart coherence. If you're, tapped into that, you're going to get, possibly some intuitions. You'll start to feel, you won't feel right. Something doesn't feel right. You listen to that and hopefully you're going to get some guidance. Now, it doesn't mean that it's going to happen this week in California. And that's why I say you need to listen to your intuition. It could be further out. I'm surprised it's been this long. So I feel strongly if it doesn't happen soon, it's going to happen sooner, or I don't know. It's going to happen this year. I feel very strongly, and maybe, this week, guys. So just be heads up. I'm not a doomer. I'm not a gloomer. I'm just an informer. I get these energies. I feel these energies. I get these intuitions from God, and I'm like, do I have to? If it doesn't happen, then everybody's going to not like me. But I'm over that. There's a lot of people don't like me, so screw you guys that don't like me. You're not even listening anyway, so I don't care. But there is a lot of of you out there that are tapped into this. So just feel your way through this. Try and keep people informed. Don't put them in fear. I don't want anybody to be in fear, because if you're in fear, you're not going to be tapped into your intuition. You won't know what to do. All right.
To control the populace and their minds and more. It gets wild. We have that happening right now. We also have a gigantic coronal hole on the Earth-facing side of the sun that is about to connect to us with its open magnetic field extending deep into interplanetary space. We're about to get hit with a high-speed stream from that. And typically when we get these sort of significant high-speed stream impacts and we connect to these very large trans-equatorial coronal holes, we often get high-magnitude earthquakes to follow. There's a clear correlation there. And so we have all the factors converging right now for a gigantic earthquake to occur.
All right. So all the factors are there for a gigantic earthquake to occur. All right. So let's look at some of the different faults out there. We'll zero in on them, get an idea of where they're at. Now you look at, we're backed off pretty good. We see all about California. You see these, colored lines in there. We're just going to go in. All right. We're going to go in and start to see, oh, wow, there's lots of faults. And I'm even going to take you up to my area of Lake Tahoe to show you there's where those 3 different faults are. So as you guys can see, you have the major San Andreas, but there's a lot of other faults around Los Angeles, right? See all these little squiggly lines? Those are all faults, right? So let's go in deeper. There's the Charnock fault over here. We got the Raymond fault. We got the Hollywood fault. We got the Whittier fault, the Norwalk fault, the Walnut Creek fault. They're all around California or Los Angeles, guys, all around. Sierra Madre fault zone. So that's kind of out there in the mountains. So, but yeah, we have a lot of Los Alamitos fault, the Verdes fault, Cabrillo fault. There's, you got the Mexicans coming in here. They're all faulted up too. No, I'm kidding. But there's lots of fault activity in Los Angeles, right? Los Angeles. And of course, all the way up into, let's go all the way up into San Francisco. So as you see in San Francisco is riddled as well, all right? And probably even more than Los Angeles. Now over here in Lake Tahoe, zero in, where am I? Is it further down? Sacramento, where's Sacramento? Here it is right here. All right. So zeroing in on Lake Tahoe, so all the way through the, mountains, we have, faults. And as you can see here in Tahoe, you have the Tahoe fault, you have the Incline Village fault and the Tahoe fault. So all these different faults, I believe, are going to cause at some point a tsunami, right? Now, I had this one psychic that told me that when this tsunami happens, it's going to destroy all the baddies' homes, and then it's going to go down. It goes down this river, or actually it goes back this way, and into Reno. So it comes around. There's a river that goes all the way down, the Tahoe River, I think, something like that. And this woman said she saw Reno getting hit by the tsunami that, devastates Tahoe. It gets triggered into Tahoe, and it goes down the river and basically comes down. I think it's a Truckee River. And then it comes into Reno and causes massive flooding in Reno. I was like, wow, okay, that's a pretty good one. I haven't seen that one, but like I said, there's a lot of psychics that are seeing this stuff. So I'm not the only one, right? Now, the San Andreas, they tell us what's coming. So we had a movie, and so I'm the white Dwayne Johnson, right? That's what the people call me. They call me the White Rock because we look so much alike. It's funny. But, here we have the Rock here in the movie San Andreas. This was released like 11 years ago almost. May 29th is when it came out. So, 10 years, a little over 10 years ago. It cost them $110 million to make that. That's a lot of money back then, but they made $475 million. So that was a good showing. But a lot of people saw this. And, it showed all of the devastation that happened in that movie to Los Angeles, right? As you see here, everything's falling down. He's in the helo, like, what the hell do I do? How do I help people? So that's the way it's going to be for a lot of people, unfortunately. I think when this really does happen, when it does come. All right. So latest earthquakes, let's look at the USGS. So this gives us an idea of what's actually happening right now, right? So this gives us an indication of what might be transpiring. So this is, you see all these reds? So these are just recent. So that just happened. Dang, that just happened. What was that? Within the last 30 minutes or so, maybe even less. 4.2, that's off the coast. That's where the big tsunami's coming, I believe. So you had, back in, when was that one? 6.0 off of Oregon. That was, look at that, 10 kilometers. That was on the 15th, so 3 days ago. That's significant, 6.0. Now, like I said, there's bracketing that happened. So down in here, we had the Acapulco, pretty significant Acapulco earthquake. Let's see if I can get it. 6.5, Rancho Viejo. That was on, that's not so soon ago. That was January 2nd. But where was the other one? There was another one that was pretty significant. So anyway, you have two. You have the one here, and you have the one here. So you basically bracket in the middle, and that's showing you right there in the LA area. So see all of the earthquake, and it's when you see red like that, which looks like it's cooking, it's getting ready, right? There's possibility that you're going to have something pretty soon. So let's zero it in. Let's do 1 day, 2.5 or greater. So you see Los Angeles. Los Angeles is kicking, right? That's a 2.9 in Johannesburg and Little Creek or Leyte Creek, Octio Wells. So they're cooking there. Let's go 1 day all magnitude. So again, all magnitude. Los Angeles is getting a lot of them. Now, this is not unusual for California to get a lot of earthquakes. But look where the focus is. And like I'm saying, we got all this energy coming in, and it looks like we got these two big earthquakes, 4.5 or greater. So you see in between where these significant earthquakes over the last 7 days are. Go back 30 days out. So here it is. So here's that one. I think, 6.5, Rancho Viejo, and then the came in at 6.1 and then they downgraded 6.0. But anyway, and then there you have a pretty good one there in San Francisco's 3.9. So let's look at 7 days. Really getting active there. All right. Really starting to tell us something there, I believe. All right, let's look at the 30 days. 30 days, 4.5. 30 days, 2.5. 30 days, all magnitudes, and it's like cooking. All right. And those guys out in El Paso better look out too. All right. So, hey, Nino, look out, man. So look at all the stuff that's coming up. That's coming around the bend. So you got a lot of energy coming up here, and when it starts to get, tight in this bend and starts to flow down, that's when you need to look out. All right, so that's what we're seeing. We're seeing all this energy coming in, and it's cooking around that corner there. Let's zero in on that a little bit. So Alaska, yeah, it's building and cooking down, and comes around that bend and cooks off here. But if it continues down, then we're going to see it in the United States. So that's what we're seeing, right? So that's the earthquake activity. We're going to see, I think, at some point, whether it's this week or following weeks or months or whatever, we're going to see a very, very significant earthquake activity coming for California. All right, so let's look at Greenland. Greenland reality check. All right, so this is this is something we're going to get Greenland, right? It's a done deal. Stephen Miller just proved Denmark's claim is a total joke. So Stephen Miller, President Trump's White House Deputy Chief of Staff for Policy, said Greenland is central to U.S. national security, arguing that Denmark lacks the capacity to defend or control the territory while expecting the United States to shoulder the cost. Of course, we have basically, protected Europe for a long time, World War I, World War II, and we've done the same thing with Greenland throughout all these wars. And, the costs are not fair. Did you know that Greenland is 25% larger than Alaska? I didn't know that. It was crazy. So Miller emphasized the sheer size of Greenland, noting that it far exceeds what many Americans may realize and presents major defense challenges that only the United States can face and take care of, because China and Russia are trying to be, there's a lot of Arctic activities evidently happening now. So it's very important for not only our defense, but for Europe's defense as well. So Europe's playing this stupid little game like they always do. I say get the hell out of NATO and just let them find out, right? They're effing around. They're going to let them find out, right? Really, this goes all the way to England, all right? The city of London, all right? The financial district. And we're seeing the price of silver skyrocketing. And basically Trump said that any country, Europe, that, tries to be a jackass, he didn't say those words, of course, but those are mine, and, try and dissuade us from, being involved with Greenland, which we already have base there, then we're going to give you 10% tariffs. And that's what he's done. So with that 10% tariffs, that means that silver, which the city of London, the London Exchange does not have a lot of, and they've been relying on New York to ship to them to meet their needs, so they can cover their, their shorts and all that kind of stuff. It's not going to come now, and so the price of silver is probably going to skyrocket in England because they can't meet those, demands that are coming now. No one wants the paper. They want the real thing all around the world. And so we may see the price of silver go up quite a bit. The price of silver right now in China, I just looked at it in Shanghai Exchange, it's 101. And when we opened, so the price of silver got pushed down on Friday so that the big banks could get out of their shorts and buy silver at a cheap price. They pushed it down because it was option expiration date. So they come in and play their games because they've owned a lot of this stuff for a long time. And now they're getting to the point where they've been trying to short silver for a long time, and now it's not working for them at all. And they're getting caught and they're losing a lot of money, all right? Billions and billions and billions. And of course, the Federal Reserve, which is not federal and they have no reserves, is, probably going to cut rates next week. So I think we're going to see the stock market go up a little bit, maybe sideways, and they're going to be like, maybe down, up, down, until next week, next Tuesday, when the Fed rate decision comes. I think they're going to cut rates so that they give more crack toilet paper money to the stock market and investors so they can invest it into crypto, and the smart money will go into silver and gold and platinum, and those will go up significantly as well. I think into the $112 to $125 range, but we'll see. All right, so the dollar is going to be have less worth, right? And that means that silver and gold will be worth more, because that's where money doesn't just sit; it goes places, right? And it goes somewhere, and it's going to go into silver, like it's been doing, because that's where the real, crypto type returns are happening. I've been saying this for a year, right? Get into silver. Remember early last year, I was like, it's going to like, I see it going to between 75 and 85 by the end of the year. And I said that back when it was, I don't know, 25, 30. And so everybody was like doubting Thomas's, right? And then I said, put your finger in the hole. No, go and you'll see. You're going to find out. You're going to F around. You're going to find out. So, and now people are scrambling and they're jumping into silver with both feet and both hands. And they're finding out. They're going to find out that it's going to go much higher, much higher. And that's going to destroy the banking cartel. It's going to destroy the City of London banking cartel. And that's good. But it's also going to put pressure on the United States to come up with the silver. And that's why we are going into Mexico, and we're also going into Venezuela and Colombia. Colombia is really where the big money is. Now, the big banks were money laundering the oil from Venezuela. So Trump has stopped that. So the people of Venezuela now the United States is buying a lot of oil from Venezuela, and the people are going to benefit from that, right? So there were some bad apples in the oil companies, ConocoPhillips and I think ExxonMobil. Bad, all right? And I don't know if they were involved in Iran back in the before the the revolution, but there's some bad companies here, and basically Trump called them out. I guess he had a meeting with all the oil companies, and like you're going to go down to Venezuela, we're going to make Venezuelan oil pump, and then I don't know if it was Conoco or ExxonMobil. One of them said, well, now Chevron, is it Chevron? Maybe not Chevron, but there was one oil company that's always done the right thing down there. All right. And so they've done a good job. Now, Trump was at this meeting, and I think it was ExxonMobil, or one of them was like crying because he's like they're like, or we're going to get any of our investment back or something like that. And he's like, well, how much are you out? And they said 12 billion. And Trump said, that's a good write-off. So he's not going to let these guys go in and rape again, guys. It's going to be fair. It's going to be equitable. And the same thing is going to happen with silver in Mexico, because Mexico is a huge producer. So is Peru. A lot of those countries, once we took down the Venezuelan voting, control that was going on for most of the world, then we're going to see a lot of countries now get fair and equitable voting, and especially here in the United States, which the Democrats aren't going to like at all. They're not going to like that at all. Right? So, and they're fighting. Now, we know that the black community, they did all those, with George Floyd, the black community basically, rioted like crazy. Democrats told them, we're going to give you reparations from the Civil War for being slaves from a long time ago. It's like, what? And, so the Democrats were making all these promises. So they rioted. All right. Who's rioting now? And who's rioting for those people? The radical leftist women, right? They're the worst. All right. But, some kind of guys, all right. Some kind of male looking guys, I guess we could say that. Not so much males, but, weak woke men and wokester women. All right. So that's sad. It's unfortunate. They've been consciously compromised, like I talk about. But it's mostly them that are rioting now. How about that? And who are they riding for? They're riding for the illegal aliens, who are the new puppets. It used to be the black community. Now it is the illegal aliens. Now the Democrat Party has given everything to the legal aliens, and the black community is like, WTF, right? And they're like turning away. They turned away a massive number during Trump's last election, and I promise you, they're turning away a lot more now. So you don't see any of the black community involved in this now, guys. They're like, burn me once, burn me twice. Burn me once, shame on you. Burn me twice, shame on me. So they're like, we need to wake up because we're getting burned and burned and burned and burned and burned and burned. So it's time for black community to wake up, and I think they're doing it. All right. So they're turning against the Democrat Party. Now, when the illegal aliens find out that now they're effing around, they're finding out, and they're getting shipped out of here in big numbers. They're like, WTF? I thought they were going to take care of us. No. So this is a generational thing right now, guys. That's why they're fighting so hard in Wisconsin, and they're probably going to fight hard in other states as well. All right. Because if they lose this next puppet class, all right, they're done. And I've been saying this for a long time. They're done. Democrats are done. All right. And the rhinos, and probably almost all of the